Hello. Welcome back to Tuesday, everyone. Oh, you still backstage, Abby? Oh, there we are. Hello. I don't know if I should be throwing you up there. Just be like, oh, come on now.
Hi there.
What's up?
How is everyone?
I'm
Let's
doing
see
all
what we
right.
got here.
How
Good.
about
Hi, Bella.
you, Bella?
Hey, sweet baby.
Oh, hi.
That doesn't mean you're going for a walk now. We just got here.
No, but she's used to the Tuesday routine as well. Oh, you don't bite me. Don't bite me. Come on. Hey. Oh,
Roughhousing. We're on Rumble, by the way. I set up the Rumble. Let's
yeah.
get ready to rumble.
Hooray. Thank you there, people on Rumble. We maybe don't often shout you guys out often enough, but there's always a good little group of you that seem to be tuning in. So thank you all.
We appreciate it. We definitely do. Hope you join our Discord. Hang out with us over there too.
What's up, cookies? Oh yeah, I know it for sure. I love how I walk by people on the street and they don't say hi to me. They say hi to the dog. And actually, they're just walking by. They don't intend to say hi to me, just to her.
The dog is walking you, I guess. Hey, bad cookies. Come on, big dog.
What's up, big dog?
Big dog Billy. X XD, or as I like to call it, XD's nuts. And then Miss Macy. And whoever's lurking in the background. Hello to you too. What it do, what it do. All right, shall we get to it? Let's see.
Sure, yeah. What do you want to start off with? By the way, should we try and get out a invitation link for anyone who's see if it'll be working? I think something's
I put it
not
in
right.
there, but I couldn't pin it.
Yeah, I don't understand what has happened to our ability to
I don't
pin things.
know.
I don't
That's
like
kind
to
of
be
crazy.
too paranoid, but I feel like we pissed off some people a couple weeks ago. Some magical-minded kind of thinkers and some manifestors, and then all of a sudden, but I think we were having the problem before then. Anyway, so I'm just like, what is going on here? So I don't have a material explanation for why we can't fucking pin the thing.
Me either. You know what I haven't done? Research. I could try to Google it.
Yeah, we have maybe not been putting enough effort into learning some technical skills. So
Mm, in YouTube chat. Let's see. See what it says. All right.
let's do it live.
Um, it's a lot going on. So a lot has been going on. I don't even know where to start. If you can't pin messages and you aren't signed in as the channel owner or moderator, or the feature is missing due to a glitch. Well, I am the moderator.
And I feel like we got to be signed in to go live and stuff like that. So
I am signed in. I
I'm the
am.
one who got signed in. That's why I could never post it. That's what I was trying to say. Like somehow I'm not the administrator, and
Yeah.
so it had to be you posting it. But
What's up, Unc?
extra Bola,
Unc's in the house. What?
yeah.
Is that, the crazy part is he usually comes up with some ridiculous shit. And then I'm thinking it's satire or he's joking. And then I go look it up and I'm like, holy shit, that's true.
Why? What are they trying to achieve with this?
Oh no. I can't open my notes of stuff I want to talk about. Huh. Ain't that something?
Hmm.
Yeah, what are they trying to achieve? Let's look it up. But I did send you my notes, didn't I?
Yeah, you sent me some, so I can call up those links for you maybe. But they're on my
See,
phone here, so um,
I restarted my computer and now I can't open my notes. Let's see. FCC approved Space Mirror.
I just
Space
need to know.
mirroring devices.
I doubt that they are capable of a rational explanation for this, but maybe I'll be surprised. So,
Stop. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Come on, come back. The U.S. Federal Communications Commission has officially authorized the launch and operation of a commercial mirror satellite designed to reflect sunlight onto the dark side of the Earth. So he was not playing. July 9th, 2026. This is granted a license to a California-based startup, Reflect Orbital, for its first experimental demonstration satellite. And the satellite's name is Earendel. Now, what is the purpose of that? So let's see if we can find out.
so the satellite had some kind of Lord of the Rings name. Was that it?
Earendel.
It sounds like a Lord of the Rings.
Or I might not be pronouncing that correctly because it has that two little dots over the A. Oh, why don't I just share this? I'm just reading it. So we can read the purpose together. Together.
Yeah, I'm trying to call up your first link that you shared from your notes here, so I'm a little.
You know what I could do from my phone? I could just email it to myself, I guess.
Okay, well that might.
So don't worry. I think that's better, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
So let me make this bigger.
Yeah, that looks like a Middle Earth or whatever, Lord of the Rings kind of whatever sort of name.
All right, so it will operate in low Earth orbit at an altitude of about 625 kilometers, so 390 miles. The effect, the mirror will project a moving beam of sunlight approximately 5 kilometers, which is 3.1 miles, wide onto a targeted area on Earth at night. Why would you want to do that?
Seems like I just see if we can get kind of thing so far.
It is scheduled to launch later this year aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. Oh, great. So what is the purpose of this? Intended uses and pricing. Reflect Orbital aims to eventually build a constellation of 50,000 mirrors by 2035. Oh, great. To provide sunlight on demand. The company plans to market this service for around $5,000 per hour for applications including clean energy, providing supplemental light to solar panels, farms during dawn, dusk, or nighttime to boost renewable energy production, emergency response, illuminating search and rescue for disaster relief zones overnight, and I can see that one. Industrial efficiency, extending daylight hours for specialized construction and agricultural operations. Huh.
That last one that bothers me really. The first two don't exactly bother me that much, but the last one sounds like a eugenic sort of. We're going to modify the environment way beyond any kind of natural threshold, and we're just going to master the ability to do whatever the fuck we want with technology.
Specialized. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
That doesn't sound. There's a lot of consequences that they're pretending aren't going to happen.
Egg says, "Is this Peter Thiel?" I'm going to look into that in a second. Let's see if there's anything else here. Backlash. Okay, the approval has drawn intense criticism from scientific organizations, including the American Astronomical Society and the European Southern Observatory. Astronomical risks. Experts warn the mirrors pose an existential threat to ground-based optical astronomy, threatening to disrupt deep space data collection and potentially cause eye damage to amateurs viewing the sky through telescopes. Oh,
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a
that
big
is a good one.
objection I wouldn't have thought of.
Right. Ecological risks. Environmental groups like Dark Sky International argue that artificial night lighting will accelerate biodiversity loss, disturb nocturnal ecosystems, yes, and disrupt human metabolic sleep cycles. Now, see, I was thinking about that. It's
Yeah,
like, wait, like
that had
your
that had
body's gonna stop producing melatonin the way it should for to help you sleep. Um, I mean, what are the bats gonna do and other nocturnal animals?
what the when I was saying for the industrial use for agricultural purposes and stuff. What I hadn't said, but had occurred to me, whatever, was that they're also gonna fuck with like nocturnal species, you know,
Mm-hmm.
hairs, but and human metabolic sleep cycles, of course. But those are already kind of in the shitter, anyways, because you don't need a mirror from space for us to put the black mirror of the phone in your own, personal space, whatever. Yeah, what I'm saying.
Oh, great! There's a loophole. The FCC noted that its oversight is strictly limited to allocating radio frequency spectrum for satellite commands. Because the United States currently lacks a single regulatory body to evaluate the optical, atmospheric, or environmental impacts of commercial space mirrors, the FCC ruled that astronomical concerns fell outside its jurisdiction.
So they're approved
Oh,
to be built. They're already going to build them, or already are putting them up there as we fucking speak. But of course, they acknowledge that they have a regulatory loophole. It's the kind of
thanks for
administration
this.
we have, these days.
Thanks for this, Unc.
Yeah, good catch.
I wonder where'd you find this? A scientific magazine or something? Let's see.
Yeah, now we gotta
I was
see if
looking. I was trying to find.
it's teal somehow.
Okay, it's not giving me what I was looking for. Oh, I don't know why that box comes up anymore. The Sunlight Company. Okay. Team. Let's go with the team.
I don't know if you're maybe need to reshare your screen because it's
Oh,
it's
my
frozen
bad.
somehow. There we
Here we
go.
go. Here's the team. Oh, great. Ben Nowak and Tristan Simulhat are the co-founders. Ooh, where did it just go?
Is it frozen again? I don't know.
No. My notes finally came up. That's
Oh, good.
okay. VP of Policy. Oh, this is great.
This might not be.
I mean, they how did they get bankrolled? Like where?
That's what I'm saying. This looking at these pictures might not exactly be the quickest way to tell us.
Nope. I think I need to go back over
I need
here
to find another way.
and say who. I'm just gonna ask where did what's it called? Reflect. Get out of the way so I can see. Orbital. Get their funding from. Does Bella have a boat or something? Ooh.
Yeah.
They've raised $35.2 million in total funding through multiple rounds backed by prominent venture capital firms and notable tech founders. Can we get their names? Okay.
You might have to reshare it again because things seem to freak out.
Shoot. can see it? Okay.
Yeah.
So here are the venture capital investors. I don't know any of those off my hand, but here are angel investors. Baju Bot. My eyes itching. You want to read it? My eyes itching.
Platform Robinhood. We've heard of that one.
Oh, I gotta go down. Sorry, I can't read with my eye like that.
Okay, yeah. Keller Rinaudo Clifton and Keenan Wyrobeck, co-founders of the automated drone delivery company Zipline. So, would you like to know more about how they plan to spend this capital on production or details about the founding team's background at companies like SpaceX?
Oh.
Say yes, we would like to know about their background at SpaceX.
What? I'm supposed to do this? No, that's asking like, is this whole response good? Like,
just
say it down here. Okay.
Just say yes. I'd like to hear about the background at SpaceX or whatever.
I don't know why I'm acting like I don't
remember how to use AI.
Right. Like, girl, get it together. Is that correct? Oh, hold on. Lance, hi, Lance. Itchy eyes is the most common symptom of cyclosporiasis. I always have a hard time saying that. Cyclosporiasis. I did not know that. Dang. I was hoping it was like, it's not all the way gone yet either. So, but I'm not as in dire straits as I was that first week. All right, so here we go. Oh, you can't see this.
Just real quick before we get going, Cookies. I think. Hey, stop it! I think shut the. All right, I think I'm just saying. From what I remember, yes, Robinhood was involved with the short sale of GameStop. Yeah, from my recollection, that was supposed to be quick.
So
go ahead.
So he's a douche.
They're all interconnected. This will happen. Start to analyze the connections between the bourgeoisie. You're all like, oh my god, they're all working together, almost like a class or something.
Okay, let me start reading. Reflect Orbital's founding team leverages deep engineering experience from SpaceX and Zipline, and they are aggressively routing their $35.2 million in venture capital into mass-producing orbital hardware and scaling their technical team. The founding team's background. So before starting Reflect Orbital, Ben Nowak directed critical spacecraft validation frameworks at SpaceX. Okay. Where he engineered propulsion testing systems for the Crew Dragon platform. He later served as the responsible engineer for the P-1 launcher system at automated drone delivery leader Zipline. So there's the connection. Okay. Specializing in a high velocity manufacturing optimization. So he was not just working there, he was making network connections. All right. So then Selmec co-founded the company alongside Nowak in 2021. That's not really telling us anything. Driving the core vision to reshape global. Okay, that's just buzzwords. But who is Tristan? Where did this person come from?
I think they were both in the answer earlier, from what I remember.
No. Let me go back.
Co-founder at Reflect. He's one of the co-founders of.
No. I'm saying, yeah, I understood that part. I'm saying like, dang, did I lose everything? I'm saying that they didn't give any background of like Why is
Yeah,
this
that
person
guy.
in this?
Just sometimes the AI can't find much information about them, or has just for whatever reason doesn't provide much about them.
Well, I lost it anyway.
That's okay. But that's kind of like you don't need to do a super deep dive on it. This is a thing. You go there, you don't see any apparent connection there, but you don't have to dig deep to find their connections to people were typically who get all the press, you know. But this is where everyone
Um,
thinks it's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump. It's Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk. It's a whole team of people that work for them. Okay, it's the traders of the proletariat, where or if they even came from the proletariat to begin with, otherwise they're just a bunch of bourgeoisie, whatever. Who
so
maybe their kid. There's the rich people who they need to get their kids a job or something, so they want their kids to have the best job, so they get a job with Elon Musk, whatever, and then they become a capitalist, whatever, when they make money, right? Who knows if that's the case here?
so basically he worked at Zipline, and that's where he met Ben. That's what this is saying right here.
It
He was the
sounds
youngest
that
engineer
would be
at
representing.
Zipline.
What the AI just told us though is he met the other guy through SpaceX, and then they founded the Zipline thing. Maybe I got that wrong.
No, mm-mm. The first guy worked at SpaceX and Zipline.
Okay.
This guy worked at Zipline, and that's where he met Ben. So this guy must be like some whiz kid or something, because he started working at Zipline right out of high school. He became the youngest engineer at Zipline.
Well,
That's
funny thing that
interesting.
this is a so-called commercial drone company, right? But one of the things I remember they were bitching about with China is that some of these commercial drone companies, we got to ban their access wherever on the market because they could be theoretically helping the military. It's like, oh, go figure. Your commercial companies are actually military oriented, but they're just, commercial.
So it says, Unc says they keep putting more and more satellites in orbit. It will only take one to blow up and cause a cascade effect, meaning it'll trigger a chain reaction, of destroyed satellites.
Yeah, I forget what they call that, but there is this
Don't they
problem.
cut this?
One of these days, there will be a bunch of satellites falling down on Earth.
Don't they call it, like, what is it called, space junk or something?
No, there's
Like all the stuff that
there's a specific event that will happen. Like if they keep putting up enough debris in the atmosphere, there will be this chain reaction, and then there will be like a hailstorm of satellites falling on the Earth. So it's like a mathematical probability.
Lance must not have been here. He's asking me about my cyclo. How do you pronounce it?
You've got an alien in the house. How's it going?
Hi, John. John's here. Yeah, Lance. I had like that week, that whole week that we weren't here. It's because I was in the bed in a lot of pain.
Feeling a bit better
for a
yet?
week. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good.
But it's still not completely gone. It like comes and goes, which sucks.
Well, joys of getting sick, the older you get too, you know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, old man Barker. And who else is here? Chuck, you at the show. All right. Let me get to what my notes. It's a lot of crazy stuff going down. Marco Rubio is out of control. You know what I'm saying? He's out of control. I mean, he is something's wrong with him. He must have a lot of internal hatred, like self-hatred, because I don't know how he does it. Let me see if I could open this.
Well, it's just pretty funny how apparently, communists, without any kind of real organization, when you listen to the discourse among communists online, like international or otherwise, all over, you got the Chinese comrades bashing the West, you got the Western comrades bashing the West. We are all in pretty of a much of a unanimous agreement. We are weak as fuck. We have no fucking influence over the course of events in the West over here. And it's one of the things that we are quite embarrassed about. And yet somehow, according to Marco Rubio, we're poised to launch some wave of terrorism across the U.S. and the whole West. In fact, we must be pretty damn powerful. I thank you.
Yeah, like wait.
Us with our 299 subscribers. If you're out there, someone listening, would like to be our 300, whatever, then we'll be that war, whatever, like that movie, whatever. We'll be the 300 warriors that took down the empire.
Yeah, we just need one more subscriber, and then we're gonna take over the United States.
It's the Marxist thing, okay? We've got the quantitative change, the qualitative shift, like boiling water. One more, and then it will be the end for the empire. Yeah, just saying.
I have to wait for all this stuff to pull up. It's like spinning. But that's funny the way the way you the way you said that. That's quite hilarious. The part that kills me, okay. So I guess it's because so many DSA people are starting to win. Michigan has a like a sort of DSA type person. I forget his name. And he is running against an AIPAC backed, I'm talking about for the primaries for the Democrats. An AIPAC backed lady. Don't remember her name either. But they are like bankrolling this lady. So they must be pretty scared. Just
you talking about they're scared of the DSA? They're feeling like they got to do something about the DSA because they got some electoral victory lately. So now there's some kind of somebody that needs to be dealt with.
They're scared. Just missed it too. They're scared that he might actually win the primary, and they'll lose. Like they don't want to lose too many. They don't want to lose their centrist votes. Basically, what am I trying to do?
Curious what's going to happen. Vaguely, I'm a little tired of the electoral politics, right? I'm not trying to be all like, oh, everything's changed. Now that the DSA's got a little bit of a chance, a little foot in the door. I'm a little curious to see what happens, but not sure like this is really what people think it is. I don't know what they think it is, you know what I mean? But,
I'm sorry, he's tripping.
Maybe I'm a little misinformed about Mamdani. I thought he was not really any better than any Bernie Sanders. He's just Bernie Sanders 2.0. But somehow people are going to tell me, no, you just whatever.
No. I mean, he's not a you, if that's what you mean. Like,
well, he's a Democratic socialist, apparently, is what.
But he's done some really good stuff. And New Yorkers are really loving him. He's changed the like how much people So the bus system is free now. The subway, I think, is based on your income, how much you pay. If I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember all these things. Um, I think he changed it where the shelters, you couldn't bring your pet to the shelter. He's changed that because a lot of homeless people have a dog or something like that, and they can't go to the shelter with their dog. So that's why they don't go to the shelter. That not everybody. I'm just saying that is a big reason why some people didn't go to the shelter. So does that? They have they have a like these buses that they go around the city and they'll find homeless people. They give them medical attention on the bus right there, right then and there, and then if they want to go to a shelter, they'll drop them off, stuff like that. He's also if you have a second home in New York City, oh, you got to pay your damn property taxes on that, like for real, for real. He's like, we're taxing the rich. um, let me see. What is somebody saying? Free buses in New York City. That is good news for sure. Yes. Yes. Yes, Unc. That is good news for sure. Oh, that's right. And then thank you, Unc, for reminding me of this one. So he has opened some public grocery stores where there are no food deserts in New York City. That's not the issue. The public grocery stores, the prices are cheaper because they're not there for profit. They're there to provide food. So they're not skimming off the top. You know what I mean? But there aren't food deserts there. There's food everywhere.
Yeah, I also heard he's saying something about ready to arrest Netanyahu if he comes to New York. Ooh,
I would love that.
How's it going, Michael Pan?
And, he reversed. Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying hello, Jacqueline and Michael Pan. I don't know if you said hi yet.
Hi, Jacqueline. Hi, Michael Pan. Another thing he did, I can't take that down for some reason. Okay, here we go. Dang, I just lost it. I had it. What'd he do? Oh, he reversed on Eric Adams' Way Out. Remember when Eric Adams did all these executive orders and he was trying to do all this stuff for Israel, all kind of shit before he left. Then he went to Israel and was like, it was an honor to serve you, and all this weird shit. And I'm like, wait a minute, were you the mayor of New York City or were you the mayor of Israel? What are you talking about? But anyway, he reversed all of those things. He was like, no, we're not doing none of that shit. Nice try though, on your way out the door, but not gonna happen.
Well, speaking of Mamdani, I had found a little article from, where is it? It is from the JewishInsider.com. It says the family of China allied tech mogul embedded in Zohran Mamdani's movement. So have you ever heard of Neville Roy Singham?
Mm-mm.
So have you heard of the PSL, the Party of Socialism and Liberation?
Yep.
From what I've gathered, he is the Chinese billionaire who's, I think he's like a Westerner, but he might be I should look into him more, but he's pro-China. He's not necessarily Chinese from what I remember, but he might be Chinese descendant or something, but we should look into it. Maybe we could do that right now if you want. But the point is that he's the billionaire behind the PSL, and he's China connected, and apparently he's connected with Mamdani. So there's a little bit of a puzzle here to sort of figure out. I also was reason why I found this because you had shared with me this theanalysis.news, this Paul J guy who was saying some stuff about, you remember that video you shared with me last night about this guy? They'll never, like, the reason why there's never a like, you can't have social democracy was the argument he was making, is because every time they try, you fuckers just like smash it, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that guy was I was looking into him a little bit. He's the founder of the Real News Network, which is kind of defunct now. And one thing I'm a little bit red flag or whatever is that I found this this WikiLeaks, the Internet and Democracy from 2011, this video thing that they put out by Clay Shirky, Daniel Ellsberg, Paul J, the guy I was just talking about, Roy Singham, Peter Thiel, and Jonathan Zittrain. So that's a little bit of a strange line.
What?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So as far as social democrats, it's like, what's going on under the hood is what I'm saying.
That's interesting. I'm gonna put the link up here again because I can't pin it, y'all. So I gotta just remember and paste it every now and again. Okay.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here, right? Let me just show this briefly, and then we can get back to it later if you want to cover it. But this is just a little bit strange, you know. So, and then there's this, just to show you those. This was the article. Had to get it archived because it's like paywalled or whatever. But so there's a little bit of a research project we're doing. Apparently, it's not Roy Singham himself involved with Mamdani. It's his family. It's like his sister, niece, and brother-in-law of the Maoist magnate gained influence.
Can you put that in the private chat for me?
Yeah.
So I can pick it up.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom soon. But did you ever get a chance to watch the Bad Faith Brianna's interview with Daniel Denver?
Daniel Denver. No, I don't.
I think he's like the head of the Democratic Socialist.
Yes. The crash out interview where he just had to rage quit because she was being so unfair to him.
Have y'all watched it? I'm not even going. I want to play just the end where he rage quit because it is hilarious. Like she's like trying to talk to you about serious things with the DSA since the DSA is finally making
she was
headway.
Giving him a good faith on the Bad Faith podcast. I don't know, but she does good faith arguments all the time, right? So
yeah. Hi, Karen. But can I go to the restroom first?
Yeah.
Okay, I will be right back.
And I'll have to be making my own trip to the restroom. But in the meantime, ladies first, of course. So let me see if there was a few comments I should have replied to here, I think. Let me take a look. Got lots of comments now, I think, to get a little too far. This was the one. Cookie saying, "Oh, Nyla, I've been wanting to talk to you about Marx and his belief in free market capitalism. I heard he fully supported it and tried to implement it. Is there any truth to that?" Ironically enough, like, there is this kind of people who do a reading of Marx, they kind of see, well, he seems to say, like, well, you know, capitalism actually has brought some benefits through the industrialization of society. You know, it's accelerated the quality of living in a way like that. People have, that's not something that socialists, like people who have done their homework, typically actually argue. You know, we don't deny that there have been some improvements to to the standard of life because of capitalism, but at the cost of far much whatever exploitation and deprivation of standard quality of living. You know, it's just like all this technology that we have now, all these smartphone, whatever. You can't be a communist without a smartphone, whatever. Ha ha ha. So that's kind of what we're saying. Like, yes, capitalism can have some kind of progressive aspect to it, but there's also progression like cancer kind of thing. You know, like that's no justification to deny that there's a better form of organizing the means of production in society. You know, and at the end of the day, his argument is not that he is in favor of free market capitalism. He is the source, the origin of the claim that capitalism will inevitably tend to this kind of domination. You know, like the free market is not free, basically, because of the way that capitalism, whatever, will eat itself, will have to, right? Because the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and all kinds of fancy economic terms. So if you're not lying to yourself, if you analyze the free market, you'll find there ain't nothing free about it. You know, there never will be. So, and if you still support capitalism to this day, you are suicidal. So, XD saying Marx argued capitalism is a necessary step out of feudalism. Afterwards, we move towards socialism. Of course, they're fighting tooth and nail to prevent that last one. Well, then the feudalists also, if we read history, we see that the feudalists fought tooth and nail to prevent capitalism because they saw the writing on the wall. They didn't want to lose their power. But then when it became obvious that there was no way of retaining it, they made deals with the capitalists to preserve what power they had. And this is likely what's going to happen to capitalists. What seems to have happened to the capitalists in China, basically, is in order to preserve whatever influence they had left, they had to make deals with the Communist Party in order to. But over time, it's inevitable that their class will disappear. And I don't like the argument, basically, by the way, that we're going back into techno-feudalism. I feel like structurally, you have to make your case a little more scientifically that we are actually going to a feudal relations to the means of production. Because from what I can tell, we still have a very capitalist relations to the means of productions.
Hi, yet he quick. Yet he quick. How you doing? Yet he quick says socialism doesn't work either.
That's you can make your case for that. We're here to have an open discussion about these sorts of things.
Yep, there's a link in the chat.
What I would say on that is basically one of the things that might be preventing socialism from working or working better, whatever, actually transitioning more away from capitalism, is this maybe misconception about what that transition phase is. And some of this state capitalism of the Soviet Union and China might be in some of the Western Marxists who are everyone's always dumping on because we don't know shit, whatever. Probably valid claims most of the time, whatever. But I'm just saying, when we're not dismantling the capitalist structures of society and changing the way that we go about our daily lives, then we kind of have just, we can call it socialism, but if it's still capitalism, there is a contradiction that needs to be approached there, or whatever, There's this distinction between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions that I have to do some more research into. But, and then the thing, you got to look into some guy called Michael Parenti, if you never heard of him, as far as why doesn't socialism ever work? Well, like, maybe we should show that video like you were sharing about, like, why doesn't social democracy work? Because every time they try social democracy or socialism, whatever, without the democracy, whatever, the American empire feels it compelled to smash it no matter what, because it's socialism.
Right? Not just the American empire.
Exactly. Any kind of empire, any capitalist state.
France,
Germany.
Germany, Well, I wouldn't. Well, I don't know about Germany, but the UK or Great Britain, whatever. All right. So, host of the Dig podcast. I've never watched him. Host of the Dig podcast, Daniel Denver, joins Bad Faith to discuss the DSA sweep and whether the new elected socialist candidates might be willing to act as a bloc to change the Democratic Party before the Democratic Party changes them. Is DSA wrong to refuse to act as a party or to support candidates running outside of the Democratic Party, like Andre Easton? What is the strategy there? And if the DSA refuses to take party building seriously, will the Tucker Carlson right be first to harness imperialist working class energy to achieve a third party break from the duopoly? What happens to the left then? So that's what they were talking about. Okay, if you haven't watched this in its entirety, and it is pretty interesting. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it in its complete entirety, but I did. I started at the end. I wanted to see the crash out. All right, so these are the topics. Why the socialist left is winning, AOC Gaza and apology debate, skepticism about working inside Democrats, Denver defends primary strategy, Bree argues for third party organizing, sorry. DSA has a party substitute. The conversation breaks down. So that's where we are going to start, where the conversation breaks down.
All right, I'll be right back.
Just gonna make it bigger. There we go. Unmute. Before I start, since he's not here, let me just check the comments. Because I definitely want him to hear this. You're talking about, I suppose he's talking about him. You're talking about Denmark and Finland style socialism, not the China-Russia style, but it still doesn't work. How do you say that if it's working? It's working right now in Denmark and Finland. And China's not doing so bad. I'm not sure where you're getting that information from. China's not doing so bad. And Russia's not doing so bad either. So I'm not really sure why you would say those things, but you can come up and defend your argument if you like. Today's the day to do it. It's Talking Tuesday. Let's see.
Well, no, I can understand what he might be trying to say, but I would make the argument from the left. He's maybe making the argument from the right as far as why they don't work. But from the leftist perspective, why social democracy in Denmark and Finland, whatever style socialism, doesn't work is because it's relying on imperialism, on the exploitation of the global south in order to provide socialism.
Yeah.
As a way to kind of buy their passivity instead of giving them an actual socialist state. They maintain a connection to the capitalist global system. And that's also the same thing that undermines the Russian Chinese style.
I definitely agree with that.
Because they have to have access to the capitalist global market. There's a situation there where you could argue that it's not working because they are relying on the capitalism that they're trying to destroy in order to build their socialism. But if you're analyzing the situation between the economic war between China and the US, we are seeing that they have a fairly well thought out strategy to de-dollarize the global economic system. And we are approaching this very critical moment. And that's why everything is so high stakes with the Strait of Hormuz, that things could very well end with the American empire finally losing its grip on the global economy. In that case, when we try and say that Chinese-style socialism doesn't work, you would have a much harder, whatever time making your case. You know, it's not my job to make your case that their system's not working. I don't like parts of their system. I think they're kind of they've got some eugenic and technocratic aspects that I've criticized quite openly many times. But I'm not trying to be undialectical about it. There's a lot about the Chinese system that we would benefit from if it's more rational than what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to deepen the grift every which way. You know, keep the, like, for every bubble that happens, create two more. That's not economics.
You know, so I agree with you there. So it's like it works, but in bad faith, right? Like Denmark it extracts resources from Greenland and then sells it back to them. So and that's, you know, that's indigenous people. So it's working for them.
They have yet to
at
do
the
some
behest
decolonization.
of you know, of brown people, basically.
Yeah, there's a whole lack of decolonization. There's a lot of lip service to willing to do it and a lack of action to actually make it happen.
Yeah. So yeah, I can agree with that part for sure.
Shall we?
Driving hard to chat. Denmark is what is he saying? Denmark. I don't know what that means. Driving hard to chat. Denmark. Oh, he's driving. It's hard to chat. I see. Today I'm like, ooh. Denmark is basically the spiritual leader of the transformer movements, especially when it comes to children. Is that working?
I think what he means is the trans gender,
transgender,
the leftist, the woke, whatever, the thing that the Russian and communist comrades often criticize the West about. You know, we're wrong about the trans issues, and that we shouldn't really have any kind of, by trying to have solidarity with them, we're actually alienating the majority of the working class, so that we can do the virtue signaling of waving the rainbow flag in solidarity with every trans person ever. But I'm not
that versed on that, so I can't argue.
I don't really appreciate
argue a point here.
As far as what on the trans issue, I don't appreciate how there's a lot of long-term unknowns, and they're kind of downplaying that so that they can give like puberty blockers to kids and whatnot. You'll find that that socialists in the West are not a monolith on that issue either, but there may be some you know, we don't want to do the throwing out the baby with the bathwater if you're not really understanding how there is a lot of discrimination and oppression happening with LGBTQ people. People don't like the alphabet. They call them the alphabet mafia, right? But there is the whole thing about, like, there's a good identity politics and bad identity politics, you know? It doesn't really work when you say we don't do identity politics, because it's kind of part of the way that politics takes place, you know?
That's like saying I don't see color.
Right. Exactly.
But anyway, yet quick, I'd rather you call and chat. I mean, as opposed to texting. You shouldn't text and drive. Very dangerous. Safety first.
As far as just last comment, and what about the children? We can't let them let them do this to the children. You have to recognize the numbers. They're like 0.001% of kids that are going to be affected. So the vast majority of the kids will be fine. Okay, relax. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Other predators.
It's not that many trans people in the world.
There's a bigger threat from the church predators, right? Anyway.
Mm-hmm. All right, are we ready? Are y'all ready for this?
Ready when you are.
Just letting everybody say their piece. All right. It takes money to make money. Yep. And if you don't have money from the beginning, you're booked. Yep, that's capitalism. pull yourself up by your bootstrap. You'll be all right. Can you take that down? I can't. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do it. Yeah, I got it. All right. So let me press play.
The other countries do, but that's not the standard for the Democrats. With which
Pull it back.
hear you saying right there. One, I say, well, I hear you saying, well, we can't operate party systems as they operate in other countries. That's fine. I don't know. It may or may not be, it likely is more advantageous to do it the ways that other countries do, but that's not the standard for the Democrats, with which all of these candidates are running to be. And by your own description just now, the DSA you're saying is sort of creating a facsimile of that by using
No, I think
the
they're
ballot
creating
line.
I think that no, they're not. I think NYCDSA is acting more like a political party than any other organization in this country, including the Democratic Party.
So you have the the NYCDSA behaving in that way. The question is, why is it so unthinkable that similar organizing can be done completely outside of the Democratic Party, and or while someone like the NYCDSA put their efforts behind people like Andre Easton, who I believe is in the DSA as well individually, or no, he's PSL, I think actually, but people who are ideologically aligned but outside of the Democratic Party. Yeah.
I mean, I
PSL
think the question should be why aren't any of these other socialist organizations able to like win very much?
Well, what do you think the answer to that is?
Because NYCDSA has been incredibly effective and they have a strategy that wins. I think the results sort of speak for themselves. So I think it's kind of.
Well, but Dan, let's not be historical about this. Well, but let's wait. Let me be clear about this. We're being ahistorical about this. AOC gets characterized. AOC started all of this. AOC's run was not expected.
Sorry. Are we? Is this like? I mean, and you can run this if you want, if you wanted, but like.
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already pressed under the tap.
Get out of here.
Within 10 minutes,
They gotta time it right when you're.
All you gotta right
exactly
exactly.
what they got to say, right?
And you don't have to do. All you need is baking soda to clean your fruit. You don't need all that extra stuff.
Well, maybe I should try.
They're just trying to sell you some shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, if we're going to just like rehash the debate that you've been having with like the DSA left for 6 years,
this is when she starts talking about AOC. I'm gonna pull it back just a little bit. That's when he started getting in his feelings and catching that little attitude. He's
like
real
the
sassy
DSA
too.
left for 6 years. Like why? I've had a very busy day. Why'd you have me on? Like,
well, to what? Wait a minute, Dan. How do you characterize the debate?
She said, "I've had a very busy day. Why'd you have me on?" What? Excuse you?
I'm sorry that you decided to take so much onto your plate. Maybe you should have decided to decline to take the interview if you had too much to do.
Right.
Schedule it for another day, right? Come on.
Exactly. What? Who the fuck are you talking to? Like not the sweetest, most respectful podcaster on the left. I would think her to be. Let me see how many. I want to see how many. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying I had the exact same. I had already watched this when it come out a couple weeks ago or whatever, but I had the same impression. You know, she questioned AOC, and as soon as he didn't like that, he didn't really have any real answer, and so his political training, his parties, whatever, he was saying that they got like spectacular results. New York City, whatever do you say? They've got a formula that works basically, and their formula is when you're pressed on an issue like AOC, you fucking shut your mouth and you run away, right? So because you're going to get a bad soundbite. Well, you got a bad one anyway.
Right. Hi, Mr. Ben Spastic. Is that cookies? He says that he's racist. I don't know this dude, but I am going to check out his podcast just because I want to see, like, what the hell? What is he on? Lance, why did you have me on? I have scoliosis. I cannot say that word. Why? Scoliosis. That's hilarious. Oh, hi, Rondo.
Yeah, what's up, Rondo? I guess
we haven't gotten there, Rondo. We haven't gotten there yet. Spoiler alert! I'm not going to put that comment up. Okay,
well,
here we go.
Just quick as far as Rondo, I guess fair enough. I didn't really need the qualifier as far as the church predators. But people would maybe say it's a whataboutism either way. To just sure you can bring up predators. That's another threat all you like to the kids, but that's not addressing the question of the threat of the trans people. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. He has too much to do. He got too much shit to do. Like what?
Very busy day. Why'd you have me on? Like,
it's very busy day.
Wait a minute, Dan. How do you characterize the debate that I've been having with the DSA for 6 years?
This is, if you want to have me on, like I answered your question, but you're just like, now we've been like 20 minutes having the same back and forth. Like you said your piece, I've said my piece. Like it's not like I'm not like a TV talking head. I just finished the 6th part of a 7-part 16-hour series on the history of Indonesia, stretching from the dawn of Portuguese colonialism in the 16th century. I just finished my introduction on the mass anti-communist genocide of 1965, when between 500,000 and 3 million people were murdered by a US-backed dictator. And I came on because you asked.
Okay, wait. Now, where's Rondo's? Where's Rondo's comment? That was the funniest shit. Okay, I was working so diligently on getting this report done of Portuguese colonial machinations in the Philippines. Oh, okay.
Well, this reminds me of what did you do for the movement? Well, I wrote this and I did that and I had a really long day. So fuck you, man. I do lots for the movement, okay?
I laughed so hard. I was like, wait, you mean to tell me that you guys, your like movement has gained more strides in the last year than ever before, and you're pissed that she's asking you questions about how you're moving forward and this and that because you're writing a paper on whatever the fuck. Like we're supposed to be more interested in this paper he just wrote than what's happening currently, especially in the economy that we have right now. That's what you're telling me. Okay.
Well, the AOC issue is a really it's the glaring red flag that really exposes how they are like grifters. Like they don't really stand for what they believe in, because if they did stand for what they believe in, then they would have to break ties with someone like this because of her association with Biden, right? But then so the other issue that they effectively have the DSA cornered on is the Gaza genocide. So people are actually going to put their money where their mouth is on that issue. Then there's only one kind of way to respond to that, which is to put pressure on the Democrats or whatever not to carry water for them. So
yep. Even in the freeze frame, you could see it in his face that he got triggered with the AOC question. He stopped being nice and got bitchy. Yeah, he a little sassy.
Well, I've brought up before, but if you never heard of the Mott and Bailey fallacy, this is another example of it. So the AOC issue is the Bailey for them. they don't want you to talk about that. So they want to bring up the Mott, which is the more defensible position, which is that we're getting the electoral success, which is why you should be supporting us, because we're the only game in town right now. But what about the Bailey? What about the only reason why the only game in town is because you're fucking the compatible left, which is to say the NATO compatible left.
No, I think he said he wrote he's writing some series. He's like on the 7th part or something, Miss Macy. I don't think he said he watched
me, and I was like, sure, but this is not what I was like hoping for. One question when we go back and forth and disagree, but this is like just like not a good use of my time, and it feels like a little tangentious. And you can
that, Dan. I did ask. I specifically want to know why you think the DSA has been.
But we've been talking this. But we've been talking about this for 20 minutes, and you had a long list of things you wanted to talk to me about.
Well, right, but this is chief among them, because Dan, very few people are as engaged with this issue. I feel like I've learned a lot from your interviews with people who've done the organizing on the ground. I don't have any pushback about the efficacy of DSA. My question is how broadly applicable those strategies are. What is sort of unique about New York and the phenomenon that, as I was about to describe, started with AOC's run, which was not a DSA fueled and enabled run, the way that is so frequently characterized. Because from my perspective, there is a little bit of a willingness sort of to get behind winners that is almost more predictive of success, like people who are perceived to be able to win, than
Zoran was pulling
a lot
at
of
1%.
other things.
Zoran was pulling at 1% when they started, and they have a political strategy that's.
I just want to say this real quick.
Very effective, and so they brought him from 1% to victory.
And when
what do I keep doing? Okay, is this satire or something? Feminists are pros at canceling people.
This guy canceled himself, right?
Please tell me that's satire, because she's a feminist. I'm a feminist. We don't cancel people. I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
She didn't try to cancel him at all. She tried to carry on the interview, and he wouldn't let her. So I don't understand. I don't know if you could explain how she's canceled him. I don't think she has canceled him anyways. There's enough people out there that are gonna be supporting the DSA.
He canceled himself.
They're gonna ignore Bree and people like us and say, well, you guys are whatever, amateurs with no power. You don't know what you're talking about, right?
Right. Okay. So here we go.
Wait, when Zoran was polling at 1%, not a lot of people were trying to talk to him. I was, because I have all the candidates on, because I don't wait around to see if someone's going to suddenly unexpectedly spike in the polls to talk to them if I agree with their political agenda. But my point is that I think that what Zoran had to set him apart and that really enabled him to win was ranked choice voting, for one. And the fact that the candidates were running against Andrew Cuomo, who was uniquely villainous. And there was a sort of a stop Cuomo consensus that enabled Zoran's name to get out there.
And I'm now suspecting that you're going to like play all of this online, even though I'm having a meta conversation with you, which I wouldn't do for a guest on my show, which I would not do for a guest on my show.
Wait, so meta conversation. Because it wasn't live. Okay. So now he's trying to chastise her, to tell her to edit that part out. No, this is you, raw and unfiltered. Like, why would she edit that part out? Because you're being a little whiny bitch? No. Yeah, we don't let everybody see who you are.
We don't edit parts out either. There's a certain kind of style of journalism that we share with Bree here that you provide the full context so that people can judge for themselves. That's the whole freedom of speech, journalistic integrity kind of thing. I know it's rare these days. I'm sorry, but
right, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
But Dan,
But
you
it's
just
not- but
said
this
you
is
can
not
play this
the-
if you want, and I
No,
never
well,
said we were going to stop.
I'd rather.
I don't edit my podcast like
Sure,
that.
then that's fine. But I'm just telling you that,
Not to
like,
mention, he's not answering her question.
you asked me a question, I
Mhm.
answered it.
No, you did.
You debated me back, I debated you back, and now we're just like going over the same thing over and over. And my brain's just kind of like melting. My eyes are
What is
glazing
it?
over. It's just
Help me
unpleasant.
understand. Well,
Like,
help me understand.
Quick, ask him a question about his paper. He wants to talk about 1965 something. Polynesians, whatever he was talking
Like,
about.
Dan, I'm genuinely surprised by this. What about this is so unpleasant? I thought we were just having a conversation about what
Okay.
seems to me to be a really fundamental issue about the
Mhm.
direction of the left going forward. Because let me state where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I'm concerned that just like, maybe this is also something I'm not supposed to bring up, but I'm concerned that the same way that the left establishment pretended that force the vote was not a viable strategy. And then we saw
Okay.
Republicans, we saw Republicans effectively do it 2 years later and oust their.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry. You know what?
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important.
Ah,
The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel
I'm sorry,
brought a
hold
highly
on.
lethal weapon with him to my son's first grade
I
classroom
was trying
at
to put
Sandy
up
Hook
the chat
Elementary.
thingy. Okay, we skip that. Give me one sec, because Lance asked me to put up the chat. So let me do that.
Yeah,
real
he was
quick.
asking if you could put up the link again. I did put
Yeah.
the link in the Discord like you're suggesting. So if any of you guys, maybe I'll put up the Discord link if you're not in there and you'd like to come on the show and you'd like to join the Discord and kill the two birds with the one stone. At what we have, the only workaround that we had managed to find that works to get people to be able to join the show, since we can't post the link in the chat, is to invite you to our Discord. And there it is, in the chat. And then I have posted in the video section. Maybe I'll post it in the general section as well. Since that's what shows
So,
up. Go ahead.
oh, nothing. After this, okay, yet he quick. I see your comment. I'm gonna start. We'll start, and then we're gonna go back to that after we finish this video. This is almost done.
Okay.
Oh, she's been talking. Shoot, I messed up. I don't know where to start now. Okay.
I'm concerned that just like, maybe this is also something I'm not supposed to bring up, but I'm concerned that the same way.
I think after the commercial, right there.
Are
What is
glazing
it?
over. It's just unpleasant.
I'm
Like,
Dan. I'm genuinely surprised by this. What about this is so
Because if
unpleasant? I thought we were just having a conversation about what
Okay.
seems to me to be a really fundamental issue about the direction of the left going forward. Because let me state where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I'm concerned that just like, maybe this is also something I'm not supposed to bring up, but I'm concerned that the same way that the left establishment pretended that force the vote was not a viable strategy. And then we saw
Okay.
Republicans, we saw Republicans effectively do it 2 years later and oust their. Did he just hang up on me?
Yeah, girl. He said he had enough of your bullshit.
That's incredible. I really didn't expect that at all. So that was very unexpected. I've been wanting to have Dan on for a long time. Everything that I said about how much I value his work and his podcast is authentic and true. What I was about to just say when he hung up is that my concern is that just like force the vote was characterized by people and what I would describe as the establishment left as impossible, that we would end up with a Republican Speaker of the House when that is not how the voting works. I mean, I don't have to go over this with you guys. You guys know what the score was.
Girl, he didn't have an answer for that either. So it's probably best he left.
This, that the Republicans ended up doing it 2 years later, right? And it really raised questions about what the purpose of a squad was. Dan was making the case that our system works different than parliamentary systems, which is true, but that doesn't preclude elected progressives from voting in a block and needing their votes to be solicited in a similar way that happens in a parliamentary system, which was the ask during force the vote. So I feel like there's a kind of inconsistency between saying that America should be like this other system, but then not taking advantage of the opportunities to start to form our own system to behave in those sorts of ways. And my concern is that, similar to force the vote, what we are seeing is people like Tucker Carlson alluding to the idea of a dirty break on the right.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But
we know what you're going to do. He is definitely grifting towards J.D. Vance. And it's so obvious.
Right. I'm
But
wondering.
he's trying to act like he's not.
They seem to be keeping their options open, like looking at the data that's coming in and whatnot. He might actually run. I think it's possible that Tucker Carlson could maybe run as a candidate himself.
Yeah, he claims he doesn't want to. So I
That's
think
only if the people, his analysts, tell him he doesn't really have a chance, you know?
right.
Looks like Lance is joining us.
Okay. So let me. You want to
Hello,
finish
Lance.
this?
I wanted to
Lance.
say hi first.
Hi, Lance. How you doing?
How's it going?
I'm well, Abby. How are you doing?
Good. Good.
It's been a while, eh?
Yeah. Been a while since we had any guests on, actually. So good
Yeah.
to have a
Welcome
guest
back.
back.
Yeah, what's
So-
wrong? What's wrong with people, man?
What's wrong with the tech these days, you know?
Yeah, that too. Well, yeah,
Some people are shy.
it sounds like you have been algorithmed in some way.
Yeah, there's some glitches I feel that are targeted. You know, I can't watch things on Twitter. I try to watch a video. That happened months ago. I haven't been able to figure out what the hell. There is no way to. I had to ask somebody to fix it for me. We should probably call StreamYard and say, "What the fuck?"
Oh, Yeti, quick. We have 299 subscribers. You want to be number 300? Like Sparta? Welcome to Sparta.
at this
I'm not-
point,
Oh,
you know,
sorry.
He's just made a side note. I don't know what you mean. She can get that done to her. But
I didn't see it.
I'm sorry, who can get what done to who?
Yeah, I didn't know. What?
I- asking him for clarification. I'm just wondering what he meant by that.
Okay.
Okay. Are we done with this? Or you?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and play it some more. Yeah, we're almost
Okay.
done, right?
how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? Like, that's it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters, its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So no, I'm out. And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people are out.
And are we going to get the third party that we could have had that was leftist in character that ultimately is a Republican version, because our left did not believe those things were possible? We're too invested in reinvesting in the Democratic Party. And we're going to be standing there with, holding the bag the same way that we were after Republicans demonstrated that it was possible to oust their own speaker. And I'm really, frankly, rattled and kind of shocked because, there's no acrimony here whatsoever.
She is stunned.
I'm trying to reflect on what exactly was said that made this go left all of a sudden. Something about me asking about
AOC.
why not support candidates across different ideological lines, including Shama Sawant and Andre Easton. I would be surprised if that was the particular trigger. My goal here is not to have
AOC,
further
honey.
acrimony between various factions of the left.
She is stunned.
That
Hold on
I
a
think she's
second.
earnest
Just
about that.
that's not my intention at all.
What's
Did
up,
I?
Lauren?
just a second. Okay. I'm from DSA, and I just want to say that all this is just bullshit. Okay. I did not get disconnected. I did not hang up. There was a bird who shit on my internet cable, and everything went kapooey. Okay. So don't try to frame me in your Bernie left bullshit. Okay.
Just for clarification, I know this man and he's full of Ebola.
I love you, Lance. You know what? I did not put two and two together because first, I'm not a math wizard, but I didn't know you were the same Lance that haunts my dreams, and I appreciate you. Yeah, it's like that. How you doing, buddy?
Is that
It's
a pick?
like
Is that a pickup line, Warren?
It works on the Helen Keller types
Seriously,
because they can't hear me. See, now you've got your quotient of two old guys on this show, so now now everything's legal and above board.
Yeah, 2 old white guys, no less.
Well, if anyone wants to diversify the panel, you're welcome. You just maybe have to join our Discord first. So
I have a black soul, if that makes any difference.
my heart's black.
It helps.
I,
My heart black.
I just can't tell the difference between Abby and Mikhail. Mikhail, are you the one on the right or the left?
I don't know. With these bearded ladies these days, you can never tell, right?
I'm sorry, I have to apologize. All you young people look the same to me.
Look alike, we look alike.
Guess which one is not like the other ones, not like the other ones, not like the other ones.
So
I'm gonna go on a limb and say Abby's the black lady.
Oh, I get it now.
you sure?
I don't know.
So Yeti quick. Let's read this one. Can you read this?
You don't like freedom of
Michael?
speech. Remember, you like state. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't like freedom of speech. Remember, you like state socialism. By freedom of speech, I'm actually fairly critical. I don't think that these draconian policies that they've often had in like China's firewall. I don't like this. I don't think that's a good way to. I'm a little bit got mixed feelings on it because I understand how much this propaganda, this toxic propaganda from the West actually does create a lot of fucking problems, destroys a lot of people's lives, confuses a lot of people, turns them against their own people and whatnot. I just don't think that this great firewall of China or whatever, that's kind of a little bit comes with its own, like the it's like the saying, if the cure is worse than the disease sort of thing, right? Like the same with North Korea too. They've been isolated for such a long time. We don't have access to their proletariat. We cannot talk to the Chinese proletariat. Us average workers can't get together and know what they think or say about stuff because there's been a barrier imposed, for better or worse, between us. So I would love for that to change. Unfortunately, with the US in the corner, backed into a corner, they are really as dangerous, or more dangerous now than ever. And so you're going to have to respect their sovereignty as far as their decision to have less freedom of speech than we do, right? There's the whole thing about freedom of speech is also supposed to be, you have freedom of speech up until this point where you threaten people. That's not freedom of speech. And there's all kinds of threatening of people going on that the politicians get away with all the time in this American style freedom of speech, right? There's a whole lot of like, and people's freedom of speech in the so-called capitalist system, right? It's whoever has the most money has the most speech. So how is that freedom of speech, you know?
right.
Mikhail, I just got an email from the government of Canada, and I have to read it by law. Mikhail, unfortunately, you've been C9'd. If you check your emails for the next 3 days, you'll find instructions on how to report to your work camp. And Abby and Warren, you just can't enter Canada for the rest of your life.
That's
I
the
don't even
thing.
know you
Canada does
anymore.
not
I don't even.
have American
I don't
free
even.
speech. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
American free speech. Well, no, that Tom Homan the other day, the ICE guy said that Democrats need to shut their mouth. There's going to be more bloodshed. I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah. So that sounds a little threatening to me.
Yeah.
Just a little.
But it's institutionalized now in Canada. We've just had 4 bills passed, and there's another one coming next week. So fundamentally, if you piss somebody off on the internet, or if you criticize the government, well, first of all, the government has access to a full year of your browsing history, and they can go back a year. And if they find something, or if you do something from now on, they can take away your computer. They can take away your phone. They can, furthermore, if you're what is that term? If you're just made incommunicable, if they put you into the black hole, and let's say Mikel gets his phone and computer taken away. If he tells me that happened, I'd have to meet him in person. He gets like 3 years in jail for it. And the other thing too about the hate speech aspect is that if you, it's not going to go to trial by jury. It's going to be a tribunal of government appointed officials, and you can get life in prison for hate speech if you really piss somebody off.
Yeah, well, look at the Palestinian.
So, like Brazil, you go to jail for hate speech in Brazil.
And
an American.
I did not see that coming. You see what I said?
Yeah,
there?
it was like
I did not see that coming.
It was like this American lady that was saying racist in Brazil, and she didn't make it home. She's in jail. You out of here.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. So, and I don't know, Yeti Quick, like they are trying to criminalize free speech right now, trying to label anyone who is Antifa, which is anti-fascist, a terrorist or a terrorist organization punishable by prison.
Right. Maybe now is a good time.
They're working on that right now.
Well,
isn't that basically just showing your hand, though, when you say that you're against anti-fascists? I mean, that's just kind of like telling you that, I don't know. I mean, it kind of putting things together. It kind of sounds like you might be fascist. I mean, I don't, you might be, and like you said, a little bit. If you're against anti-fascism, that means you're against the guys that stormed the beaches in Normandy back in World War II. But I'm just saying, but no, those guys weren't Antifa. They were anti-fascist. It's like, scratch his head, still doesn't understand. Sorry, yeah. I just had to interject that.
That was
Cobra's here. Hi, Cobra. So I have to leave and come back because my whole screen is clunky. I'm going to put this in the private chat for you to show, because speaking of like your government threatening you, well, not that. Sorry.
I was going to say now may be a good time to play that Marco Rubio clip if you got it right.
Let me see if I can find it. But it just okay. Everything went back to normal. Weird.
The fuck.
I wanted to show this to Yeti quick about how the government is okay. So Cuba. Why does Cuba not work? Because of the United States and all the sanctions that they've put on Cuba. And now they're trying to, I don't know, what do you think they're trying to do with Cuba right now? Cuba's assault on the United States was never at root a quarrel over economic policy or sovereignty or even ownership of a particular territory. It was a revolution against Western civilization itself, waged in part via the novel and insidious method of persuading the children of the West to turn against their own inheritance. We have inheritance? What's our inheritance?
Your inheritance is the blood money earned by American imperialism. That's what the Western civilization he's talking about. That's the thing, is like we got to be a bit careful in the West here. What we know that what they're trying to do is bait us into saying the things that they are going to use to lock us up, even though they really don't have any right to do that. People need to recognize what legal positivism is. As long as they believe this is what the Nazis use, whatever, the moral relativism, okay? They just get to make the law whatever they say it is, and it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. And if you don't like that, then you have to stop supporting legal positivism, right? We need a whole new legal whatever theory whatever legal doctrine that the whole system is based off of. And right now it's based off of this fucking legal positivism, which allows them to basically get away with all kinds of everything in the name of the law.
Like data centers. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's like saying to somebody says, like, if somebody says exercise, you know, will help, you know, make you healthier, make your, you know, muscles better and stuff. And then somebody puts you in a straitjacket and ties up your legs. And then they say, see, exercise doesn't work. Look at this guy. Look at him. He can't do anything.
Look at him. He can't do anything.
Look at this guy. He's it's what exercise. Look at this guy. He's a joke. But yeah, it's like, yeah, take off the straitjacket and the chains and stuff and let me cook, and you'll see what we can do. But they want that. Yeah, they don't want that because they know that capitalism definitely doesn't work. But they got to keep that old story going.
Yeah. Well, as far as when Abby's saying, what do you think they're trying to do with Cuba right now? I feel like the analogy of on the battlefield in war, the sniper who intentionally wounds the enemy so that they have this soldier left in no man's land, so that the rest of their comrades are tempted to go to their rescue. And then if we go to try and help Cuba or whatever, boom, right? We get smoked. That's what they've done. As far as I have some kind of resentment towards China for, it seems like they've kind of left Venezuela and Cuba out to dry. But now the U.S., I think, with this pressure, is trying to get China to abandon the bigger, to lose the bigger, like the war, to win the battle. You know.
I mean, even think about. Okay, I'm going to read this quote down here. From the beginning, Castro's foreign policy was organized around his singular ambition to export his revolution across the hemisphere, and no enemy ranked higher on this list than the United States. So basically, the revolution would be, oh, look, Cuba's actually taking care of their people. Wow, that's possible. Well, why are we being taken care of?
They want us to maybe engage in historical revisionism, as far as to try and deny that is kind of what Castro's foreign policy was. The thing is, whatever, so what? You know, because that is what should happen. And that's what I'm saying about if we say these kinds of things when they're trying to do the new Red Scare 3.0, they're trying to force us to kind of contradict our own ideology by doing historical revisionism instead of historical materialism, by making us pay consequences for telling the truth, right? So, but this is the thing about what also I know the socialism in one country people, as far as they're trying to act like whatever, communism's not supposed to be a globalist kind of an ideology, right? Like, to me, communism doesn't really work unless it becomes globally accepted. Why? Because the capitalist monetary system is global. And so if you want to overturn capitalism, you can't overturn it in one country. You need to overturn it globally. But I guess you're a trot if you think that, right? Like,
well, I would say if it happened in the United States first, that would be huge. You would probably see a lot more countries like, well, shit, if they're doing it, you know. But then again, that's a pipe dream thinking that it's ever going to happen in the United States first, much less at any time.
Right,
know?
Which is what a lot of people, I think, are valid criticisms of Trotsky, is that all the Trotskyists seem to have thought that the revolution had to happen in Europe or in the US or whatever. It has to happen in the imperialist core first. And the kind of like the more popular theory nowadays is that it's going to have to happen in the global south first. And so maybe it's a little bit, both of those are a little bit, we kind of have to, like, if it happens one or the other, like, we need to support. This is what I was upset with the whole October 7th thing and with the COVID thing. I thought there are some signs that were happening that really show us that the U.S. empire, now is the time to start doing the things that we haven't been able to do because the time wasn't right, but now it is. And we're not, I found like I was the only one awake enough to see that now is the time to start changing our in a big way, like the approach that we have. But we can't do that more Marxist-Leninist kind of approach because people have this defeatist idea, right? That America is so, we're invincible, and there's never a time when it's finally weak enough that we can actually start to push back. So we defeat ourselves like that. So,
well, the thing about socialism. Go ahead.
Did you guys get a chance? I was just going to ask a question. If any of you guys had a chance to watch the resurgence of political terrorism speeches from the Department of State. Anybody see those? Marco Rubio spoke there, as well as Stephen Miller. And they're saying it's all coming from the political terrorism is coming from the far left. Nobody watched that?
I read about that. Yeah, go ahead. I read about it.
Go ahead and say what you were. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, delay. Yeah, that looks it every time, doesn't it? Well, first thing I was going to say, socialism. They don't like socialism because it puts a huge magnifying glass on the greed of capitalism. And second, the thing about Marco Rubio, he talked to like 60 leaders of some more, like 60 world leaders or something like that, these countries, and basically, these scare tactics saying it's all coming from the left, but when you look at the actual statistics, the majority of terrorism actually comes from right-wing terrorists. And it's, wait a minute, he's lying. Yeah, that's what he is. He's doing an untruth when he says that shit. I think that's what the kids call, what do they call it? Gaslighting, propaganda. Yeah, I think that's what that is. I could be wrong.
Who keeps muting me? Are you muting me on purpose? Did something happen?
No, I didn't mute you.
I kept getting muted. Oh, that was weird. I don't know if we said hi to Cobra yet, but hi, Cobra. And yes, free Palestine.
Don't call
so
me
I can.
I'm not Trot.
What?
Sorry, I had to talk. So I just spoke my weed. My bad. He's saying, I mean, you are a Trot, but it's fine. I'm not a Trot. Don't be mean. Trots wouldn't have me anyway.
Can't even see it.
I'm a Capricorn, in case anybody cares.
I'm an Aries.
I'm more of the anarcho-communist,
Spicy.
right? And that's because I try to go get on board with the Marxist-Leninists. They won't have me either, But like when the COVID shit happened, that's where I was maybe more of a tendency to go try and join with the Trotskyists. Whenever I was on the World Socialist website, which is the Trotskyist newspaper, for those of you who don't know. And I thought if you just read it from a socialist perspective, a lot of what they say comes off pretty socialist, where they seem to be pretty right about a lot of stuff, especially like the trade union stuff, right? Like, because a lot of people think like that supporting their trade union is going to be like the right thing, like the most socialist thing you can do, right? But then if you're not, anyway, I'm not going to go on a tangent on that. My point is, during the COVID thing, because they were so bad about the lockdowns and the vaccines and everything were good for you, I was banned from their website because I'm too much of the anti-vaxxer or whatever, or pseudoscience moron or whatever, right? But people need to wake the fuck up on the COVID thing or whatever, okay? Because they got it wrong, all right? And we're waiting for our flowers on that one, okay?
Capricorns were just designated domestic terrorists by the DHS. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Listen, Mr. Rippa person. He's shitting on Capricorns.
Oh.
That's all right. We're an angry folk. We're born in winter, so right off the bat we just get the cold freeze and the hate, and it's just just makes us grumpy peoples.
I'm just missing who's the Capricorn. Is that you, Warren?
That would be me. Yes. I was born on Martin Luther King's birthday, January 15th. Not that 20th bullshit with that federal holiday. No, the OG birthday. Thank you.
What's the?
We had to get Friday off.
What's the holiday? What's the date of the holiday?
The 19th.
Of which month?
MLK Day. It's
19th.
because it's closer to Friday. So you either get the Friday or the Monday or something like that. I don't know how that works. I don't know.
The 19th of what month?
January. January.
So there you go. So January is 1. 119 is 9/11 backwards.
Ah,
Right. You can always find a way to tie it back.
Well, do you know
I
how?
have a dream of a 3-day weekend.
You know how just before the World Cup we were getting bombed with images of Lionel Messi standing next to the Spanish guy, and so the Spanish guy had the number 19 and Messi is 10. So reading the numbers backwards, it was 9, 1, and 1. Zeros don't count. The coding is everywhere. When you start, I know you're laughing, Uncle, but when you start to dig in deep, you always find coding for pretty much any kind of world event.
Oh, I'm big time into numerology, man. I
Oh,
see
you are?
numbers and everything. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah, right on.
And yep, and I always forget the name. German. Come on, Michael, help me out.
I don't know. Germania?
Germania. Yeah.
What's that? I don't know what you mean.
What's Germania from, Abby?
Is it called Germania? It's
I
when
don't
you
know
the alphabet 1 through 26.
Oh, gematria.
Oh,
Gematria.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I caught that in 6th grade, but I had to get a shot for it. So it was awful. Kept talking in German. Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Well, there's two things that two things can be true at the same time, right? So I think that the ruling class really does like to troll us with a lot of the shit that they've gotten away with, and at the same time, with a lot of other unrelated phenomenon. When you're trying to do that number stuff, there's that whole like psychosis thing where you're just associating. I think it's called apophenia, where you just find meaning in something that mistakenly it's not actually there, but it seems like your mind can kind of create patterns out of nowhere if you keep the frequency illusion kind of stuff. So
well,
I think that's called A Beautiful Mind. They made a movie about it.
Well, there is such thing as Apollonia too. That's when you're addicted to Prince. For all you old schoolers out there, you young bloods, go your Googles, go to your Googles, do your Google thing. Sorry, because she was a.
That's like the Beatlemania or whatever.
No, her name was Apollonia. Did you not see Purple Rain? Have you not watched the 84? Was that what it was? Come on, man, Purple Rain. Okay, I got nothing. That's okay.
I just watch what the YouTube algorithm gives me because it's a little pathetic like that.
It's good music though. Great soundtrack though. If you like Prince,
Ooh,
it's really
Insatiable is like one of my favorite songs. I wonder how many babies were made off of that song.
You know it. That's some fucking music right there.
I mean, we could actually find out, right? Like when it came out, and then you could look at see how many babies were born within the next, I don't know, 9 months to a year or so.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's because of that song. Hands down.
I'm sure there's a lot of Barry White babies out there too that would just there's somebody be getting busy at the Barry. Oh, come on, baby, you know what's up. Oh,
Rondo has that voice, that Barry White voice.
Oh, Rondo does he?
Watch out.
Barry Rondo?
It's not as deep as Barry, but it's pretty sexy.
Can't get enough of your love, baby. Boop, boop, boop. Come on. That's the shit.
Or what
Sorry,
about
Russia.
I forget his name. He turns out he's a piece of shit, but he had a beautiful voice. He was Mufasa in The Lion King. I forgot his name.
I don't know.
Luther Vandross?
sure. No.
Luther made some babies too. Luther, come on.
Oh yeah, I bet he did.
Mm-hmm.
No, I forget his name. I'm sure
Is
Rondo.
that the same guy who did
drop it
like
in the
the
chat.
voice? Is that the same guy who did the voice for Darth Vader?
He might have.
James Earl Jones?
James Earl Jones. That's his
Is
name.
that him?
This is CNN. Yeah,
Mhm.
that guy.
That guy. Yep.
Yeah, he probably made some babies too.
Let me see this thing. I think I was playing it. Let me see.
Them vocal babies. I tell you, that's the kids today don't know, man. Because Drake ain't making no babies with that mumble rap shit. Nobody wants that. They're just in like, oh man, that's like contraceptive.
Yeah, I never liked Drake. Yeah.
I don't know. I just pulled that out of my ass. I don't really know what Drake sounds like, but I heard he does mumble rap, and I'm not a big fan of that. So.
Well, I just feel like Canada's not bringing our best these days when our exports are Drake and Bieber.
Yeah.
We can-
You remember the days, Mikhail, when it was bands like the Tragically Hip and the Bare Naked Ladies?
Well, Bare Naked Ladies, yeah. I never really. That's like before my time. So you guys talk about like Prince and stuff. This is not really my cup of tea. This kind of music, but I
Hey,
like
Loverboy's from Canada, working for the weekend. Come on.
I like
See,
like
Canada-
talent. You know, like in the '90s kind of. That's my kind of stuff, right? But
Canada actually punches way above its weight in terms of comedy and music. We have a lot of genius.
SCTV comes to mind. SCTV, probably some of the most brilliant sketch comedy out there.
Yeah, actually, you might, Abby. Do you remember a show called SCTV, Second City Television from Canada?
okay, baby, I'm going.
No, never heard of it.
How about you, Mike?
No, Second City TV. No.
Oh my God, it was in the '80s, so that's why.
Oh yeah, I'm young.
It was just loaded. There was John Candy, Eugene Levy, Catherine O'Hara, Martin Short, Rick Moranis, and they were. Well, I was in Toronto from 1980 to '84, and so they lived a block over from me, and they used to shoot on Bloor Street all the time. So it would be like I could be walking down the street. I remember one time John Candy was coming towards me, and just for fun, I said, "Hey, it's John Belushi," and he looks at me, and goes, "Cut that Belushi crap," and then he smiled. So no, you would.
What's that? Second City TV? You said?
Yeah, here. Actually, you know what? I'll pull up a clip that just to give you an idea.
Fun fact about Second City, right? So John Candy was affiliated with the Second City comedy troupe in Chicago as well.
Yes.
But Toronto is also known as, like in I think in the United States, Chicago is the second city. But Toronto in Canada is considered the second city.
Well, it's
from what I heard.
It's actually the biggest city in Canada. I thought that Toronto was doing the same thing that Chicago was doing to New York, just claiming to be like the second city in North America. I thought that was the Chicago-Toronto rivalry.
Yeah, there were fisticuffs and there was much bloodletting. But we came to a truce when somebody brought out a big-ass bowl of poutine. And, and then all was good because, you know, who doesn't like poutine? Mm.
Yeah.
What is that? Pootie-tang?
What?
I've heard of pootie-tang, but I don't know what poutine is.
What is it? It's like French fries and gravy and cheese? Isn't that basically what it is?
Cheese curds.
Cheese curds.
Yeah.
The squeaky cheese. Yeah, because I know that from Wisconsin. That's the squeaky cheese. The curds. The squeaky cheese. Oh, so good.
It's a French-Canadian dish from Quebec, Abby, and it's basically, French fries a frietpom, gravy, and cheese curd sometimes, I think. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds absolutely good.
Oh, it's not.
It's pretty good, but it's not like something to eat too much of because it's pretty heavy on the stomach. So
Look,
Sounds like
Louisiana,
it.
you eating bugs out of a pond. Okay, so don't tell me about no bullshit about
They're
that.
not bugs, by the way.
They mud bugs. Some crawdads said mud bugs down there to bayou with Boudreaux.
Speaking
And they are
about,
delicious.
They are good.
you keep popping up in my mind, Abby, over the last 6-7 weeks.
Oh, is that right?
I've run into 3 people from Louisiana. I've run into people. Remember, you guys were talking about Cajun and Creole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually talking to people. Like the one lady at a bus stop, she's from St. Lucia, and so she said, "We learn English, but why do you have an accent?" And she said, "Well, it's Creole, and it's a very broken kind of French, and that's my main accent."
Oh, we call that St. Lucia.
Yeah,
That's what we're talking about. St.
she
Lucia.
says Lucia, so
She-
yeah, I used to call it St. Lucia.
Lucia? Oh, okay. We call it St. Lucia.
And
So
then
I guess I'm wrong.
I met somebody who was, I think they were Métis. Métis is an official Aboriginal tribe up here, but they tend to speak French. But she also knew Acadian, so from the eastern part.
Oh.
And then I was on a Dutch live stream panel with a woman from Denver, Colorado, and she was telling me she just got there and she was so grateful to get out of Baton Rouge. She just hated Baton Rouge. So I did
Not
a
my
little.
city.
I know. Can you believe it? So I did a little research. I took a walking tour of Baton Rouge and read some about it. It looks beautiful to me. Like it's a real gem. Like you've got tons of history. You've got buildings, I think, that probably date to the 1600s, maybe. You've got what, 2 universities, LS.
Where were you in Baton Rouge? No, I'm just playing. Where
What's
the hell were you? I said, where were you in Baton Rouge? I
Yeah.
said, Baton Rouge looks beautiful.
it is probably a pretty
He's got
old
tons
city,
of
right?
beautiful historic buildings. I said, where the hell was he?
Really? Yeah? No.
Where, it's some pretty parts. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay.
I threw up in a
But,
gas station at Slidell one time. That's my claim to fame for
That's your
Louisiana.
claim to fame. So I took the Rubio thing down because I figured we should laugh first before we go back into the depths of hell.
Yeah.
And I have your video.
Yeah.
Is this like this? This looks like what is that show? It's like something for 500, Alex.
Oh, Jeopardy?
Jeopardy, yes. Is this like
Oh.
a Jeopardy? Well, let's just watch it. Hold on, I gotta share it.
It is. It's the Canadian version of Comedy Jeopardy. Yeah. You'll recognize
Okay,
most of the characters, I think.
I gotta wait. I
It's a
gotta pull it
satire
back.
of Jeopardy of it.
I gotta pull it back because the way he came out was funny as hell. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, so let me.
I just hope that you think it'd be fine to play this without the copyright strike or whatever. We're gonna have to criticize and critique this thing. for
Oh,
fair use, blah, 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 just
Let-
for
fair
let-
use. Fair
flavor.
use. I can make it. I can change the speed. Should I
So
do
the-
that?
So it's comedy of the absurd from the academic standpoint. We take it from there.
I'm changing the speed a little bit. Okay.
I remember this.
It's no big deal. Whatever. If we get any kind of strike, we haven't had one in a
Yes.
long time. You can just cut it out of the show after.
They'll just
Oh,
ban
wait,
it in
go.
Canada. Everywhere else is fine. Nobody knows it. Nobody else knows about it.
Okay.
If you're old and
Oh.
Canadian or
Ah,
or
the
even
way
both.
he came out, that porn mustache is everything. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he's impersonating Alec Trebek, who's also
Oh, okay.
who's also Canadian, by the way.
All
William
right,
Shatner's
so-
Canadian too. It's, Captain Kirk, he's Canadian.
There are so many, Warren. It's unreal.
They're everywhere.
No. It's like
So
a
he was-
treasure trove of Canadian delights.
Yeah,
Okay, y'all ready for this?
yeah. Let's
All
go.
right, here we go. Let's do this.
Alex Trebell. Thank you, Johnny Ola, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to Half Wits, the game show that's fun and at times extremely trying. If you've been with us for the past 2 weeks, you'll know that our contestants are all tied for the lead, all at 0. No correct answers thus far. 2 weeks, nothing even remotely correct. But we're hoping to break that deadlock tonight. But first, let's meet our contestants.
Nice tuxedo, though.
Darren Peel. Darren, good to have you back.
Thank you, Alex.
Oh,
I'd like to
he's
have
a
you over
looker.
for dinner real soon.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, Darren,
He's
you're
a
telling us
comedian,
you're
right?
in machine parts. Is that correct?
That's
It's
John
correct, Alex. I
Candy.
search ball bearings for a living.
Okay,
I have 2
okay.
pails at work. In one pail, I'll put good ball bearings, and in the other, I'll put the bad ones.
Sounds like a demanding job.
It is for me.
Now, Darren, you're a family man. Is that correct?
That is correct, Alec. I've got 2 wonderful parents. I have a mother and a father, and I have another brother whose name is Darren.
What I meant to say was you have a family of your own?
I don't follow you.
Do you have a wife? Do you have children? Do you have a family of your own?
Oh,
Your own
that,
family?
sure I do. Sure I do. I have a wonderful wife and 2 boys named Frank.
Well, good to have you here, Darren. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Alec.
Blanche Ray. Blanche, good to have you here.
That is correct, Alex.
Now, Blanche,
Alec, did I mention my wife?
I'm sorry, Darren.
My wife. Did I mention her by any
You
chance?
did, yes. You mentioned the wife and the 2 boys.
Named
That's right.
Frank.
That's right. Yes.
Thank
yes.
you. Just
Very,
checking.
very good. Now, Blanche, you're a secretary. Is that right?
That's correct, Alex. I work for Mr. Hargrove.
I see. And what line of work is your employer in?
That hair is everything.
He's the boss.
Blanche, you're telling us that you're single. Is that right?
That's correct, Alex. I'm unattached.
Well, good to have you here, Blanche, and good luck to you tonight.
Thank you, Alex.
Arthur Andrew Liggett.
Hi, Alex.
Now, Arthur, you were telling us that you are in medical research. Would you care to tell us a little about that?
I lied.
So all of these people are comedians?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not
Yep.
his nose, right?
No.
No.
They all they all went on to Saturday Night Live, pretty much.
I was gonna say get a Saturday Night Live
Oh.
kind of vibe from it.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry?
I lied. I thought it would sound good on TV.
Well, what exactly do you do for a living, Arthur?
Well, it's a job. It's nothing special.
What kind of a job?
Just a job, not a normal job.
What do you do for a living?
I work
Where?
around.
All right, I don't have time for this. Arthur,
Alex,
good to have you here.
Alex,
and good luck to you.
warehouse.
That's fine, Arthur. I don't really care at this point. Lawrence or bad? Arthur, I don't care what you do. Thank you. Now, Lawrence, you were telling us you're still in school.
Righto, Alex.
Postgraduate work?
No, high
You know
school.
who that is?
I'm having some degree of difficulty getting through high school.
I see. Well, good
But
to have
I'll
you here.
do it
I'm sure you will, Lawrence. And
because I have certain goals in life I feel compelled to complete.
very, very good.
One of which is becoming a circuit court judge.
Good. Good to have ambition.
And the second is perhaps playing professional hockey.
Good to have you here, Lawrence, and good luck to you tonight.
Righto, Alex, then.
Now it's time to play Half Wits. If you remember, when the final buzzer went yesterday, Darren Peel had just picked the category
What a
articles of
lineup.
clothing found in a bedroom. And so we'll pick up where we left off. Darren, I'm looking for 3 articles of clothing found in a bedroom.
Coat hangers.
Articles of clothing. Darren, I'm sorry, that answer is incorrect. And that opens the door for Blanche, Arthur, and Lawrence. 3 articles of clothing found in a bedroom. Lawrence Orbach.
Chest of drawers, Alex.
Listen to the question, people. I'm looking for articles of clothing. That answer was incorrect. Blanche Ray.
A parka.
A
What's a
winter
parka?
parka.
That is correct, Alex.
Judges?
What's a parka?
A winter coat.
Winter coat, keep
Yeah.
you warm.
Oh, Louisiana, we don't need parkas. Okay.
It's very Canadian.
Oh, okay,
accent-
okay.
the
I don't
ac-
even call them parkas, but yeah.
the accents are very Canadian here.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not in a bedroom, right? The question was, it's got to be in a bedroom.
That would be in the hallway closet, yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Holy
Incorrect.
closet,
Say the
you
judges.
fancy.
I'm sorry. You had Arthur Andrew Liggett.
Oh, Alex, what do they call those things?
We were looking for an answer here, Arthur.
Things.
Arthur, we need an answer.
Things is his answer.
Quilts.
No, I'm sorry, Arthur. That answer is incorrect. Quilts is wrong. I was looking for articles of clothing, pajamas, nightshirts, nightgowns, any article of clothing you might find hanging in a bedroom closet. No correct answers on that round. What else is new? So we move on to our next category, and Johnny Ola, tell everyone what our contestants could win on this round of Half Wits.
Our contestants will win seat covers. Attractive yet durable clear vinyl seat covers.
Seat covers.
Wait, hold on. Seat covers, not the car. Just the
No.
seat
Yeah, you
covers.
don't get the
Because I was
car.
about to say that car is pretty nice. Oh,
Not as nice
is
as
that,
those seat covers, apparently.
is that
Look at those
nylon?
things. Look at
Is that
that.
nylon? Imagine it being in the sun
That's
with
pure
the
plastic.
with
I
the.
think they're pure plastic, yeah.
That's pure plastic. You'll be
Oh, that
sticking
would be
to them in that
great.
hot summertime. You know what I'm talking about. Your buns be sticking.
Car's interior. Seat covers from Vinyl World. They're the seat cover people. Back to you, Alex.
Vinyl.
And that fabulous prize could go to one of our contestants with one correct answer. And Blanche, we need a category.
I'll take European cuisine, Alex.
European cuisine. Now listen carefully. I'm looking for one culinary dish from each of the following countries. First, Italy.
Italy? Could it be cheese omelets?
Cheese omelets. Unbelievable. No, I'm sorry, that answer is incorrect. Alex!
Uh-oh.
Now the cheese omelets
Oh,
killed it. Does it every
Okay.
time.
Oh, well.
Mhm.
You
make
can only
sure my,
enjoy a little bit of Canadian
Wi-Fi
goodness.
Still
That's
on.
all
It
you
didn't go
get.
to it.
So have a little bit of explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, I'm on the right Wi-Fi. I don't know.
Let us
Uh-oh.
go to the
Uh-oh.
bathroom.
Yep.
No more.
Oh, well.
Canadian Mafia took it out.
Hold on. Okay, maybe if I move it up some.
Yeah, it could
There
be
we
hate,
go.
hate speech in Canada.
It could be.
Making fun.
And use your bells, please. Use your bells. Use your... Answer is incorrect. Alex. People, do not wave your hands. Use your bells, please. Use your bells. Use your bells, please. Thank you. Darren Peel.
Is it spare ribs?
There it is.
Spare ribs. No, I'm sorry. That answer is incorrect. I'm looking for a dish from Italy. Lawrence Orbach.
Swedish meatballs.
Swedish meatballs. Lawrence, can I ask you a question? Where the hell do you think Swedish meatballs come from?
Italy.
Arthur Andrew Liggett.
Spain?
Well, we seem to have exhausted that relatively simple category. So I tell you what I'm going to do. Instead of going into a third week with this particular group of contestants, I'm going to pick a number from 1 to 10. And the contestant that comes closest to that number, I will personally declare the winner. A number from 1 to 10 will start with Darren Peel.
12.
A number from 1 to 10, Blanche Ray.
That's what I was going to say, 12.
I'm looking for a number from 1 to 10, Arthur Andrew Liggett.
Oh, this is
Aw.
tough. Any number, Alex?
Just pick a number!
12?
Lawrence Orbach!
No, I've lost track, Alex. Could you repeat the numbers that have already been taken?
And we're out of time. So I guess we'll go into a third week looking for a winner, looking for one correct answer, and looking for a new talent coordinator. Until then, I'm Alex Travell, and remember, a half-wit is sometimes better than no wit at all. Good night.
Pizza pie.
So, was this Saturday Night Live was before this or after this? Anybody know?
Technically before, but
Yeah,
I think the Jeopardy, like they do Jeopardy on Saturday Night Live, and I think they totally ripped this off.
yeah. A lot of the themes that ended up in SNL came from SCTV. I think SCTV was late 70s to mid 80s.
Yeah.
But it was really something. I could be walking down like Yonge Street or Bloor Street, and they would have like businesses done up to look like New York police stations. And they would have yellow taxis and New York cop cars on the street. I remember one time I was watching James Garner and Mary Tyler Moore coming out of the building, turning onto the sidewalk, having an argument. And then they go back. You did it like 10 times.
Something's going on with your mic.
Yeah, we always lose you somehow with your mic. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
It's too much poutine. That's probably what it is.
It's actually the maple syrup this time. Yeah, it thickens up my throat.
Hey, Canadians, did Will Ferrell's parents own a comedy club? You guys
I didn't know that, Rondo. Thank you. But
I thought Will Ferrell was American. No.
yeah, I don't know. That's where I don't really follow these celebrities. I don't know their names as much. I know the faces, but I know some of the names, but like Will Ferrell and Adam Sandler, obviously. But I wouldn't know like all those people on that skit, the SCTV. There, you're saying they're all famous people. I don't recognize them.
Well, it's because you're not ancient, Michael.
Exactly. It's because I was born in the 90s.
When were you were born in the what?
Sometimes we still have more of a fascination in the older stuff, and
you're not a compressed pile of dust that's just ready to blow away at any second, Michael. So count your lucky stars for being young, you asshole.
Good to know you while you're around.
Not you
Never
asshole.
know. Yeah, no, thanks. Appreciate that.
Okay, I'm actually gonna switch this one.
And Abby, I just have one more story for you. I at the bus station, I met this really hot chick in my city. She's 70 years old, which is the age where women peak in attractiveness. And so we were talking about the past, and she told me that she did a PhD in critical theory. It's kind of like postmodernist philosophy mixed with social issues and law. And they try not just to criticize society, but to offer solutions. So I asked her where to start. And she said, oh, definitely, critical race theory. So I got this book from
critical race theory.
On critical race theory. So this guy, he's really interesting. This is, that's what he looks like. So he definitely looks like a honky. But his...
I had to go and find the one book written by the white guy on the critical race theory.
Yay! Well, he has an interesting perspective. His father was black, his mother was white. So the relatives on his father's side, his uncles, were all black, and two of his brothers were black. So he tells stories of how he'd be like at a parade, and his black uncle was holding him on his shoulders. And people reported him as being kidnapped, and the police were always involved. When he went to supermarkets, he noticed that the security guards never followed him, but they always followed his brothers. So he has a really interesting perspective on life, I think.
That's so interesting. That happens in America too. It's like his grandmother, her grandson was black, and he was in the back seat. And they're driving along. The police pull them over, draw their guns, and they're like, making the little. And this is a teenager. He was young, very young, and threw their guns on him. Had him come out with his hands up, walk back to the car, all this stuff, and they have him detained. And then they're and the grandmother's like, "What is going on?" And they're asking her, "Are you all right? Were you kidnapped?" Like, that's my grandson.
So he basically.
That's not funny, but you gotta. It's nervous laughter, like you gotta laugh or else you're gonna cry.
Somebody asked me. They asked me if I was kidnapped, and I said, "Yeah," and they said, "Well, good," and then they just walked off. So.
Anyway, his basic thesis is that your whole country was founded on racism and slavery, and it's institutionalized, and they've gone out of their way to make it a thing. They've even gone through, after the civil rights movement, they switched to what's called colorblind racism, where everybody talks good about racism, but they work the economics through the back door to deny people access to education or housing or voting. But if you want to read it, here's what I like about it. It always starts out, every chapter starts with two quotes. So this one for colorblind racism, there's two quotes. One's from H.R. Haldeman, the chief of staff to President Nixon, and it goes like this. President Nixon emphasized that you have to face the fact that the whole problem is really the blacks. The key is to devise a system that recognizes this while not appearing to. So that's how the system was devised after the civil rights. And here's an attribution to a white cultural aphorisms. Some of my best friends. So he'll pick those two quotes and he'll talk about them the whole chapter, and some of it is just fascinating.
What's his name? Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah.
The author?
Sure, I'll do that right now.
And
So
you,
what if you-
side note, I didn't even realize you were a ginger. Like, I always thought your hair was all gray, but you're like red on this side.
Well, here's an interesting.
You're a ginger?
See my beard? It used to be all white, and for the last year and a half, I've been taking really high dose vitamin D, 10,000 units, along with magnesium and vitamin K, and my hair is coming back ginger. So there's
Interesting.
Wow.
there's
you
hope.
do that. Sorry.
I just gave up.
My mom takes 10,000 ICU.
Oh, good, good. I was going to ask you, Abby. Does just 1 second? Okay.
What if you hate everybody? Does that make you racist?
No, it makes you misogyn or not misogyn, misanthropic.
Misanthropic?
Oh,
Hater of all people.
I love that word.
That sounds like some
I
sort
haven't
of
heard that
dinosaur
word in a
they
long
found.
time.
That sounds like a dinosaur they dug up like in the desert or something. Oh, it's the misanthropic. You know, he perished about 400,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So they would call you a misanthrope.
Exactly.
Does sound a little bit like counter to your own survival to hate the people around you, which most the human thing for most people is we need each other to survive. It's kind of like a maladaptive thing, if you want to put it that way.
So are meteors misanthropic because they hate people? They hate everybody. They hate dinosaurs. I know that for sure.
Well, if you think the universe is conscious, like most people do, I'm a little bit skeptical. I don't know. I'm reserving judgment on that, being more agnostic about that. Trying to give the other side the opportunity, be more dialectical about that kind of thing.
Some people don't believe in meteors.
This doesn't exist. Squash. Oh, okay. I guess it does.
But I've said that before. It's like what we need is a well-placed meteor. And I'm thinking like the White House. Fingers crossed.
Yes, I've been praying for fallen rocks for the last 10 years. No dice.
But that might scrape.
They need to get their coordinates straight, though.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Only with the right coordinates.
Exactly. We'll put GPS on there.
A meteor might scrape up the reflecting pool, though. You got to be careful.
I have this wild theory about the universe. Real quick, I think we, like they say, there's like the quantum realm, where we could you use like micro, electron microscopes, and you see all kinds of crazy shit happening. There's all kinds of weird physics and stuff. Maybe all of us, this universe is a quantum realm of an even bigger macro universe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's just you got to
Yeah,
do the
we're just
proving
like
of it.
we're like ants in a macro universe.
I like the idea.
I agree.
That if you go big enough, you find somehow your way onto the smallest of plane again. Or you go small enough, you end up at the size of the universe itself.
Yeah, because like maybe planets and shit are like electrons and protons and shit, and then you got neutrons and
Yeah, and it's just the galaxies, whatever, just what it looks like if you have the perspective from that tiny scale. But
and I'm not even stoned either. This is like some sober shit I came up with too. My stone shit I can't really discuss because that's some wild shit, and nobody wants to go down that road. That's for sure.
Yeah, I got to stop talking with the AI about fucking quantum physics. That's kind of what I do to pass the time sometimes when I'm stoned, drunk, right? Got nothing better to do, but give me some fucking AI psychosis. Why not? Sure.
You could ask the AI, can God make a mountain so big that he can't pick it up? That shit'll start smoking.
That's a good question.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't think God makes mountains. I think that's just they get it from like IKEA or someplace like that.
This is the thing where as far as the religion debate, whatever, that doesn't seem like it does happen if you go looking for it. There's plenty of people on YouTube debating religion, but to me, where they have left to go is that evidence of God is that God is the universe, but there's that if there is any kind of God, being more agnostic than atheist, then I would say it's wrong to claim that the universe is conscious, that we are a part of the universe or whatever. We are the universe looking back at itself. I think there's a kind of narcissism about that. I think consciousness is an emergent property of the universe. I don't think the universe itself is conscious. That's kind of what I'm tending towards these days.
Yeah, I think there's too many.
We talk about in the Meta Natera, like in the Meta Natera, they say that the universe became conscious of its consciousness, and that's when that is the Big Bang, when it became conscious of its consciousness, and then started slowly forming planets and
the universe could be
life.
conscious, but I would say even if the universe is conscious, I wouldn't say that we are that consciousness. I think we are separate. There's differentiation for some reason.
Well, there's also a theory that the universe might actually be inside a gigantic black hole too. Yeah. There's some crazy theories out there. All I know is
don't exist, right?
All I know is it takes a while to get downtown, and I don't really know about the universe, but sometimes I gotta go to my weed guy, and that traffic be bad. You know what I'm saying? So the universe be working against me, so I get my freak. What? Sorry, I probably shouldn't have shared that.
Let's get back to the evil. I had to delete for a second my whatever that word is, Lance. It was acting up. I think I can't pronounce the word because consciously I don't want to have it. So if I can't say it, then it doesn't exist.
It's the cyclical spores in your asses.
What, the Apollonia? Do you have an affinity for purple? That's what Apollonia is. It's like and guys with jerry curls too. Jerry curls. That was a thing. Young people. Shit! Who's this ghost of Christmas past?
Actually, that used to be my celebrity cheater years ago. And everybody was like, "What?" I think I've said this before on this show, and everybody in the comments were like, "Abby do." Huh?
You look like she'd be breaking in your house around Christmas time, trying to remind you of the shit that you did in the past.
She does. Well, she getting out there.
Ooh, be shaking chains and shit.
I switched it to her because it's only 10 minutes long, and she has Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller. So I think she's pulling out the like most like the most influential or crazy shit, maybe. I'm not sure. So let's watch it.
So Stephen Miller are pushing for a global crackdown on leftist organizations. On Thursday, hours before President Trump's primetime address, the State Department hosted an international summit where Miller described the left as, quote, enemies of civilization. This is part of Stephen Miller's speech.
Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive. In our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
On Thursday, the State Department announced new visa restrictions targeting what it calls, quote, members of far-left terrorist and other aligned groups. Secretary of State Rubio talked about targeting anti-fascist organizations.
Look at that. Look at
President
that.
signed National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7, outlining a
Wait, hold on. I gotta go back. Hold on.
Look at all those fascists.
I gotta go back.
Reminds me of when the EU stands
Who is?
conferences.
Sorry, but who is that Negro on the left?
Token fascist.
That's like the right wing.
Oh, and then there's one on the right, but he's not black. He looks like he's more like Indian or something. All the way to the right in the middle.
That's the right wing
He's
version
like
of
the
We Are
last
the
one.
World. Remember when they did We Are the World? That's the right wing version. We hate the left. We hate the socialists. We're gonna take all your money and make you eat dirt today. All right, everybody, let me hear you.
Well, I
It
think
just makes me
that
think of
that was the 80s, Michael.
real
Sorry.
quick.
Yeah, that was the
Go
80s,
ahead.
Michael.
It just makes me think of this is totally off topic, but how Michael Jackson, he's trying to like coach the people that come after him on how to sing their part. And oh my God, they sounded horrible. It was Cyndi Lauper, some other dude, I can't remember. It was 3 of them that came after him, and you should have saw his face, and he just walked in the corner and just.
I just had it with all these white
This is
people.
some
These white people
bullshit.
don't know how to sing. That's some bullshit. I'm out of here. Who the hell? Tito, did you put me up in this shit? I'm just getting the fuck out of here.
I might have to play it. I ain't gonna lie, it was funny as hell. But okay, let's go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, I was just gonna say, like, well, all of this just shows to me that we're kind of on the right track. You know, even if we're not a force to be reckoned with in politics today, we are still. They're showing you what they're afraid of. So maybe
they're really scared. They're
take
really
notice.
scared.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick. Did you see where Mike Johnson said he wanted $350 billion for the Pentagon to fight communism in the United States?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
I want to apologize on behalf of Louisiana for Mike Johnson. I don't
Look, I'm from Mississippi, sister. We done fucked up so many shit with all these crackers that came out of that state. So, you know, I'm sorry, honkies. I didn't mean to use
rest in power, Nolan Wills.
It's also known as the H word.
H word. yeah. That we don't use the strong E. We just all the other people have to say honky. Instead of you can't say honky. That's our word. But so you can say honky or honkus.
We don't say
or just honk.
we don't say cracker. We try to show a little more respect. We say cracker. Okay.
I never mind being called a cracker. That just makes me sound like I'm buttery and delicious.
No, that's not where that comes from.
I know that's not where that comes from, but in my mind, I'm thinking of a Ritz cracker that's all golden brown and delicious. Nom, 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 nom. But yeah,
No,
cracker is actually
you got to think about the whip.
yeah, we cracking the whip. That's because they were crackers. They were cracking the whip. But I don't like to go there
And that's
because I'm
that's the
white and I
sound
have
that it
white
made.
guilt.
Whoever wants to go there, right?
Abby, I was also looking at Tucker Carlson, how last year in 2025, he stated that he found out, he didn't find out his father was CIA until after his death. And then
Lies.
You go back to 2024 and 2023, and he's telling stories about his father. He said he worked for a company that worked for the CIA, which means the same thing, and et cetera, et cetera. But one of the most interesting things about his father is that he was I think for 10 years, he was the chief executive officer of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, PBS. So it just adds more evidence to the theory that the CIA and other intelligence agencies, they're called intelligence agencies, not because they spy on foreign countries, which they do. The CIA overthrows democratically elected governments, but they also spy on us. They do it through the Five Eyes, for example. The USA, Canada, the UK, New Zealand, and Australia have an agreement that spy agencies, so Americans can spy on Canadians and then give the information to the Canadian government. So it's not just that they spy on foreigners, they spy on us, but they also run the so-called the mind control system of our society. So they run television, they run movie theaters, studios, they run newspapers. They may not actually own or operate them, but they always have people there, because part of the function of media is essentially, well, I would say societies don't work unless there's a high degree of mind control. And mind control, by definition, is the deliberate manipulation of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in a population from a distance without them being aware of it. So you have to do that to control a society. Even the word government comes from the Latin governare or gubernare. So when you have an election for a governor of your state, it's a gubernatorial election. So governare or gubernare mean control. Think of the governor in a car engine. And the ment comes from Latin mentis, for the mind. So even in the word government, it's telling you that it's mind control. It's something people don't usually want to talk about, but it is a very real thing. So fundamentally, they have to get you on board. They have to get people to trust their government. They have to get them to believe that if you work hard, you will succeed. Pay your taxes. That's your duty. If they have to get you to make the association, especially in a consumer society, that if you feel bad, buying something will make you feel better. And the other thing they do too is to make you feel bad about yourself all the time. Think of all the commercials for it. They're always going for your hair, your teeth, your nails, your socioeconomic status, what kind of car you drive. There's just so many things that they have to get people on the same page as. That is essential.
Make people feel responsible for their own bad circumstances. It's not just make you feel bad, but make you feel like it's your own fault that you feel bad.
Yeah, if you're in distress, it's your fault, but the government's still good, and they're looking out for you. Don't worry.
Yeah,
we can thank.
And I want to mention real quick. I just want to mention. I wish I would have saved this. There's a compilation of he was in. I forget the countries he was going to, straight out of high school.
Yeah.
Why were you there if your father wasn't in the CIA?
Yeah, it was Nicaragua. He made a whole
Nicaragua. It was a bunch of them.
Yeah, but here he is right out of university going into war-torn nations, basically off ban for other Americans to go to. Yeah, his father was something else, man.
I was just going to say we could also thank Edward Bernays back in the day for twisting people's minds with the advent of modern advertising too.
Yep. Well, he wrote the book called Propaganda.
Yeah,
and he was Sigmund Freud's nephew.
That's right.
So he had mass mind control thoroughly studied. The most of it came, well, it's been going on for thousands of years. They knew how to control minds. See, mind control, if the manipulation of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors from a distance without the subject's awareness, that would exclude things like torture. Okay, so it's not hands-on. So if you can do this through broadcasting, through books, through Bibles, through whatever the medium is,
we lost Abby.
It looks like it, yeah.
We'll be right back. Sorry, go ahead.
The Bible's a good example of that, especially like down south where a majority of the Southern Baptists use the King James Version, which is just a bastardized version of the original that King James made kind of Trumpified it. You know, he basically said, I don't like these parts, let's change this. I don't like these parts, let's change this. And a lot of these people down south who read that, I'm like, no, go get the Ethiopian Bible that has like 88 books in it, has all the shit in it. Go read that shit. But they won't do it. You know, it's all about, and about oppression too, keeping people down, right? Like what is that saying? You give them a problem, and then also you sell them the solution to it. So it's like you give them this problem, people are oppressed or whatever. It's like, oh well, we can get you out of this if you play ball, be a capitalist. See, all you gotta do is work hard, bootstraps, all that bullshit.
That problem, reaction, solution thing.
Yeah,
I think I would say, in my impression of that is it's like the vulgar inversion of the dialectical process. Because if you look at like Hegel, who Marx got like his dialectical materialism from, he just added the materialism to Hegel's. He's criticized Hegel for being too like spiritualistic and idealistic or whatever, but like Hegel's original thing is this this dialectic that's this well, and there's also I'm forgetting this other guy, I think it's Feuerbach or something, who is more specifically the thesis, antithesis, creates a synthesis idea, as far as like that's how reality kind of works. Like that's Marx's dialectical materialism, is that like everything that happens is driven by change, or whatever, by contradiction in motion and stuff, right? So this is where the anti-communists who don't really want to take that seriously, they tend to be all like, no, what they mean by that is problem, reaction, solution. They just want to dominate everybody. They just want, and this is where people criticize like the Soviets for the like, you socialists just want government of your own. You want mind control of your own, you know? And this is what I was trying to get at earlier, which is like the thing that the Eastern Marxists these days would kind of criticize as like stupid idealistic Western Marxists or whatever. But what we're getting wrong about the transition phase of socialism is this thing about we have to be dismantling the structures of capitalism, and that is the transitionary phase, is the act of dismantling government, right? The capitalist government, and to try and erect a socialist government, a socialist nation state, you know, a socialist governed by a socialist party or communist party, but protected by an army, utilizing the monopoly of violence or whatever that we're getting from the previous structures of the bourgeois, whatever form, the Westphalian system of governance, right? So there's too much of that's been foreclosed. It's in denial that's what's kind of happened. Is, well, that's part of the contradiction of what led the Soviet Union or whatever to be not as successful as it could have been, is by trying to re-erect a new system of control over the people. It was supposed to be a dictatorship of the proletariat, and then it ends up becoming a dictatorship over the proletariat, ruling in their name instead of them having the power, right? So that's a tricky thing. That's where the anarchists, I think, have a good solid critique of socialism, if we are not democratic about it in a way, right? But we see the problem with social democracy. There's too much I said there, right? But I hope you get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, we have to be dismantling the structures of capital, wherever, not reinventing them and putting a socialist label on it. That's kind of not necessarily going to achieve the results of global kind of communism, you know? So.
Okay. I don't know where we are.
Well, just to wrap up that mind control thing, it's been known for thousands of years, but it was the Germans fundamentally that perfected it. The Germans have done so much, like medications, drugs.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Did y'all say goodnight to Jackie? To Jacqueline?
No.
Have a good night, Jacqueline. Thanks for being with us.
Good night, Jackie. I actually have to split too. because Michael's really pissing me off with all these big words that I don't know. So no, I mean, much love, brother, but you know, you got to dumb it down for country boy.
I know, my bad, right?
I'm straight corn pone. You know what I mean? I'm lucky I got teeth.
I wanted to piss you off with what Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio were saying.
Well, you already did with that fucking snakehead, that dude coming out. I think David Icke was right. All these lizard people coming out in the woodwork, son.
Oh,
thanks for joining us, though.
Wait, hold on. There's this movie. It was from 1988. I think it's called They Live.
Yeah, they
like
did.
The guy would put on the glasses.
Yes.
I want to see that movie.
Oh, Abby, I can share a YouTube channel where the guy always uses that movie at the start. I think the channel is called I've Got One That Can See. And so that's a movie with Roddy Piper. Actually,
right. David Keith too.
That's who that was. All I know is it was a white dude and his best friend was black or something.
Yeah, David Keith, who was in the Thing. Him and Kurt Russell are at the very end of that movie. Sorry, spoiler alert. And also, I think in Friday, he was in Friday. He said no, that was John Witherspoon. Never mind. John Witherspoon said, I had to smell your shit for 30 years. Now you got to smell mine. On that note,
I wonder if I could find that on like Prime or something. Or
you know, you'd be surprised how many shits you can find on YouTube though. That's like sneaky, you know, that has like some sort of like weird language or something for the channel. But then they got it up there like, fuck it, I'll watch it if it's free. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate you. Love each and every one of you. We're going to be talking about what was it? The shit. Hang on a sec. I got to do this if I get my fucking mouse.
Yeah.
Can I plug tomorrow's show?
Yeah, if you haven't heard of the Undercurrent,
absolutely.
Show you're
Hold on, let me
with Lainey and your other channels. Let everyone know where they can find you and all that.
Yep.
Extra Bulla on YouTube and Rumble and Facebook. I got Extra Bulla Substack too. I put all the shows and the show notes in there. But tomorrow we're gonna be talking with Willie Bragg about the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012, which basically says the government can propagandize you. So you know, talking about mind control and shit like that.
Yeah,
so that was
I thought of what year?
Well, Obama.
2012. Obama did it.
Obama did that.
Okay. Oh, that's what I was about to say. I thought that was Obama. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a Smith-Mundt Act that said that you can't propagandize your own people like that. But then in 2012, Obama said, "Well, I think we're going to change that. I think I want to change that." Michelle, what do you think?
Black president, y'all.
First black president. Come on, let me propagandize.
I don't consider him black because he was not raised by anybody black. So he doesn't have a.
He's
but when you say a black American,
I think of Wesley Snipes.
I wouldn't even call Kamala Harris black. She wasn't raised by black people. She's Indian.
Was she like Jamaican and what? Like
her dad is Jamaican. Obama's dad is Kenyan. Yeah, her mother is Indian. Her dad's Jamaican. But she was raised from Africa. She was raised in Indian culture. She's not black.
So what if I had two black?
Like being like she's mixed, but she's not black American, like raised in black culture. It's a totally different experience, and she doesn't have it.
So what if
she
I was
cosplaying like she does? Go ahead.
What if I was raised by two black parents?
Well, you're not black, but you have a better understanding of black culture.
And that would be like the reverse Different Strokes, I think. So anyway, on that 80s cultural reference, I'm gonna bid you kind folks adieu. Come see us tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. On the Undercurrent. I also do it on the Extra Bulla channel if you're too shy to come over to the Undercurrent. But if you could subscribe to the Undercurrent, it's the Undercurrent, the number 4 and YOU on sorry, I didn't mean to hit you.
Can Can you put in the chat so I can post so I could put it up?
Oh
Just real
God,
quick
I
before you
gotta
leave.
hurt myself. Okay.
Abby loves long goodbyes, don't you know? Right?
Well, I want to make sure people could, like.
No, yeah,
I will say that.
Yeah.
It's a country goodbye. The country goodbye is you're sitting there and you're talking for a while. You go, well, I better go. I got to get up early in the morning. And then somebody says, oh, hey, did you hear about so-and-so? And you're like, oh, yeah, right. And then you go back right into another conversation. And then you say goodbye like 3 or 4 times. It's wonderful, though.
Yeah.
I love it. It's the best.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's like CP time goodbyes.
I don't know what Irish goodbye is, but
Cookies is right. It's like unlike the Irish goodbye, where it's like they don't say goodbye, they just. It's like, where the fuck did he go?
I'm out.
That's what I hate about that George Galloway show. People, whatever, he's got the the callers and the guests, or whatever. He'll have them on, and then he doesn't let anyone say goodbye. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
He does, and what is he? He's Scottish. And he's Scottish, and he makes them do an Irish goodbye. That's like some UK shit.
I didn't think of it in the terms of like Irish goodbye or whatever, but I just I think of it in terms of like I'm the important one or whatever. So like the show must go on or whatever. We don't have time for that or whatever.
Well, I'm not going to do an Irish goodbye on you. So anyway,
top of the morning to you.
Au revoir. Say one thing and do another. It must be American goodbye, you know.
Au revoir. All right. So, are we done with this, or are we gonna watch it, or what are we doing?
Let's play it a bit.
You don't have to if you don't want. It's just 10 minutes long, and we already. Let's see. It's 8 minutes long now.
Okay.
Love you too long.
All
right, here we go.
Let's play some of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Anti-fascist organizations.
The president signed National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent, far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon.
We're joined now by 2 guests. Mike German, former FBI special agent specializing in domestic terrorism and covert operations. His latest book, Policing White Supremacy, The Enemy Within, also author of
Mike German, The Police of White Supremacy. I don't know, there's something kind of ironic about that almost, you know.
Right? I didn't know they were doing this, but I'm interested to see what he has to say.
Disrupt, Discredit, and Divide, How the New FBI Damages Democracy. And we're joined by Ken Klippenstein in Madison, Wisconsin, independent investigative journalist who's been...
Klippenstein. Here we go with fucking democracy.
Well, it ain't Klippenstein.
This is where these algorithms, they give us these fake journalists and stuff, whatever, these all limited hangouts and everything, and I appreciate people like Indy who have given me a reason to suspect people like Ken Klippenstein and Ryan Grimm, and that's what I'm saying. There are some
What's his name is Ken Klippenstein or Steen?
Ken Klippenstein. I don't know.
Yes, she says Steen.
Steen. I don't know. I just don't trust him.
You don't look like a Stein. I don't know.
I don't really listen to him.
Let's
So
see what
give
they
him a
have to
chance,
say.
right?
Yeah.
Closely following the Trump administration's designation of left-wing activism as terrorism. Ken, let's begin with you. Lay out what happened at the so-called terrorism summit yesterday and what caused you most alarm.
Before he does that, Rondo and all you Cosby fans, y'all remember when Rudy tried to make a shirt for her brother? Don't that look like the shirt? If you know, you know. Okay.
Well, it's an extraordinary event because it pulled in representatives over 65 different countries to discuss the supposed threat of political terrorism, and that's kind of how it was touted to the press in the run-up to the event. But any pretense that this was going to be a neutral look at the threat of different political groups quickly fell by the wayside as they introduced a term which I have never heard before, which is far left terrorism, or FLT is the acronym they're using to describe this new purported threat. And if you look at the language they've used to describe this event, the White House put out an admirably frank press release yesterday describing the event as prioritizing a counterterrorism approach that treats the political left with the same, quote, ferocity as we have fought traditional jihadi groups in the past. So they're putting left-wing political groups in the United States and abroad on the same footing as groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
And Tim, the legal basis of being able of requiring intelligence organizations that are directed abroad to begin to do internal investigations and internal repression within the U.S.?
Yeah, so there's actually no domestic terrorism statute, but that doesn't stop the FBI from using that distinction internally for them to predicate and open investigations into these groups and bringing up charges unrelated to that against the individuals. And that's an important distinction worth noting, because I think early on the press kind of overlooked, a lot of the mainstream press overlooked this story, saying, oh, there's no domestic terrorism statute, nothing can happen. That means you can't be charged for domestic terrorism. That doesn't mean that domestic terrorism can't be used as the predicate for the FBI to go and open up investigations into these groups that they might not be able to open up otherwise. We saw a great example of that in the sentences that were handed down to the anti-ICE protesters in Texas recently, in Prairieville, Texas. If you look at the sentences, they were extraordinary. It was almost, I'm not exaggerating, half a millennium of federal years in federal prison, including 30 years for somebody who wasn't even present at the thing, for moving left-wing literature around, which they alleged to be obstruction of justice. So this is very real. This is not just Trump rhetoric that I think it was regarded as early on. This is a policy that they're very serious.
If you're talking, you're muted there, Abby. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. How real is this? Because like somebody gets arrested for handing out literature. Like, where is this person? Because nobody that's on YouTube that's considered far left, that have thousands of followers, some some in the tens of thousands, some in the hundreds of thousands. Yeah. None of them have been arrested. So how maybe real
the shoe has yet to drop, but this is the reason why they call it a red scare. I think their intent is to try and scare us into compliance, and the more that they actually use the stick instead of the carrot, the more that they run the risk of actually initiating their own downfall as far as fucking around and finding out, So
do you remember when they said they arrested the founder of Antifa's girlfriend, and we were like, wait, what is she, like 100, 150? Wait, is she, you dug her up from the grave and arrested her? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
Kristi Noem, or one of them, Laura Loomer, one of them announced, one of the MAGA chicks announced that they arrested the founder of Antifa's girlfriend, and she was giving them tons of information.
The founder of the organization that doesn't exist, right?
Right.
Yeah. Kind of like Black Lives Matter.
Well, they just
sometimes they did have an organization that co-opted the movement.
They invent some person, some culprit that they go and arrest or whatever. Like this other thing that you shared with me was this person from Iraq, member of Kataib Hezbollah, one of these international terrorists involved in all kinds of attacks all over Europe and the US, whatever. And they just happened to have arrested him in Iraq, and they brought him all the way to the US to be trying him on terrorism, just like they kidnap Maduro. They act like they have the right to go take anybody from anywhere in the world and prosecute them back home. So I do wonder a bit with this domestic terrorism, if they're going to pretend like they have the right to prosecute foreigners for domestic terrorism in the U.S., right?
Yeah, Klippenstein looks like he has cyclosporiasis. He's a little pale.
Pale.
But all this rhetoric, like you played, I think last week, Marco Rubio trashing the International Court of Justice.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the theories is that the U.S. they're bringing us into a tri-global area or era, where there will be three leaders: America, Russia, and China. And they're letting us know that the old rules-based world order, or the law of the sea, the international law, is gone, so that these powers will have complete control in any way, shape they want over their populations.
I wonder, do we want to hear more of him, or should I just move forward to Stephen Miller?
Let's pass.
Okay.
I'm not really too.
I want to hear this part.
Okay, we'll see.
In this country.
Thanks for having me. So it's a bit of a misnomer that there isn't a domestic terrorism statute. There's an entire chapter of the U.S. Criminal Code called terrorism, and it lists 57 federal crimes of terrorism, 52 of which apply to domestic terrorists. As an FBI agent in the 1990s, I investigated neo-Nazi groups engaged in violent and criminal activity. I investigated anti-government militia groups. Nobody suggested we didn't have sufficient laws to address this issue. The laws distinguish, however, international terrorism from domestic terrorism and give investigators greater access to investigative tools and allow investigators to target not just terrorists, not just people who are committing crimes or assisting those committing crimes or committing violent acts, but to attack people 2 or 3 degrees separated. And that's what I think this meeting is about, because it's focusing on the designation of left-wing groups as foreign terrorist groups. And that's what will allow them to start targeting civil society in a way that, in the same way that the Bush administration targeted Muslim and Arab civil society in the United States during the global war on terrorism.
That sounds like RICO, right? RICO for terrorism.
Yeah.
So basically, the purpose of this meeting is to reframe the.
Does somebody want to say something?
Well, you didn't really hear the word terrorism until 9/11 started, right? And then that's all heard for the last 25 years.
Right. I just wonder about the definition of terrorism is according to international law. From what I remember, there is no agreed upon definition.
Yeah, but it's essentially the use of terror to promote political gain. So like anybody like these guys who talk about terrorism without acknowledging that the international all-time leader in propagating terrorism is the United States government.
That part.
Yeah.
So let me see. We heard him. He's fine. Oh, Stephen Miller's coming up. Okay, but he's talking, I think. Go ahead.
Sorry, 9/11 allowed them to do 2 things: to start these wars on the Middle East. I think they had 7 countries lined up, and Iran is the last one. Why they're there now? But they took out Libya, Somalia, Syria.
Started with Iraq, yeah.
Iraq and Afghanistan, yeah. And the other thing
is Iran the last one? I think.
No, Iran was the last.
It's 7 of them.
But they're never done. you know.
And that's all at the behest of It's Unreal.
I've also heard people make sounds about Turkey is next on the list, as if
That's what I was wondering. Like, isn't Turkey
they're part
on
of
that list?
NATO? So I don't know.
Which is going to be sticky.
Israel has already publicly stated that after they're done with Lebanon and Iran, they're going after Egypt and Turkey. It's part of the the Greater Israel Project. You've probably heard of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're expanding their borders. They want a hunk of Egypt, a hunk of Syria, which they already have. They want southern Lebanon. They want the West Bank, Gaza. They want a bit of Saudi Arabia, if you can believe that. And it looks like they've increased their land grab desires by including Iran now.
Oh, really? Yes.
Oh, a lot of Israelis are fleeing to Uganda.
I heard that. Yeah, a lot of Israelis are fleeing. Period. Yeah, because they're really getting quite trashed. There are huge parts of Tel Aviv that are looking like Gaza right now. They're in rubble. And I think there's 16 United States military bases in the Gulf.
I'm gonna tell you the 7 countries. I just looked it up. Libya isn't on there. They went into Libya for a different reason. It was because Gaddafi was trying to make a United States of Africa with one currency backed by gold. So that was they couldn't have that. So that was totally different. But the 7 countries are Palestine, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. Which Saudi Arabia, that's very interesting because Saudi Arabia is an ally.
That's not correct.
Ally to America,
that's
so
not
that doesn't sound right.
No,
that's not the correct list. No,
that doesn't sound right.
He's talking about that as an American general or some government official who is saying that there's these 7 countries and Iran's the last one on the list. And I remember that clip. I just haven't seen it in a while.
I remember because they were like, what are they talking about?
But briefly, you were mentioning Turkey and Egypt. What I
and
have
Kuwait.
been hearing, I've been hearing a little.
Add Kuwait to that.
Right. As far as if Greater Israel is not quite possible just yet in the interim, I'm a little bit doubtful that Turkey's the next on the list because I've also been hearing some rumors about Turkey and Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Pakistan are going to form what they're going to call the NATO of the Middle East. So I feel like that's more of what Turkey's role and Egypt is in the future. Like Egypt has not really been much on the side of the Palestinians. I feel like they've been right next door and just kind of
and not allowing them to come in as asylum seekers.
Not forcing the Israelis to let the aid through and that kind of thing. Sitting there and acting like their hands are tied, right? So.
By the way, Myra's here.
Yes, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Myra.
So Abby, I put the General Wesley Clark link in the StreamYard chat.
Okay.
And ironically, he's talking to Amy Goodman of Democracy. But it's interesting. Let's listen to that for a bit.
Okay, this is almost over.
Discussion around domestic terrorism to
I thought
imagine that
he's
it
still
has
talking. No, I want to hear Stephen Miller. He's going to speak. Yeah, he's speaking here, I guess.
terrorists. But the purpose of it is to target people who are not terrorists, who are engaging in activities that are not criminal, but the government alleges that they
Okay, we get it. And then look at this
were
twat.
employed in the United States during the global war on terrorism, where Muslim.
All right, that's enough of him, I think.
He's got
like we get the point.
He's a former FBI
I think,
writing a book
Right.
about policing white supremacy. I wonder what he really what this fake ass book is about.
For real. Yeah, let's call the FBI to speak on this. That's the perfect person to talk about this.
because they're really doing a bang up job so far.
You can always trust. Always trust your agencies.
We
So
haven't gotten through. Yeah, this is absolutely the video. Okay.
Yeah.
Lance found it.
Did you guys want to carry on while I take the dog for a walk briefly? I'll be
Sure.
back.
Sure.
Cool. All right. Thanks. I'll be right back.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
I don't know if you.
Bella.
Bella.
Really, Bella?
I guess that's not
Cute.
getting her going, Lance. She has never heard anyone doing that yet, but you gotta just call her name. Go, Bella, ready for a walk? I don't even say walk because I don't like you driving her crazy or whatever. But she's pawing at me. I know that she wants to go. So
Lance, it must be Lance's voice.
he was
I
barking.
guess because I'm a woman. Maybe she wanted some of that.
Well, she's trained by your voice
To know when it's time to go walk.
The one who does it all the time. So. But yeah.
All right. You guys enjoy.
You too.
We'll
Right
be
back.
here. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Now let's talk about Iran. You have a whole website devoted to stopping war.
www.stopiranwar.com.
Do you see a replay of what happened in the lead up to the war with Iraq? The allegations of the weapons of mass destruction, the media leaping on to the bandwagon.
Well, in a way, but history doesn't repeat itself exactly twice. What I did warn about when I testified in front of Congress in 2002, I said, if you want to worry about a state, it shouldn't be Iraq, it should be Iran. But this government, our administration, wanted to worry about Iraq, not Iran. I knew why, because I'd been through the Pentagon right after 9/11. About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Wait, they're going too fast. Syria, Lebanon.
This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7
Sudan.
countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq.
My fellow citizens,
And they're all done.
this hour,
For Iran.
That's actually only 6 countries. So I have Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, Iran. That's 6 countries. Did I miss one? Should I go back?
Yeah, go back a little bit.
Okay.
What was the one? Lebanon?
This is a memo that describes how.
All right.
Was Lebanon or Jordan one we missed?
So he said he didn't say Jordan. Well, let's see. Let's see what he says.
All right.
How we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq.
My fellow citizens, at this hour,
Oh, wait, hold on.
American
Finishing off Iran.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough.
Starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and
Libya,
finishing
Somalia.
off Iran.
Okay.
Describes how we're going to take
Hold
out. Describes how we're going to.
Bro.
Describes how we're
Wait a
going to
minute.
take out.
Libya,
Libya,
Somalia. Okay, so now let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so Afghanistan isn't on that list, but we were already in there. All right,
Yeah.
so Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, Iran, Libya, Somalia, ending with Iran. That's what he says.
The main reason for Afghanistan was, believe it or not, the poppy trade.
Oh, I believe it, because
Yeah.
that's after the opioid epidemic.
Yeah, exactly.
Because poppy seeds are close to like heroin is the closest thing to the opioids that you can get.
Well, actually, opium comes from the poppy plant, the flower. It's called a latex. It's like a thick, sticky, off-white syrup, and inside the opium, well, opium. It's called opium. You find naturally morphine and codeine, and so those were those are hallmark drugs in the medical repository. And from the morphine and codeine, you could go of drugs like hydromorphone, hydrocodone, dilaudid, for example. And the more they studied those, the more they were able to make totally synthetic opioids, like fentanyl, for example. So opioid just means however related to opium, like humanoid or paranoid.
So what's interesting is this was in 2007, right? You said 7 countries in 5 years.
Yeah, it took them long.
This is 19 years later.
It took them longer, yeah.
Because no other president was stupid enough to, like, come on, Iran. Just how their terrain is set up. It's a barrier around the entire country of mountains.
Yeah, the Americans always seem to overestimate the amount of time it takes to kill a nation. Yeah. But that is, but that's the thing about our society, right? Like they tell us a lot of lies, but they always tell us the truth. So that's that's an example of them telling us the truth before it happens. And the reason they do that, it has to do with contract law. So our legal system, especially civil law, like laws of corporations, contracts, come from admiralty law or the law of the sea. And back then, they viewed the world as an ocean, and it was dotted with dead bodies, corpses, which gave rise to the word corporation. And the metaphor was that a ship's captain could bring the corpse onto the ship, and if he breathed life into it, it became like a legal entity. So anyways, they invented the contract, and in contract...
Don't just say so anyways. That was a lot. You can't just say so anyways. That was a lot.
In contract law, you can put a whole bunch of lies, but somewhere in there has to be the truth. So when the other person signs it, you can always say, see, I told you the truth. But if it's not, it's invalid. And the other thing that came from admiralty law was that if there's information and we don't say anything, then our silence is our consent. So they always tell you. Here, do you want to look in the private chat, the StreamYard chat? I put an article to the New England Journal of Medicine.
Give me a second.
No problem, dear.
Performing security verification. Uh-oh. It's checking me out. Okay, my verification was successful. Oh, please, let's not talk about COVID. Okay. I gotta make it. I just, Jimmy Dore covers this so much.
Oh, I've been following that since 2021, late 2021, Abby. It's the most horrifying thing you could ever look at, but
let's see. Oh wait, I'm gonna stop and start. You ever heard the insinuation that they were putting nanobots in people?
yeah, there appears to be quite a bit of evidence of that too. One of the things that they think they spray in the skies is graphene oxide, and there is some evidence that the messenger RNA in the juice was it's like a medium for controlling people from a distance using electromagnetic radiation. So can you just scroll down a bit? Are you able to do that?
Yep.
I think it's the 1, 2, 3
Paragraph.
third paragraph. Yeah. So if you look,
1, 2.
so just
This is the third one.
Just before you do that, Abby, see it's an opinion. It's an opinion piece, so a letter to the editor, and it's COVID-19, and the authors are Anthony Fauci, who
Goodness.
Yeah, and Robert Redfield, who was the head of the Robert Redfield was the head of the CDC at the time.
And Clifford Lane.
I don't know who that is, but Redfield has come out in the last few years and said that all of COVID was a lie, that the virus was manufactured in a lab, and that
in North Carolina.
Yeah, actually, it started in Maryland. It started at the Bethesda Naval Research Base. They have a bioweapons lab there, and then Fauci was totally involved in the manufacture of COVID-19. Then Obama banned gain of function research. It got shipped to Winnipeg, Canada, and then it got shipped to Wuhan, China, which is where.
Wait, so you never heard of Chapel Hill? It being in Chapel Hill?
No. Actually, no. You're right. They were affiliated with the University of North Carolina. That's correct. Okay.
Okay.
And also there was a third place I just can't think right now that was involved, but primarily came out of Fort Detrick, Maryland. Yeah, Bethesda. So do you see? Okay, so here's what they're talking, and they're talking about COVID-19, and they're talking about the case fatality rate or the mortality rate. So
do you want me to read the paragraph?
No, I'll do that for you.
Okay.
But what I just wanted to explain was that every respiratory disease, first of all, the disease like influenza, the flu, or COVID, it gets into everybody, okay? But it only makes a small percentage of humans actually sick. Now, if you get sick from influenza or sick from COVID-19 and you die, that becomes a mortality. And that becomes the mortality rate when you see how many people in the population actually succumb to the disease. So do you see where it says here, if one assumes that the number of asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic cases is several times as high as the number of reported cases, the case fatality rate may be considerably less than 1%. So that means for all people who get sick with COVID, less than 1 in 100 of them will die. So then this is the key sentence here. This suggests that the overall clinical consequences of COVID-19 may ultimately be more akin to those of a severe seasonal influenza, which has a case fatality rate of approximately 0.1%.
You remember when they were I can't remember this doctor's name or what have you, but they were explaining that say you died in a car accident, or you died, or let's just say you died from some other natural causes that were inevitable for you, for your age, your health conditions, what have you. If at the time you passed away, you had COVID, they would count that as a COVID death.
Absolutely. They were doing so basically let me
everything to bump the numbers up.
Yeah, anything to make the numbers look bigger. So this is where they tell you the truth, Abby. In March of 2020, before the vaccines came out, but basically the mortality rate from COVID was about the same as a bad flu season. And that was based on all the data out of China, Italy, and I think it was also in California at the time. So it's not like the case fatality rate will go up over time. Like you find out right away within the first few weeks what percentage of the population it kills. So these guys knew, and they put it in writing in the New England Journal of Medicine, that it was nothing to worry about. But instead, the government and the media, what they would do is they would say 3,000 new cases, 3,000 new cases in Italy. So, but they were always on the TV putting the number of cases for California, Louisiana. But it doesn't matter because a case doesn't even mean you're sick. It just means that you got tested with that thing up your nose, and it registered positive for COVID-19. So it was just pure fear porn. They were just trying to scare the crap out of people.
And remember, that Bill Gates and all them did that. Like they all got together to create a plan of what would happen if they had a outbreak of some kind of airborne. Disease isn't the right word. I don't know what the right word is.
That was called Event 201, and it was a simulation. So they got all these psychopaths like Bill Gates, leaders of government, leaders of pharmaceutical companies, and they portrayed a scenario that exactly unfolded the way COVID did. Mm-hmm. So that's another way that they're telling us. Mm-hmm. So basically, the other thing was that if there were examples of people dying in motorcycle accidents in Florida, and after their death, they were given a PCR test, and they said, well, he's positive for COVID, so he must have died from COVID. So that's what doctors were told. Their colleges of medicine wrote them emails and said, if anybody dies from whatever cause with a positive test for COVID, you have to write the death.
You have to write it as COVID.
Yeah, so that's one way they jacked up the numbers. The other problem was the PCR test itself. It was fraudulent. The guy that invented the PCR test here, I'll put it in the chat. His name was Kary Mullis. You should really look him up sometime. So Kary Mullis was a PhD in biochemistry, and he invented PCR, which is polymerase chain reaction. And he came out publicly on many occasions, and he said that this biochemical test, all it did is it found an organism or a sequence of DNA.
Oh, somebody out here knows what you're talking about. By the way, hi, Chris. So, Dr. Kary Mullis, that's what you said, right?
Yeah, he actually, there's like, I think an hour and a half video where he goes on just calling Anthony Fauci every name in the book and how he's lying, he's evil, he's stupid. But so, anyways,
and he was the highest paid government official.
Yeah, that position
in the country.
Yeah, it's like 400,000 a year or something. So Mullis won the PhD. He won the Nobel Prize for biochemistry, and he went public. Nobody listened to him, and after 6 months of going public, he was found mysteriously dead. So so the PCR tests themselves were driving. In fact, the COVID epidemic was an epidemic of PCR tests more than anything.
Mm.
So virtually nobody died of COVID-19, Abby. See what happens typically when you get a flu season. So
they died of the side effects from it, right?
Well, what
like
happened?
what do they call it? Myocarditis. You know what I'm saying?
Myocarditis.
Myocarditis. Thank you.
Myocarditis.
Myo. Thank you.
Here, I'll write that one in the chat. Myo equals muscle. Card is cardiac.
Cardiac. Mm-hmm.
And itis is inflammation. So inflammation.
Oh, inflammation of the heart muscle.
Yeah. You know what?
It was young people were just having heart attacks. Mostly men, mostly young men.
It wasn't from COVID. It was from the vaccine.
It was from the vaccine, not from the COVID. Exactly. And my friend got the shot. She had a stroke.
Yep. That's very common. Stroke, heart attacks, Alzheimer's.
Tendinitis. I'm saying that correctly, right? Tendinitis? Tendinitis?
Are you talking about
or is it tendinitis?
Tendinitis or tinnitus?
Is it just tinnitus? Okay.
Tinnitus is when you have that
ringing in your ear.
Your ears, yeah. That was.
So I know the terms. I'm messing up, obviously.
No worries, Drew. I can explain it all to you. So there was the fact that they were just giving you case numbers, which didn't mean anything. They had a fraudulent PCR test. They were actually sanctioning doctors. Any doctor who spoke up and said, "Hey, this is bullshit," they would lose their licenses. They would lose their hospital privileges. They'd be kicked out of their universities. So,
but the Trump doctor lady, she was African or something. That was like if you sleep with the demons or something. You remember that? That was so crazy.
No, I don't actually. I don't.
Oh my gosh, she's like, if you sleep with demons, you'll contract the. I don't know what she was saying. It was just the weirdest shit. It just reminded me of like his doctor who said that he was in the best health of any president in the world. He's a man who looked like, you remember that scientist from Independence Day? The one that got that was in the room with that alien, and the alien wrapped his tentacles around his throat so he could talk through the dude. Remember that?
No, I stopped watching movies in the 90s, obviously.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure people in the chat remember that because he looked just like the man, like a crazy scientist. And that was his doctor. Okay. Well, and then the other doctor, the military doctor, who came out to say he just gave him a physical. And this dude was like sweating. He was red. And I'm like, I think this dude is having a drug. I think he's on drugs and he's having a withdrawal. And they're like, we're not going to give you your drugs unless you go out and say what the fuck we told you to say.
Yeah. Well, these doctors could have been straight out of central casting. Like they could just be actors. What you see on TV is almost never reality. It's almost always just acting.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So here's the fundamental thing. when a virus goes around the world, a pandemic, see, if you wanted to call COVID a pandemic, you would have to call the flu a pandemic. And so we have a pandemic every year, but nobody talks about it. So what during a flu season is everybody is exposed to it because it travels through droplets in the air. You can't get away from it. But people in nursing homes, it goes through a nursing home and it can be devastating because these people, well, here's the average age of somebody who died from COVID-19 was 80. And they had not one, not two, but 3 end-stage medical conditions. So they were 80-year-olds who were in hospitals or nursing homes who were already dying from heart disease, kidney failure, diabetes, Alzheimer's. So the flu is just another stressor, and they die.
Because older people could die from the flu. Like, I don't get a flu shot, but when I get older, I might reconsider.
Well, here's the
You know what I mean?
Here's the thing, that when they die after contracting the flu, the doctor doesn't write cause of death influenza. He writes heart disease, Alzheimer's. But then here's the other thing about the flu shot, Abby. It doesn't work. Like last year's flu shot from Sanofi. Sanofi is the French pharmaceutical company. They make a Fluzone and Fluzone HD for high dose. Their efficacy rate, the rate at which the vaccine prevented influenza, was negative 26%. So 2 years ago, if you got the flu shot, you were 26% more likely to get the flu.
Interesting.
The trail of vaccine research just reveals a horrific tale of death and disability that has been largely kept from us. It's all been exposed, though, and if you want to find it, it's there.
It's there. I wanted to push back on this comment a little bit, because Kieran, I partially agree with you.
Sure.
The greatest scam perpetuated on the globe, raiding treasuries for capital, power, and control. Okay, I don't think it was the greatest scam. I just think it was the pharmaceutical industry's turn, because we've had the scam from the banks, we've had the scam from the car industry. It's like every industry gets a turn, and they just cycle through, and all of them profit big time from the chaos and calamity that is happening. And once we go through all the industries, you know what they're going to do? Just start over and go through them again.
Yeah. Well, they always profit. I think Pfizer made like $127 billion in the first 2 years of their vaccine being released.
Pfizer is the one that under law they got it. They said that they don't have to release their findings, their medical input or whatever for 75 years. So yeah, wait for all of us to die to let us know what was really going on. That sounds real great. Sounds like you're trying to be transparent and help the people, right?
Well, here, Abby, I'll just bring this up for you. It's have you heard of the Pfizer Papers?
Now, have I read them? No.
Let me just put this
He's bad. Guess who's back?
Okay, so there it is for you. I put it in the StreamYard chat. So what you're talking about is that Pfizer gave their original research to the Food and Drug Administration. The Food and Drug Administration went to court, and they got a judge to lock up the information for 75 years. A lawyer named Aaron Siri found this out, and he refiled, and he got the judge to release the papers. Naomi Wolf, she compiled like a couple hundred researchers to go through like millions of pages of files, and she put them in a book that I just put in your chat called the Pfizer Papers. So Pfizer knew, for example, that in the first 10 weeks in the United States, 1,000 people had died from their vaccine, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. To be this is of 2 or 3 years ago. The low estimate for the number of deaths worldwide was 17 million people from Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Some estimates go as high as 100 million people for Pfizer and Moderna. But that's not the worst thing. It's the disabilities. So the number of heart attacks, strokes, cancers, and Alzheimer's, it's estimated to be 600 million people worldwide. And then just to top it off, the reason we'd never done lockdowns for a respiratory illness before is because they knew that lockdowns didn't do anything to prevent it. In fact, if you lock people down, you make them more likely to get ill.
Because you need herd immunity.
Yes, but there's herd immunity, but there's also the dose that you get. So if I'm walking out in public, there'll be COVID molecules everywhere, but I'm only going to get a small fraction. If I'm stuck at home with somebody who has it, I'm going to get huge doses, and I'm much more likely to get sicker from the virus. But here's the kicker. So during lockdowns worldwide, and this is a few years ago, the estimates are that 800 million people died. So in the West, they died from suicide. When you take people's job away from them, you lock them down at home, they become extremely depressed. The other thing was drug and alcohol overdoses. And the third thing was domestic murder. People fight when they're locked at home for months at a time.
Oh, you sound like you're underwater.
Oh,
That damn mic problem. But you remember you were the only other person you were recommending a channel called Housatonic Live. Was that you?
Yeah, I'm not. It was just something to look at for one subject. I'm not fully on board with him. I have my suspicions about him.
Right. Yeah, because he was. I'm not sure if that's the Jonathan Cooey guy or the other guy. Because there was this. What's his name? Dan Cohen was the only other person besides you who I've heard mention this Housatonic channel, and he's way much more on board. He's like kissing ass of those guys a little bit, it sounds like. But the Jonathan Cooey guy who's talking about this stuff, he's like was working with RFK Jr. and then he like had a falling out with them because they weren't listening to him, kind of thing. And so I'm always a little suspect of these people who are like willing to work with like someone like a Hillary Clinton or an RFK Jr. or something, and then they act like they're the more revolutionary people, like.
Well, I'll put a few names in the chat. I think the person you should really look at is a guy named Ed Dowd. He used to be a financial analyst for BlackRock, and he was a hedge fund manager. So his whole business is spotting trends and using statistics. And he was the one that first noticed that they were getting, some of them were getting reported, like these vaccine side effects and deaths. There's a VAERS system in the United States, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. The problem is that most doctors have never heard of it. Also, if they have heard of it, like you're legally required to report a vaccine adverse effect.
And so how have they never heard of it, right? Like,
it's not emphasized in medical school.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is that it's time consuming, so it takes like 45 minutes, and doctors don't have time.
Overwork, yeah.
Anyways, it's commonly known in public health research that if the VAERS system says, okay, 1% of the population died from this vaccine, it's going to be much larger than that. I think that
it is fair to infer that the actual death in the greater population is much wider than the actual reported.
By 100 times. 100
Yeah.
times. So if they say there's 1,000 deaths, it's 100,000 deaths. Yes.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that the people that are all supportive of the lockdowns and whatnot are being very anti-scientific when they act like what our side has never had very good points. Like that's one of many very good points that we had been making at the time, as far as look, any vaccine that has where you're going with that is any vaccine that had this many deaths was pulled along from the market a long time ago. So why are we getting the exception?
If they notice one death in 10,000, the vaccine gets typically pulled off the market. Yeah.
Yeah.
So another guy is Steve Kirsch. He is just a statistician. He had no medical knowledge. He was just looking at VAERS data, and he thought, "Jesus, something's really wrong here." Actually, Steve Kirsch does. He's on Rumble. He used to be on YouTube, but they took him down. I'll just put it in the chat. It's called VSRF on Rumble.
Okay.
And VSRF stands for Vaccine Safety Research Foundation. So he's opened up a charity, and he's trying to help people with vaccine injuries. So if you think about it, if 100 million people die from the vaccine and 800 million people die from lockdowns, that's pretty much taking 1 billion people off the planet. And basically in a way that nobody knows. The vast number of people have no idea that this even happened.
It's really hard to get a real grasp on the number of deaths, just like in any kind of, when it gets to the body counts, like in war with in Iran with the American soldiers, they're hiding things, and then in Palestine they're always disputing how many women and children and men, whether they're fighting men or not, does it take to create a genocide kind of thing. And so with the COVID, I think there's also a big problem about there's both sides kind of want to manipulate the numbers in a way, if you want to even say that there's two sides, right? There's the people who are saying there were so many there was no deaths or whatever to even speak of because the whole thing was fake or whatever, and people who say that millions of people died are just kind of fear-mongering or bought all the panic or whatever. And then there's the people who are trying to sell the pandemic as super deadly or whatever. They're trying to say that everyone died from the virus or whatever. It wasn't the lockdowns, the vaccines, or anything. And then there's people who are trying to make it just about the vaccine and then there's those Houstonic people are trying to make it more about the murder with the treatments besides the vaccines, like with the ventilators and with the
but that is
or remdesivir, right?
But that is true too, because the ventilators, 95% of people who were put on ventilators died, and remdesivir did nothing for anybody except to kill them.
So, and then there's also some allegations about it was an opioid pandemic that was everyone took their eye off the ball on the opioid deaths, and they lumped those deaths under COVID deaths and everything. So there's who knows how many they recognize that they distorted our ability to track who's really dying, and then they went open season on everybody, maybe,
Pretty much, yeah.
But you say those things, you're conspiracy theory, you lost it, right? To the average person who doesn't want to hear it, right?
Right, because they're conditioned that way. That's what television and movies do to the human mind. That's where the mind control is in our society. And basically at the mass level, they use 3 techniques. Repetition. That was an actual quote from Hitler and also Goebbels, his minister of propaganda. If you want to lie to the population, make it a big lie and just keep repeating it until everybody believes it.
Yeah.
The Germans, who were just the big things, the Germans in the 30s and 40s, they were known for rocketry and they were known for mind control. In particular, adding trauma to the repetition. And it's like in psychology, where if you give somebody a reinforcement, a reward, or a punishment, and you just do it once in a while, it has a more profound effect. It's called intermittent positive or intermittent negative reinforcement. So when the Nazis were tried at Nuremberg for war crimes, they didn't try certain scientists. They brought them to America, and those were the experts in rocketry and the experts in mind control. And the mind control, a good hunk of that was done at your favorite city, Montreal, Quebec. It was a Scottish-Canadian psychiatrist, and he worked at McGill, and they literally kidnapped hookers, drug addicts, homeless people off of the streets, admitted them to the Allen Memorial Hospital, and then they would shock them. They would give them huge doses of LSD. They would submerge them in water. They basically tortured them and broke their personality and shaped them into new humans.
They never really like paid compensation properly to those kinds of victims. You know, they with everything else, like they don't do the reparations about that kind of shit. You know.
No, and
Don't get me started on reparations.
Yeah.
Can we say hi to True Sensei? True Sensei is here.
Oh yeah, what's up, True Sensei? Yeah. Thank you for joining us.
And it took them decades to even acknowledge that. I think it was Clinton mentioned something about it. He said, we're sorry. And the same with
Oh, fuck it, we're sorry.
And that's the Canadian government for you, right? They let the Americans do their MK Ultra on us, whatever. They were happy to oblige and be a part of it, whatever. They were eager, right?
So all this research.
Well, can I mention something real quick, Lance? Because I'm glad he brought up MK Ultra, because when I was talking about the nanobots that came with the vaccine, a lot of that from what this is conspiracy theories, is like MK Ultra's ability to turn someone on, like like make activate someone to do something. It's a conspiracy theory, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm not sure if that's what was going on this time around, but I'm sure that they're working on that, and if they can manage that, then they will. But they're also, I always remind people, like with the weather manipulation conversation too, it is as much to their benefit to make us believe that they have capabilities that they don't have, as it is
Well,
hide the fact that if they had them, it's hard to know.
Iran kind of somewhat gave some truth to that theory, because when I can't remember what they bombed. It had something to do with like a weather plant or something somewhere in the Middle East. When they bombed it, their 40-year drought ended, and now they have rain. So
yeah,
where'd that come from?
I would back it up a minute here and just say, Mikhail, if you want to know about geoengineering or the spraying of the skies, all you have to do, lad, is start looking at your skies on a regular basis. You will see the patterns. You will see the evidence. That whole thing has been so well documented. The evidence is overwhelming and conclusive now.
And also, if they're going as far as to put up mirrors on satellites so they can manipulate the sun for their benefit, you think they didn't start with the weather?
Well, you guys always forget that I agree with you that they can, to some degree, manipulate the weather. I'm just saying it's in their best interest to make us believe that they are more
Mikhail,
whenever they can. Okay?
Mikhail, I'll go all the way. The weather is all man-made now, and it has been for decades. There's really no doubt in my mind.
That's what I'm saying. It's in their interest to make us believe that they have power to control every aspect of the weather. When what we were looking at with
it's in their interest. It's in their interest for us not to know.
It's in
that
their,
they have
it's
all
in their
power of the weather.
It's in their interest to get people to say it's a conspiracy theory. It's really going on, Mikhail, and it's massive.
No, I know that the weather manipulation is really going on. I'm just debating about the degree to which it is going on. When you go all the way and say that they're controlling all the weather is man-made now, that's a hasty generalization from my perspective. You're saying you're going too far.
No, that's after 10 years of studying the skies and researching it, Mikhail. Yeah.
I'll have to do more research on it. I have tried before. It's just you end up with all kinds of. The issue really is the classified files. This is where I got to the issue. Like you can't really the global warming argument with the CO2. We need more disclosure from the government about what they've been doing to the environment for them to validate their CO2 global warming models, because we're potentially contradict it, right?
Well, global warming was made up to cover for the geoengineering, the weather manipulation. So with this weather manipulation, when you see big floods, big hurricanes, tornadoes, ice storms, it's man making those, and they're using climate change as the boogeyman. They're always hinting every time you see a severe weather event, it's due to climate change.
Well, can I ask this? Can I ask this then, Michael? Okay, so, in Lahaina, with the fires, does the fact that everything that was blue did not catch on fire, is that not shocking to you?
About that part, you're going over stuff that I haven't really seen, but that seems a little strange, if true, of course. But I'm not seeing this.
Lance, do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember, I think, wasn't Barack Obama talking about that houses that were painted blue were spared the fire?
No.
That sounds like a biblical kind of thing if they're trying to engineer something or whatever. That reminds me of the whole thing about they painted the thing on the threshold of their house, and then when that whatever plague thing happened, whatever the signs of the apocalypse, then all the people who put the thing over the threshold were spared, and everyone else.
Does anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? When that demon seed Oprah and The Rock were trying to get us to spend our money to donate, talking about the word is not contributed. What's the word, T? It's not contributed, but she had said she was going to not match. Like she was saying that she was going to contribute, because I can't think the real word, like $10 million. But what she didn't tell you is that pledge. Thank you. Pledge $10 million, but it wasn't $10 million of her money. That was her. That was her trying to get us to give $10 million of our own money. But because when she said pledge, it was very, very manipulative. She didn't give her own goddamn money, and nothing happened to her acres of land on Lahaina. Chris knows what I'm talking about. Thank you, Chris. I mean, somebody say something.
Well, one of these things about the directed energy weapons and these fires, just like the fires in Ontario right now, for days and days and days, they'll spray with fire conducive materials, but they use directed energy weapons to fire on that. So you'll see, you can see rows and rows of houses, and in the driveways, the car is totally burnt out from the inside out.
Except for the blue cars.
But well, I'm not sure about that, but the trees, the wooden fences are unscathed. They don't get burned. So there'll be these fires raging all around, but the wood on the houses doesn't get burned, just the metal. But anyways, this
Yeah, the idea that we have to be all denying that they have laser technology that's powerful is a little bit silly too. I mean, they can, as if they couldn't put a laser in space, sort of thing. Like, but it's just a scary thing about in general. Like, technology has really gotten to this science fiction kind of phase.
Well,
and there's not enough safeguards on it is the main takeaway. Like,
I'm gonna have to go soon, but there's just one more thing. I know you won't like this, Kel, but you guys haven't talked much about the Epstein files, as far as I can see. But
Because everybody talks about them, so
yeah,
we just
we
figure,
haven't,
like,
we haven't dived into it like other people have.
I just figured so many other people were talking about them that we could, like try to focus on other stuff.
Well, what would be your conclusions in general? What few things could you take away that you could say now?
That they've been doing that shit since the beginning of this country, since slavery, and it just went underground, and nobody knew. And now it's coming to light. That is my takeaway. Anybody else wants to say something?
Well, I think that there's a reason why they could never really actually deal with international terrorism and drug trafficking and human trafficking. It's because they are the ones running those networks. And Epstein is like the revelation of, okay, here we have exactly who we need to be able to dismantle these networks, all of them. All of the worst kinds of crimes against humanity, we can actually have the people who can lead us to the people to dismantle the network. That's what are we going to do about it? They're going to pretend like he killed himself. That's what they're going to do. So.
Yeah. So what I understand is that the people who run our world, so the people who reach the highest echelons of business, of government, of media, they have a tendency to rape, torture, murder, and eat children. So by definition, they're
Why is she trying to tell us?
So by definition, they're psychopaths, and that psychopathy is related to their fundamental core religious beliefs, which is Satanism or Luciferianism. So here's what I wanted to say:
the owl and all that stuff.
The Baal worshippers, right? So this is where I've been thinking more that they are nihilists and that they don't really believe in anything, but they will let people believe in whatever they want in order to manipulate them. In that, like they're willing to be behind, the Zionists were behind ISIS and everything, as much as they are pretending to be Jewish, as much as they are willing to get the Christians to believe that whatever in the Christian evangelicalism, they'll manipulate anybody's belief systems for their gain. So then, does that mean that they're nihilists, that they don't believe in something themselves, or this is the kind of the other theory that's just maybe just plausible, is that they are like these, like the I found an article recently, the Freemasonry is connected with those like ancient mystery rites that I feel like goes back to the Baal worshipping stuff, if you go back far enough. So it's like everything, so all trails sort of lead back to this, what you might call, some people would call satanic, if they have like this kind of Abrahamic worldview, right? But other peoples would say it's like Baal worshipping if they're more like pagan thinkers or what. I don't know, but
yeah, you don't know, Mike. So here's the thing: in the third degree, the third degree in Freemasonry is an expression that entered our vocabulary. The third degree. After the third degree, initiates, they go through this ceremony where they're effectively murdered and resurrected. They're brought into a room that faces east. And in that room, they're told to look at the wall, and they said, this is where your God is. This is Venus. So if you want to bring up a dictionary right now and look at the definition in the English dictionary for Venus, it says two things. One, a planet, and two, Lucifer.
if you look up a planet or whatever,
look up the word Venus in an online
definition of Venus.
I thought it meant love.
I've already, I've heard, I've learned, I knew that a long time ago. Whatever, that Venus and Lucifer are the same kind of word. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
So the whole thing fundamentally is Luciferianism. The Freemasons are just one of a multitude of secret societies. Other big ones that you really have to look out for are the Fabian Society, but they go on. So these societies, these royal families, these wealthy families are all interconnected. Fundamentally, if you want to know who rules the world, the best bet is the 13 wealthiest families. For one example would be the Rothschilds. Like I remember seeing people going over English newspapers from the 1800s, and they were just like today, they were following celebrities, and they would say, the net worth of the Rothschilds in 1857 is 100 million pounds. So somebody put that through just a simple calculator, compound interest once a year at 9%, I think that was the average. It was worth trillions of dollars in today's money. Other people have concluded that the Rothschilds control something like $500 trillion in assets, and other people say they're quadrillionaires. But they've been very quiet while they essentially rule the world. Other families are in the United States, the Kennedys, the Bushes, the Greek family.
What they do is they're extremely quiet, and they pay these paid actors to give convey their opinions about things, while they just quietly sit back and don't say anything and stay away from the scrutiny of it all, the publicity, the scrutiny. But they make sure they have their spokespeople who cannot like say that they are spokespeople for these 13 families.
They make money without you knowing that they're making money. As far as the big bubble they're talking about is the AI bubble is bursting or whatever. But what's really the thing that people need to be focusing on is the private credit crisis. And that's when you're talking about, we don't know how much money they have. They have like potentially 500 trillion. That's the private credit people, really. Like they're able to make all that money because they're able to hide their identity. And so it's interesting to see that the Iranians, whatever the plans that the Iranians, Russians, and Chinese have as far as to challenge this global economic system, seems to have had the intended effect of challenging the private credit system, which these
not a good video.
These 13 rich families or whatever rely on in order to maintain their wealth. If we can expose them, whatever, transparency, it's like the sunlight is the best disinfectant.
The other thing too about COVID was that it was the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. Something like $700 trillion went from the working classes of the world to the multi-billionaire, multi-trillionaire classes of the world. So for example, like I walk downtown, every second business in my downtown is either closed or it's like the third or fourth reincarnation of a business that just never succeeds anymore. Yet Walmart, McDonald's, they were all open, and you could go and you could spread the disease there.
Target,
money.
All big businesses were wide open, and all the small businesses were failing. That was by design.
And also, just to get back to the Epstein files, so you know that Donald Trump is all over those things, like tens of thousands of times, right? Mark Carney is in there like a couple thousand times.
Oh yeah, I should look more into it. It's just such a dark fucking topic. Right?
Mark Carney's wife's sister basically married one of the wealthiest men in England, and they have an estate. And she went to school with and was best friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a picture of Mark Carney, his wife, and Ghislaine Maxwell at a picnic in public. he was asked about it, not by CBC because they don't ask questions. And he said, "Oh, just a casual acquaintance. I don't know much about her." But it turns out they were on Mark Carney's wife's sister's private estate in England at a closed event. Anyhow, so the other person that kind of went unscathed was Bill Clinton. He was all over the Epstein files. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein signed himself into the White House over 100 times while Clinton was in office. So
And had his own office at Harvard, by the way.
yeah, with Larry Summers, wasn't he hooked up with that guy?
Yeah, well, and Epstein with like
eugenics.
the eugenics stuff, the transhumanism, that's like an important other aspect to keep in mind.
Sure.
There's the whole Satanism, Luciferian stuff, but they also seem to be trying to, like, the thing about with COVID, why would they want to, what's the motive for killing so many people? Well, it's this Malthusianist, transhumanist kind of, if you combine those ideas, they're trying to perfect with their eugenic science, whatever, perfect, like live forever and kill everyone else to kind of have a world to themselves.
Well, also they know the future, that robots and artificial intelligence
robots basically
our labor. They don't need us anymore. If you're still working, they want you sick. They want you chronically ill. They want you on a prescription medication that costs between $2 to $20 a day. If you're already retired or disabled and receiving government support, they want you dead now. It's really that clear to me. So anyways, so Bill Clinton, all over the Epstein files, him and Hillary both testified before Congress. Same thing. Man, I don't really remember much about him. You know, I met him, but didn't know what he was up to or what business he was in. Okay, so that's fine. So now we have a new term for these people. We call them the Epstein class. So the Epstein class are either pedophiles or pedophile protectors. So who is Clinton's vice president, Mikhail?
Bill Clinton's vice president, I'm not sure.
Well, he wrote the book.
Al Gore.
Al Gore, right.
Yeah.
I forget these things sometimes, but there's little things I still don't remember. I didn't really know to be able to remember. So yeah.
So
that's the global warming guy, isn't it? Yeah. Inconvenient.
Yeah. So do you think that a pedophile, an international criminal, is going to tell you the truth about climate change?
You're right. This is where we can find a great example like Al Gore and say, well, he's definitely could be a liar, right? But then what the majority of people, what's kind of a stumper is like, if it's such a conspiracy, how do they get so many people in on it? Because what they really rely on to sell the climate change narrative is the consensus of the scientists. And so their argument is basically like, it's kind of implausible that so many people around the world will be bought or whatever. Wouldn't there be more dissent? And then we kind of look at I feel like that's classically been a fairly good argument. But then when I went through my experiences with the COVID pandemic, you can kind of see that there's an argument, a counter argument, that even though there's a lot of people that are telling the big lie, they don't necessarily need to know the entire conspiracy, because a conspiracy is to commit murder to mass murder against the world kind of thing, right? That's the actual conspiracy. But so when people are trying to say, well, like there's all these doctors wouldn't be in on it or whatever, they couldn't possibly have wanted to participate in such a like they wouldn't be able to pull it off because it takes too many people, and to keep it secret long enough, whatever, somebody would have blown the whistles, basically, right? But people got duped. The nurses, people without even knowing that's what they were doing, right?
People blow the whistle all the time. It doesn't get onto TV.
They just treat it like crazy, right? Like, or they kill people.
Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this right now?
What's this? Start over, whatever.
Okay, they were showing. I finally found the right one. So they were showing all the cars that were decimated. The blue umbrellas were not burned. The blue cars weren't burned, and they're showing how Hold on. It's coming up. This right here. So they're about to burn different colors. Blue doesn't burn. And then they're going to go back and show different. They already showed the blue car, blue umbrella. You probably weren't paying attention, but maybe they'll go back and show it.
There was one blue car that seemed like in the background a little bit. The problem is video footage. You know, we don't have enough. Like we have to.
Here he goes. Here his ass go.
I'm saying, like every time we get into these debates, we end up like we have video footage we saw on mass media, and then everyone's all like, "My video footage is credible," and yours.
Mike, you always label people, put them into different groups, and say every time a subject comes up, we got these people to. You're attributing motives to people, and you always avoid the subject.
Okay, but all right, do you deny that video footage can be fake though? You're not denying that, right? Like we have a big deep fake AI age that we're in. I'm saying we have to keep that in mind. I'm not dismissing.
Not during this time.
I'm not denying that you're potentially right about this blue car stuff. I'm just saying we also have to. There's the counter argument that will be made by other people, not just me, whatever, that footage could be fake. So what is
okay. So you're playing devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Comment. You always try to lump me in as if I'm against you guys. I'm just saying that's a factor. How do we address that? Right? Like.
Okay, but
I thought that video with the blue cloth with the laser, that was a good. I don't have any complaints about that. That's a good piece of evidence as far as. That's probably true that you can program that laser to affect different colors. I didn't know that.
Look at that blue plant. Did you see that blue planter? Everything burnt. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the blue planter. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, you know what?
And we need sources.
Oh wait, hold on. You see these? You see those right there? You see the blue umbrellas? Perfectly fine.
So what is who is crediting where the original video feed comes from, kind of thing? Like that's how you do the due diligence, right? That's the journalist thing, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So anyways, Mike, I put Maurice. That's the name in the private chat.
Blue car.
Right. Yeah. I had heard of those other people you'd said, Steve Kirsch and Ed Dowd. Those names are familiar, but this Maurice Strong, I don't really.
Maurice Strong from the old days. He was a Canadian oil executive. I think he started Petro-Canada. He was the one that came up with the plan. So they wanted to promote a scary world where if we don't get our emissions under control, we're going to face an existential crisis. So he was the guy that basically started the climate change scam.
So a Canadian oil and mineral businessman who served as UN Secretary General was the guy behind the climate.
He cooked up the climate change scam, okay. And they've used it brilliantly too. Well, here's what government does: two things. They extract wealth from us and they control our minds. Climate change is one of the greatest wealth extraction schemes. I mean, in Canada, for God's sake, we pay carbon taxes. We're the only country on earth that does it. So how is one nation of 30 million people going? What do? We clean up Canada. We take the carbon out of the air, and it'll fix the world. No, it's a scam.
Businesses are still, it's a scam, and especially because even the businesses who are bitching and moaning about how they have to pay this carbon tax or whatever have these loopholes that the government has given them to be able to pay their tax and get a credit or buy somebody else's credits or whatever, so that they can play this scheme with it, right?
When Bill Gates was confronted about all the airplanes and all the carbon he generates, he said, well, it's okay. I just buy carbon offsets.
Yeah,
right.
That's going to make the bullshit.
Do anything. So there's the other thing about Bill Gates, one of the biggest proponent of climate change. Well, there were a whole bunch of emails that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein. One, he wrote an email saying, Jeffrey, I caught a sexually transmitted disease from one of those Russian hookers you set me up with. Can you get me some antibiotics that I can slip into Melinda's drinks so she doesn't get it? So that's the kind of person you're dealing with. Bill Gates, he's a college dropout. The guy didn't even finish university. Yet everybody thinks he's some world expert on everything, like health.
They're experts at liars, clearly, right?
So anyways, he came out publicly last year and said, well, Melinda and I aren't worried about climate change anymore. It turns out we were wrong. It's not a threat to the earth. We're going to focus on poverty and homelessness now. So, and then the United Nations came out this year and said, yeah, he's right. We were wrong about climate change. No big deal. Nothing to worry about. Okay. So it was a scam from the very beginning. And it was a money-making scam, and it put the fear of God into people. It got them to change their behavior based on false premises.
Well, when I was doing my research on it, the power of the sun is basically hard to factor in because everyone's trying to sell it as if the sun is not powerful enough to create all this kind of global warming and stuff. I think like the most plausible way to say that the global warming stuff is a narrative, is not real. Like, because some of the warming has to be real, has to be natural, has to be accounted for in a way that's not. They're putting far too much credit on the anthropogenic.
No, but you're
the cause of the warming. So you're saying that there's no warming, that we're actually in the cooling phase. You know,
there might be some warming, but it's not going to. It's not from carbon dioxide, and it's not going to cause the end of the world.
It's also cooling too. There's also cooling that happens as well.
I think that when I was trying to understand the solar physics and stuff, what might be also going on is that physics kind of needs a rewrite, and until they actually manage to make that happen, they have this opportunity in that everyone's working with these old physics that doesn't really actually make sense, and so then they can sell people this stuff about how temperature works that's not really possible, and when we try and look at how is that physically possible, whatever, we're given the old whatever textbooks on how physics works, and we can't really make sense of it because we don't have the tools to work with to understand it to begin with. And so you have to be really radical to be able to like understand we need to change whatever, like the electric universe people, whatever. I don't know if you heard about them or whatever, but there's some theories that like the way that we're understanding gravity and stuff and astronomical physics and stuff is like completely wrong. And then that would kind of have knock-on effects on temperature that most people would deny is possible. So
what?
I feel like the universe is like electromagnetic or whatever, more so than they're talking about.
This gets back to the debate about the two greatest theories of the universe. The Einstein model, where everything is round spherical balls that zip around each other.
Atomistic kind of model. Yeah.
Due to the force of gravity. And then the other was the Tesla model, where everything is frequencies and wavelengths.
Right.
Why not both?
Well, it gets a little complicated, but basically Tesla was talking about the ether and ethereal power, this substance in the atmosphere. And it was, I think there was one quote, Einstein was asked what it was like to be the smartest guy on earth. And he said, I don't know, you're going to have to go ask Tesla. And Einstein actually...
Einstein wasn't the smartest guy on earth.
I never heard that quote. That's funny.
And actually Einstein basically said that if there was an ether, then his theories of relativity were absolutely useless. And he basically said that no experiment, no elaborate experiment will ever prove my theories to be true.
And don't forget,
But
Trump's uncle was like roommates with Tesla or something.
no,
I forget.
he was in
What was it?
Uncle John Trump was in some kind of U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, I can't remember the story.
So
So
when-
you know it better than me. So go ahead.
When Tesla died, a poor man at a New York hotel, it was John Trump who came in.
Who took all of his papers?
Wow. It's a small world after all, isn't it, folks?
You never heard of that, Michael?
No, I didn't hear about that. There's a Trump connection to Tesla there.
Yeah, the whole game.
Yeah.
But there's also Tesla's a bit like there's like a Nazi connection there almost. I forget the guy's name or whatever. It starts with like a V, the guy's last name. But like these people, whatever, really smart people like Einstein or whatever, I feel like the worst people in the world kind of gravitate towards them because they want to use their minds, their genius, whatever, to produce an atomic bomb or something. I don't know. Or to produce whatever, to kill the idea like Tesla, where we could have wireless communication for free. No, we can't.
He was like, we could have energy for free.
It would have meant free energy, yes.
Yeah.
Free energy, yeah.
Yeah, and you can't have that. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like
it's really funny that they talk about like, okay, the black man invented the street, not street lights, I'm sorry. Where you stop, go, slow down. Stoplights, thank you. Stoplights. The white man invented the tickets. Black man invented the light bulb because it wasn't whatever. He had a concept, Thomas Edison, but it didn't work. It was Lewis Latimer that actually made the light bulb work because Lewis Latimer invented the filament.
And then they tell the story that it's Edison versus Marconi, right? The Italian.
But look, so they built the light, and then the white man built the light bill. It's like every invention that a black person made, the white man invented a bill for it. Like it's like wait, this is why, like in communism or socialism or what have you, and you have the ability to create and invent because you aren't bogged down with, I got to go to work every day to pay my bills. I got to go to work every day to pay my bills. I could actually sit down and be productive and use my mind to invent things that will better society. And it's like, you can't have that because we need to figure out how to take this invention and capitalize on it and make people have to pay for it.
Yeah, it's just parasitical. That's why
A very parasitical way of being. That's what capitalism is. Yes.
Yeah.
I did want to show you guys. It's a good discussion, and I don't want to derail it, but we got off the topic, and I wanted to just wrap up the topic real quick about domestic terrorism and political violence. I just wanted to show you that whitehouse.gov, this was back in September 25th, with the presidential memorandum. I'm not going to read all of it. I just want to show you like they had it all in the works. Unfortunately, a lot of us did not pay attention and drop the ball on it, did not warn people this was coming. So our apology is just so much happening. So it started out then, and then I'm gonna share this tab. So then in 2026, Stephen Miller was talking about this, the NSPM 7. That's when the FBI and IRS concretized the implementation of this political violence, countering domestic terrorism and political violence concept. So they showed it to us. We didn't see it. Okay, but it was there in plain sight. And now that it's like come to fruition, now we're like, oh my God, wait, what? but it was out there last year. We just missed the ball, and I just wanted to mention that. That's all.
Thank you. No,
Okay.
it's important.
So we can get back to that was I didn't want to. I wanted to make sure because that's what we're talking about here tonight. I wanted to make sure I
What do you guys
close it up. Or what have you.
What do you guys think is coming in the short term? Like, basically, we know that everything about Iran has been a lie. They were never interested in change, no nukes.
We couldn't hear. They were never interested in what?
Regime change. They don't care about that. What I've come to conclude is that, like COVID was that was the main driver of the inflation that we're experiencing now. Because when you print money and you have fewer goods, it's speeding system from supply chain disruption.
It's hard to hear. Is it hard to hear him for you, Michael?
It's whatever happens with his microphone when he talks for a little while. Something, I don't know what it is, it stops picking up your frequency of your voice or something. It's not even like you can be close, get as close as possible. I don't know if that'll help, but go ahead. Sorry.
It happens sometimes,
What I think is going on with Iran and the price of oil, like oil's back over $90 today. And this thing has been dragging out for over 4 months now. So it looks to me like they are engineering a global financial crisis, a severe recession.
You think Iran is in on it?
Oh, I don't know about that, but it wouldn't surprise.
Oh, okay.
I think at every level, based on COVID and what happened, how COVID, the vaccines were global, I think that there's an elite global superclass, and it wouldn't surprise me if Iran was involved.
I just feel like some people Iran is. I feel like the Ayatollahs have to not be in on this because, like, it's a bit of a stretch to say that they're in on it while they're gonna let their Ali Khomeini Grand Ayatollah get bombed with his family, with his little nieces and.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't actually die. Maybe that's just how the reporting goes.
That's what I'm saying about like the.
I don't really think they're. I don't think they're in on it because.
The first thing.
Hold on. Let me jump in real quick. I don't think Iran is in on it because Iran and the United States used to be allies. I feel like there are some hold on. So you know how the United States only wants to give you a piece of the information, the piece that benefits them, like Israel and it started with October 7th. No, we got to go back to 1949. Like with Iran, it started in 1979. No, we have to go back to 1953. And then we have to go even further than that because I can't remember what year that was, but Iran and the United States were allies at one point. And then it wasn't until Iran was like, I think we should nationalize our oil. Yeah. So, for the people. And that's when the 1950, I think it was it 53? The coup, that happened where they installed the Shah. Yeah. Dictator.
A brutal police state. That was
exactly. But America doesn't want to talk about that. And so this is my point. My point is like you can't just take what they're telling us with a grain of salt. You have to go further and further back.
Right, but going back
to try to really get the true answers.
When you go back to 1979, though, you get to the thing about the thing they don't really talk about as much anymore is that they, from the American perspective, it was in their best interest. They would rather have an Islamic revolution than a communist one. During the Cold War, their main priority was defeating the Soviets and the Chinese. So, and I feel like there was the whole thing with the Muslim Brotherhood and whatnot. The U.S. was supporting all kinds of Islamic political Islam because they wanted to destroy communism. And now that
Wasn't
they
Iran-
managed to achieve that goal with smashing the Soviet Union or whatever, Iran's regime has outlived its usefulness. You might say.
Right, because didn't the United States like back Iran when Iran attacked Iraq? I can't remember. I'm going off of the dome, and it's so much information.
I don't know enough about this history really to
There
comment.
was
We're not prepared, because it's just an open discussion.
there was an Iraq-Iran war that was fomented by the United States. Don't forget, though, too, that most of our history is a lie.
A complete lie.
Yeah, a complete lie, and virtually all of it. But so basically, I was telling you that this Iranian thing, since there's no good explanation for it, since they're lying about everything, and since Donald Trump is just doing insider trading like nobody's ever seen before,
through his son Barron as well.
It looks to me that they are going to cripple the global economy and bring so much pain and suffering that people are going to beg for digital IDs, digital currencies, facial recognition.
So this is where the thing about China being the backer of Iran and Russia, they seem also very happy to be implementing these digital IDs and this fourth industrial revolution stuff.
Yeah, well, China basically invented the surveillance state. The social credit system.
All these cameras everywhere on every street corner and everything. It's always something that I have a hard time. My fellow supporters, comrades supporting China or not, whatever, they tend to have some rose-colored glasses when they look at how things are in China and say, but that's so much better for the people that it's like that. Well, you don't say that about when they try to put those cameras on our.
They say that they don't have it's billions of people there. How can you really maintain that social credit thing? Like, I'm not quite sure about that, but
it's real. It's real.
Well, we don't know. We don't really get around to talking about the Chinese prison system. It's hard for us to talk about these topics because anytime we try to research it, we get the CIA propaganda about it. Like,
I wanted to show you
end up
this.
with a Uyghur propaganda. There's a million Uyghurs in the prison system, and it's like hard to really get good, reliable data on what's happening to people. Like, they don't really have the right to protest. Like, we have the right to protest, I guess, technically, not really, whatever. But
who gives a shit?
Protest, but it doesn't
we
matter.
have a right to have parades. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I wanted to show you this. I'm not going to play it or whatever, but if you guys want to go look at this, Garrett Langley, that's his name, Garrett Langley. He's the founder of those Flock cameras. So he did a TED talk about, can a camera on every corner make us safer? It's 15 minutes. You should go watch it. If
I watched a little bit. I tried to watch some of this. I was like, oh my God, whatever, fucking police.
Because I sent it to you, right?
Yeah. This guy.
It's crazy, right?
Well, it's unsettling in that TED Talks is not really to be trusted.
Well, should I read the bottom? Well, we talked about this.
You can play a little bit of it if you want.
I think Myra and Miss Macy had asked, can we talk about AI? We have talked about AI. So maybe she wasn't here. But we'll talk about it again because it's an ongoing issue. We talked about Flock cameras and how insidious this thing goes. So just real quick, how the Flock cameras, they don't just take a picture of your license plate like they used to do and send you a traffic ticket. Now they have sensors. They pick up everything in your vehicle, your phone, your Wi-Fi, your AirPods. They even pick up the sensors in your tires, and they follow you all the way to your destination, and they store all this information in the data centers. So I'm going to read this real quick. Gregory Langley founded Flock because he believed it was Too easy to get away with crime in the U.S. His solution, a network of license plate readers, cameras, drones, and audio sensors that has changed how police departments investigate crime and raise urgent questions about safety, surveillance, and privacy. And this talk Langley explains why he thinks this tech makes the world safer and addresses the controversy around it.
Right. Well, what creeped me out when I watched the beginning of the video is he starts with the scenario about.
Should I just play it?
Yeah, you could just play it, and then I won't
Okay.
really be better.
And then you could speak on it.
Yeah.
So here we go. Oh wait, hold on.
Muted.
Yep, I got it muted. Hold on.
But he uses the scenario of someone kidnapping a child.
is it
And
muted?
good thing that camera on the street was
Calls
there.
911. Detective arrives. No sign of force. There's no note. There's nothing. If your heart's not racing, he was taking care of her 11-year-old granddaughter. So she wakes up. She walks into a room.
They always give you this feel-good story, a personal story, to try to sell this shit to you. But
Well, on
anyway,
the
go ahead.
fascist angle too.
Go ahead.
For the Hitler quote is something about make them fear for their kids, and you can get them to do anything.
All right, here we go.
The bed's empty. She looks around. There's no note. There's nothing. If your heart's not racing right now, should be. She calls 911. Detective arrives. No sign of force. There's nothing. Except one thing that he remembered. There's a flock camera just down the street. So he pulls out his phone and runs a search for the night and finds one car. He runs that tag, and it's his worst nightmare. It's a registered sex offender. So he logs into Flock, and he's looking for this car, and he sees the car is traveling down I-75. And if you're not familiar with Tennessee and Georgia, that's the connecting state. It's the highway. The person's on the highway. The detective doesn't know what to do, so he does what every hero does, is he moves into action. He jumps in his car and races down I-75. As he approaches the interstate line, he sees the vehicle.
Wait, so we could just log into Block? Who is he talking about? The police?
Yeah. But
Okay.
notice how he's definitely trained in those like manipulation techniques
Right.
about how to like phrase things in order to get the maximum emotional impact. Like he's saying, if your heart's not racing, it
you
should be.
see it.
That's planting
I know
thoughts in people's
you
minds,
see it.
right? And then he's also, what was he saying? That he's like placing the thought that the cop is a hero, that what he's doing is racing down the street like a hero. So definitely trying to get you thinking in his way of thinking without you realizing it.
Mm-hmm. The hero cops, the slave catchers. Okay.
Violent struggles pursues, and at the end, he hears crying. And the girl's in the back. She's bound, but she's alive. They went on to go search the suspect's house, and the nightmare got scarier. Everything one would need to not only assault, but dispose of the body was there. Now, that girl's alive today because the detective had two things. He had a license plate, and he had direction to travel. This, for me, is one of thousands of stories I sadly hear about every day in America.
So let me ask you this. So if this was the only scenario, look at this with the birds and everything. Look how they try to pull on your heartstrings. But anyway, if this was regulated like warrant based, you have to have a warrant to get this information type of thing, maybe it would be different. This is like they're collecting data from anybody who passes through a Flock camera and storing it at a data center. That isn't what this is. That is overwhelming surveillance. This is what Edward Snowden told us about with our computers, our TVs, our Alexa, our this, our that. This is just taking it to a whole new level because it's not in the house anymore. It's everywhere.
Yep. What he's not telling you is that for every single positive outcome where the bad guy actually gets caught, there's 10 false convictions. You know, he's telling the story about this girl, which conveniently they're not going to tell you the identity of this person. So we're taking their word for it that he's telling you a real story.
And he's not going exactly. And he's not telling you how many rape kits are still sitting there and haven't been tested.
And he's not telling you that there's a very vibrant and profitable private prison system in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta go, guys, but would you humor me and just play this one video that I put in the chat, Abby?
Yeah, we can come back to this maybe. What's this Rumble video?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to call that up, Abby, or should I? Or
because it's the one thing that's that bothers me most in the truth community, like even like Jimmy Dore and some relatively trustworthy people. They all say the same thing, that Charlie Kirk is dead. But this video proves that he didn't die. And I can briefly walk you through it. But basically, that whole scene when he was giving his speech in the tent.
Oh, I think we've done this on here before. Like how
I've heard this.
They ran in like why are you grabbing the SD card out of the hologram video and all? Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at.
No, that's that's the 9/11 one. He's talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination.
I am talking about Charlie Kirk.
Oh, okay, all right, my bad.
So
I'm absolutely talking about Charlie Kirk. Why?
During his
whys. Were you when you found out? Oh, hold on. I gotta turn this volume off.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not the right one.
I'm sorry. I don't even know how to turn this volume off. Skip ahead. There we go. But
I was mentioning that Dan Cohen was the only one else talking about. He was also the only other person I heard talking about Charlie Kirk still alive. So.
Okay, so during his speech, can you forward that a bit? Go forward. That's a commercial.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying.
Oh,
That's why I took it down. That's why I took it down, so I could do it without everybody else having to be bothered with it, you know.
So basically, during his speech, or are you going to play that or not? I can't.
Yeah, she's just trying to get it ready behind the scenes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's all.
So during the speech, he was surrounded by people on his team. They were doing things like making hand signals to each other. There was a guy
in the maroon shirt, the one in the brown shirt. Yes,
exactly. And
so I've looked at all of this stuff.
So basically, like for example, there was a guy who placed something on the ground, and then right after the shooting, he went and picked it up.
And gave it to somebody who ran off real quick.
Well, that's the thing. See, when Kirk was shot, typically when somebody's shot or in need of medical assistance, you don't jump on them and tackle them to the ground, which is what happened immediately. And the other thing you do with a wound that's spurting blood, you put pressure on it. You put
on it. Yes.
On it.
And where were the ambulances?
Well, that's the thing. There was no ambulance, no police, no nothing.
No nothing. Where?
What happened?
Why were his legs dangling out of the damn truck? Like, there's so many. Why did they? Why?
Abby,
okay, go ahead. I'm just getting excited because I've already researched a lot of this. So go ahead.
So after the shot, he was tackled to the ground. Now, in the human body, the heart beats at 72 beats a minute. So that's roughly every second. If you have a puncture, you're going to get a stream of blood. 1, 2, 3. It'll keep going because there's like 5 liters of blood in the body. It's going to take several minutes of blood squirting out. So when we get to this video, you'll see that in the aftermath, you saw some blood coming out of the front, and afterwards there was blood on the table, but there was virtually no blood on the ground. And these people who carried him, everybody raced to the back. One guy who was doing hand signals runs to the back and gets up on a perch and starts filming Charlie Kirk being escorted to the SUV.
And what's that dude's name who just conveniently walked away real quick? Like he wasn't even. It's almost like he knew it was about to happen. And he like he got on the phone to say it's done or something. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't remember.
You know what I'm talking about.
The guy in the pink shirt or
He
something?
works for TPUSA.
Oh, yeah. I cannot. It'll be in this video, so. Anyway, so the key is, when you get to the video of him being escorted out by these goons to the SUV, you see Charlie Kirk's white face, his white shirt, his white shoes. You see his arms, his skin. No blood anywhere. There's no blood on any of these guys. These guys would be soaked in blood.
Soaked in blood.
If they were on top of him. And then they went back and looked at the film behind the desk. There was no blood on the ground, no blood on the canvas behind Charlie Kirk. That whole place would have been soaked in blood from the table all the way to the car. And
It reminds me of the fake Trump assassination. Fight.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
they lowered the flag. His team ushered the camera people in to get the shot. Yeah, all of that.
Not to mention also the story about him having like some superhuman skull that managed to not to deflect the bullet, whatever, instead of shatter, kind of thing, right? Like,
right. Well, even
From a
Donald,
30-06, yeah. Mhm.
even Trump, like you could tell that when the shot rang out, he touches his ear with some blood, and he was on Truth Social later saying, "Whoa, my ear was totally." A big hunk of it was taken off, but it's growing back now. The ear is one of the fastest growing parts of the human body, which is totally untrue. It's just garbage.
pretty sure they're one of the parts that don't heal compared to other parts that do.
Yeah, like if a hunk of your ear is taken off, it won't grow back.
My grandfather had his ear bitten off during a soccer game when he was a teenager.
In
Never
Finland?
grew back the rest of his life.
That's
right?
that's Finnish soccer. Yeah.
No, that's English soccer. Yeah, he was in the UK before he came over to Canada.
Okay, so should I play it?
Sure, yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, you got to call it back up on stage here.
One, take.
Oh, my bad.
There, start over.
Can you did you share it? Thank you.
It's up now, yeah.
Okay.
I already made many videos exposing the Charlie Kirk shooting hoax, and this one takes the cake as far as the most outrageously fake, contrived garbage that they have produced, trying to pass off fake as real. And there's many shills, specifically here in Rumble, which is a free speech site, but there's many infiltrators in here trying to debunk the truth. Not going to happen. Not going to happen on my watch. Not going to happen in the videos I produce. And the spotted shills comments will be deleted. I don't mind people asking legitimate questions, but not liars, not gatekeepers, not people trying to pass off fake as real. Those comments will be gone. Legitimate questions will remain. And let's continue on here. And first off, I should say, people are asking, why are they faking this event? What's the whole agenda? It's New World Order gun control. And that's the whole reason behind this fake, phony event, this PSYOP. Let's get right to it. And this is right after the supposed aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting. Like I mentioned many times, obviously fake. And take a look here as you see two Secret Service men walking around with guns. One trying to conceal it. And what is this goober doing, talking on his phone with his gun in his left hand, which is absolutely useless right after the so-called shooting? No way to protect yourself. No way to switch hands in time if there was really a shooter out there. Absolutely ridiculous. And this guy's looking right at the camera. What a complete joke. And anybody that's watching this, if you're a LEO and you're watching this, you got to ask yourself, what is going on? You guys know better. Where's the police tape? Where's the police? They're not here for this fake, phony show. Not needed. Let's continue. Now watch this. These two goobers, they move over to the left. Now watch this guy here. This guy looks right at the camera. He's going to grab Charlie Kirk's chair that he's supposedly shot and bleeding all over the place. He's in a supposed crime scene. Look what he does here. Like I said, he grabs Charlie Kirk's chair. Oh, grab Charlie's chair, stands on it. I'm surprised he didn't slip on the fake blood. Give me a break. He's taking down the video camera. What for? Because this is just a fake, phony show. And again, not to be repetitive, where are the police? First thing you do in a crime scene is you cordon off the area.
What?
Can I interrupt here?
Yep.
Yeah, this is actually not the right video. I'm sorry about that. He's done so many, but I'll just put this one into the private chat and see if you can bring it up. It's really just one.
Can we minimize the video? At least like shout out like who the content creator is, so we're not like
yeah,
we're doing fair use instead of unfair use. You know what I mean?
Sure. He used to be on YouTube. He was taking down Russian vid.
Here's his name.
Okay.
Russian vid. So I'm sorry, I put the correct one in the chat now, and there's really just one section you have to go to, and I can get you there. But the thing that he's emphasizing here is that the whole stage, the camera was tampered with, the whole stage was taken down that very same day, and the next day, the University of Utah paved over.
How do you pave over a crime? Who allows you to do that?
The deep
what
state.
kind of police would allow you to do that?
The deep state. Yeah.
Yeah.
The people who run the show.
Way too many obvious signs that there's no way that this went down the way that they're claiming. So very plausible, just like Epstein, the claim that Epstein is still alive. Saying very plausible that Charlie Kirk is also potentially still alive. Also, when we're talking about those Marco Rubio,
you believes nothing.
This one's
with you, Michael, but
no, I'm saying,
but I'm really not.
What you're saying about Marco Rubio with the terrorism thing, when I was reading that first couple paragraphs and whatnot, they're using specifically the assassinations of Charlie Kirk and attempted assassinations of Donald Trump as the legal excuse to crack down on Antifa people, right? So, like, why would that?
Yeah, they're making him a martyr, and they're like, oh, we got to do something about this because they took down one of our martyrs. A martyr? That racist piece of shit. Okay, so you ready for me to play?
Yeah, please do. Sorry about that. We'll just play the part.
There's a place you said we had to skip to, or
yeah, play the first part.
Before I do that, I just want to acknowledge some people in the chat that were like Chris was giving some good information about China. We're not there on that anymore, but I appreciated those comments. Maybe we can go back to it after this, but this is what we're doing right now. Okay.
This is a follow-up to my last video, and I want to say first off, I appreciate all the support. My video went viral. 5,000 new subs because of this video I put out. And you can see the total amount of views so far in only one day.
All right,
352,000 and counting. And again, this is all about
they live truth.
Thing over and over again.
They live truth. We appreciate
about
it.
Candace Owens, as you see here. Like, she was the first to break the information on Sunglasses Man.
She's full of shit too, but okay.
People that showed up on my channel, they don't know my history. They didn't look at my past videos, and they know nothing. They do a lot of typing away and troll.
Somebody trying to say something.
Can you go to 6:15 then?
Sure.
And I think this will do it. It's just 2 minutes now.
I'm gonna go back to 16.
So it's a sunny day. There must be a conspiracy why he's wearing sunglasses. The only reason I mention he's wearing sunglasses is to identify him. I made no mention of the sun and some conspiracy regarding the sun and why he's wearing sunglasses. It's just a point to identify him because he's obviously wearing sunglasses. And of course, these are the shills, the bots, and the trolls in the comment section that are making the most absolutely ridiculous claims and comments. But anyways, let's get to it here. This is a point I want to make that I haven't seen anybody else discuss or cover, is this scene here once again. And I have to really break this down, as you see Sunglasses Man right here. And right after this all goes down, without even a thought, without even hesitation, he makes a dash for the back. I'm going to point this out to be very clear. There you see it. He makes a run to the back again without hesitation. No thought whatsoever. And take a look here as the plaid shirt guy, again, surfing the table. Already covered that in my last video, of course. But look how quickly they pick up Charlie and how quickly they bring him to the back.
He grabbed something, gave it to
within seconds.
Sunglass Man.
So at this time frame, Sunglasses Man, he's already getting in position. And there they go. This didn't take long at all to haul away Charlie Kirk.
You see any blood?
There he goes. And
Well,
again,
the
during
blurring
the interim,
that comes out
while
doesn't help. But
all
even in
going
the blur,
down, Sunglasses
barely see any
Man.
red.
Wait, what?
So the blur doesn't help things, but you're right. There's no blood on the table, on the white cloth behind.
On the cloth behind, nothing.
Okay,
no
keep
splatter, nothing.
Is getting in position. And why is he doing that? Obviously to film that on. And I mentioned the white shoes with Charlie Kirk. We'll get more of that momentarily. But first off, let's take a look here. A very important aspect, again, that no one else has really talked about or covered, is this scene right here. Again, we all seen it. I showed it many times. But the individuals that are right below him, I pointed them out in my first video. I'm going to point them out again. Just two guys down here. Perfect to elevate, lift up, help Sunglasses Man get up here. And that's why these two here are just sitting here. Obviously, you can't have a ladder. It's high up. Help boost them up. They were positioned here from the get-go to get Sunglasses. You see another goon over here trying to get up here. But make no mistake about it. Right after Charlie Kirk is hauled to the back, how do you get up there so quickly? Just perfectly positioned right below Sunglasses Man. And I truly believe these two were there at the start, ready for Sunglasses Man to help him up so he can record all this. Now, Candace Owens claims that Sunglasses Man told her when asked, why were you on this rocky ledge? And he claims he was making phone calls to Turning Point to, quote, inform them what took place.
And I then, like, as you can see, people that are running, anybody that was in that zone, ran to the back, and he caught his breath. He wanted to check in with and communicate to other people that were working with and around Turning Point USA.
I just have to say this. She's a paid actor.
What?
Oh, yeah. She's a paid actor.
She's a paid actor.
Oh, for sure. She's like Tucker Carlson's sister in the CIA.
Yeah, she's a paid actor. For sure. Yeah, there's a video of her like dancing with some, I can't remember this white girl's name. They're doing like a music video or some bullshit on a green screen. Like some stuff Candace would never, ever condone because she's such a family woman.
Right. That's
I had to find that one, but
that's one of the
probably
things
not
that
tonight. But
I've been mentioning Dan Cohen a few times tonight, whatever, and I'd said, I think last week, he came out with a video about Jackson Hinkle was recruited as a student, and he did like 2 hours of proof on it. And in that video, he mentions Candace Owens was connected. I'm thinking, was it Hillary Clinton? Don't quote me on it. Somebody like that it's like big red flags that she was connected with them.
she was recruited, yeah.
And then
We
Jackson
also
Hinkle
did one about
apparently-
Midas Touch.
So Dan Cohen had found that receipt that showed that connection, and then apparently Jackson Hinkle took Dan's work and then cut the part of the video out that mentioned her connection with like the Hillary Clinton type of establishment figure. And so that's kind of like clear evidence about them, all these people on the independent media, so-called, right? Like fucking gaming us from the start. So,
So many of them. Okay, here we go.
And that's why he's on his phone, communicating to them what had happened. That's what he told me.
Give me a break. He's filming. Take a close look. He's holding up his phone and capturing the action. There he is. It's not next to his head. He's holding up the air. He's filming this. So that's another part of Candace Owen that's being debunked.
Okay,
He's holding up the phone.
Just interrupt. So look at the men transporting Charlie Kirk in the next few frames. Look at Kirk and look and notice the absence of blood anywhere. Go ahead.
Perfect position to film all this. So everything I'm presenting, there's no doubt whatsoever, but there's people, it doesn't matter what you present. They have their minds made up, or they're just trolls or shills. Or the main problem with people is this: once they believe they have come to a conclusion, no evidence will convince them otherwise. They're married to the idea, and anything else presented will be ignored. They'll make excuses. And that's the problem with people in general in society. No information will change their minds. No solid information, provable information will ever change their mind. They already have their minds made up due to their own ego, and ego is the biggest enemy of truth. And there's a few things I also want to cover regarding my last video.
Before he covers them, you think he's gonna Charlie Kirk's gonna show up later with a little plastic surgery? Because first of all, he was like getting older. How long can a grown ass man play this part for 18, 19, 20-year-olds?
He can come back with plastic surgery or just a mask and play all kinds of characters.
Exactly. For the rest of his days.
Okay.
He gonna lay, he's in Valhalla.
Again, people in the comment section, some of them are just unbelievable. I just truly believe they're brain dead or just shills. I'm not sure what the issue is. There's several things, again, I want to cover. Is this Trumper girl, the one with the red hat and the camera? She has a camera. She's working for the company, but she's taking no pictures. And like I mentioned, she's facing this way. Then she faces Charlie Kirk right before everything happens. And then she just walks away pretty calmly. Let's take a look here. Once again. And as she turns, she's wearing the backpack and looks right at Charlie Kirk. And after everything goes down, she calmly, like expecting it, just walks away. Doesn't run, just looks and just walks away. Now, there's an aspect here where people in the comment section are completely confused. I'm talking about the girl with the backpack. Now, coming up right here, shortly, we're going to see the black female that I mentioned before appear. Okay? She shows up right here. There she is. Some are claiming that I'm saying that this is the Trumper girl with the red hat. No, this is the black woman that ends up filming by the SUV. And why people are so confused about this? What is this? The girl with the red hat, is she like a Pac-Man character where she can go from this side of the screen and reappear and run up here? How?
Why would they think that's the same person? Look at the hair. Her hair is braided.
People just come on
with no hat on.
like this guy's videos
was she
where
able to unbraid her hair real quick and frizz it out?
This one's not. It's not important.
People throwing red herrings. Yeah.
All people think that I'm talking about this girl with the red hat coming over here, walking through here, is really unbelievable. They must be just shills, trolls, because obviously I'm not pointing in that direction. She ends up filming the scene, and there she is right there. She ends up filming the scene by the SUV and not pointing the camera towards Charlie Kirk. And then she goes running by. You see her right there. Again, there's no way that people have this confused with these two individuals. I'm going to show this momentarily with the woman running by. Once again, Back this up here so you can get a clear view of her running by. Back this up here and let me play this forward. And slowly, again, the Trumper girl with the red hat, she moves out of the way, and then you're going to see the black female right here run and get into position in the back. And there she goes, right there in the back, right here. Now, one other aspect, I'm going to show her again for clarification, but I really want to touch upon Frank Turek once again.
Frank Turek.
Regarding this scene. And as everything goes down, notice him with the camera. He's pointing the camera, obviously, to Charlie Kirk. But after everything goes down, he keeps the camera up. Who would do that? Why would he do that? You forget about the camera and help your friend.
Or
A lot of people don't.
you're
these days.
concerned that there'll be another shot, and you run.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when any kind of any sort of commotion, whatever, people are hurt, car accident happens, people whip out their phones now instead of think maybe I should help. You know, that's part of this social media, whatever effect on us in a collective way. So, but they're at the same time, like these fucking whatever Fed people, they would certainly they would be ready and waiting or whatever. You know, it's hard to. This is a subjective thing when you're trying to say why would he react that way. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we skip this and just go to 15 minutes?
Okay.
Because it gets pretty involved. There's a lot of people.
Okay.
But I'm sorry. I should have kept closer tabs on the time. 15 in play.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You're going to see him momentarily. There he is. Changing directions. He probably dropped out that one piece there. Who knows?
Wait, we gotta go
But
back.
he's heading
a little
towards the
bit. We were almost there
SUV.
anyway. Hold on.
He was repeating himself.
Here they go.
That backpack girl, but that's all good.
Okay, I gotta I'm sorry, y'all.
Asking are the ones who find answers.
Too bad. There we go.
As part of directing this all. And there he
Back
goes.
I'm going
Now,
back a little bit because
on to the
I
right.
want to talk about this dude.
But
in
then he
the
goes
right.
off to the left.
Yeah, the
and
one
he
that was
runs
on the
off with it.
floor.
And like I mentioned, he also runs to the back. He first takes the position to the right, running to the right. But then he goes off to the left. You're going to see him momentarily. There he is. Changing directions. He probably dropped out that one piece there. Who knows? But he's heading towards the SUV as part of directing this all. And there he goes. Now, that gets back to the black female that I mentioned earlier. And there she is, holding her phone. She's going to make her way to the back to film it all. Now, obviously, no backpack, but it's not the same girl. Unbelievable how dumb some people are in the comment section. Let's take a look here at the back parking lot scene. I want to point out a couple things here.
Okay.
As we see Charlie Kirk being hauled away in the SUV.
No blood.
Like I mentioned so many times, there's Frank Turek. But I want to point out the female. We're going to see her.
No blood
and
on
there
the
she
ground.
Slips by.
No
Back
blood
up
on the
here.
ground.
And you're going to see her. Actually, let me get over here to this position. And there she is. She's the one that was running past the guardrail in the back that I just pointed out. Like I mentioned many times, the one female here, the white female, covering her mouth and says something like, let's get out of here. And she follows her. I said this repeatedly, but it's very important to mention. Why doesn't she ever film what's taking place here? Because they don't want to get a close-up like I mentioned so many
Yeah,
times.
you're right
She never
there.
points in.
You are right there. Why are you not filming them putting?
Yeah.
Why
Anyone
are
in
you filming
that
this girl
situation
running off?
would turn the camera to follow the action in front of them, not sit there for whatever reason to record this angle and stay on that angle like some kind of professional cameraman.
That's really weird. It's
That
like
is
she had instructions.
The direction of Charlie Kirk at all with the very white shoes. And that gets to a point here that I'm going to bring up with Candace Owens, and let's get to it. And just take a listen to Candace Owens, what she says about Sunglasses Man, that she knows. She claims she worked with him at Turning Point and was in contact. Take a listen to what she says about the conversation and what she's seen from the videotape that he shared with her.
I'm still going to work with him to get me so that I think it should be shared. There's nothing gory about this footage from the back. The thing that really stood out to me, and I just kept asking him to replay it over and over and over again, is that there's no blood. There's no blood.
And that's very telling. And that,
as they're carrying him, blood should be spewing down all over the ground into the truck.
All over the ground, all over the people that were associated with him. If you want to go to 1859, and this should do it.
I went a little bit ahead. So.
that was dispersed from the blood pack. Let's get to this scene here. And that obviously explains why when you look at the footage once again. Let's get a little bit of a close-up. You don't see anything dripping. No blood on the concrete, on the clothing, the white shoes. Nothing on his side. Zero. Let's move this around a little bit more.
I do see
See
some
how
red a little bit.
clean that is? There's a little bit on his shirt here.
But it should be way more.
That was expelled from the blood pack.
Dry.
But that's it.
Right arm.
Again,
should
those
still be
Snow
spewing
White
out.
shoes.
Yep.
Everything was expelled, like I mentioned so many times. And that's why
They didn't have enough time to like impact the wound and then like tie something over it or anything. They just grabbed them and it's so fake.
Well, they had time. They just didn't want anybody to see anything.
To see anything.
you don't see any of that red liquid anywhere. Again, it was all expelled. Let's get back here to that one scene. Again, right here. And with what we saw, it should be everywhere, obviously, and it's not. Just on the table itself, and that's it. A very small blood pack, a minimal amount. And that's why, again, we see the lack of the blood. And that gets back to conclude this video, this footage.
He's
once
done?
again.
I think he's done.
Thank you very much, Hubby, for playing that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for sharing that.
That's why we're here. Yeah, thank you for sharing it.
That Russian Vids channel, is that a different one? Or
Russian Vids, I've been awake for about 10 years now, and he was one of the first people I found on YouTube. But he's been heavily censored in the day. He was gone for a year or two, I think.
well, with a name like that, but he didn't sound Russian either. So.
No, he's not Russian.
Can you just stay for a second so I can go to the bathroom and I'll be right back?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us tonight, Lance. Always good talking with you.
My pleasure, Mike. Are you guys ready to pack it up, or because
we're maybe probably both of us. We often will be wrapping up around this time anyway. We've been going for 5 hours, so I'm not sure what else we have to share. Really, maybe I should take a look to see if there's anything that I wanted to make sure I was. There was something about Hamas dissolved its Gaza government as part of the U.S. brokered ceasefire deal, and they kind of agreed to tentatively, or at least the media is trying to sell it like they agreed to some technocratic UN-approved reconstruction authority in Cairo. The Committee of Technocrats, which is based in Cairo, is chaired by Ali Shaf, a Gaza-born engineer and former official with the Palestinian Authority. But the thing that kind of catches my eye about that story is that Hamas gave their tentative kind of approval of that. So they're obviously in a pretty significant kind of weak spot. But then at the same time, there's no way that this is going to be any kind of a solution, right? Like you spent all this time to replace Hamas with the Palestinian Authority that the Palestinian people reject.
Hello.
So
I think
one
Macy's
thing
going to sleep. Can we say goodbye to Macy?
Good
Call it
night.
good night.
Macy,
Oh no! Oh, that said Macy Wright, not Macy Knight. Oh, my bad.
You're
But
right. You're
thanks,
right.
Lance. My colonoscopy up the ass was acting up.
What?
My colonoscopy up the ass was acting up.
Did your butt plugs failing? What are you talking about?
You know I can't pronounce that word. What's the word, Michael?
Cyclosporiasis.
Thank you.
No, oh, I see. So you had a bad dose of the Jimmies.
Yeah,
Okay, that's sorry to hear that, man. That's brutal.
it's still happening. It's not the same. It's much
happens to the
better.
best.
The thing I wanted to tell you is that I've come to learn that Hamas, Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, ISIS, all of these groups, in one way, shape, or form, were either founded by or are still
United
funded
States,
by United States, Great Britain, and Israel. Yeah,
maybe France.
NATO, let's say.
That's
Just say
that little
NATO
bit of-
and be done with it.
I'm just was looking into the news about Gaza, and that was what had been kind of recent, and it's very sad to hear that even if they are a genuine like revolutionary fighting force, anti-imperialist fighting force, they are caught between such a rock and a hard place that they're trying to like say yes to these ceasefire peace deals that they know aren't going to work anyways. And so
And the thing that's really troubling me is all this talk out of Europe. So, for example, you've got the British government today saying that people need to stock up for a major event. You've got Starmer, who's thankfully now gone, but Burnham's no better, who's basically calling for war against Russia. You've got Russia threatening, I think, Poland and England with nuclear weapons. There's so much nuclear weapon talk. So much. England, they just raised their conscription rate, so you can be 42 and they can still take you into the army. So there's a lot of this nuclear saber rattling between NATO and Russia. It's almost like they're signaling.
it's almost like what's that?
They are signaling war to us.
Like it's very hard to take the argument that they're all just working together if they're going to do this World War III actually after all. And that does seem to be what Europe is and Russia are preparing for, and the US and whatnot. The whole thing about the escalation ladder with the Strait of Hormuz stuff is if China and Russia ever play a more direct role in protecting Iran, then you have World War III. But I really the insurance is what's stopping them is that if they declare war on each other, then this insurance clause that whatever is protecting the insurance industry will go away. And that
I really just don't think Iran is.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying, like the world economy is fragile. Like Lance is saying, they seem to be engineering this global economic catastrophe. And so, if they do the World War III, this insurance clause that the Security Council of the United Nations or whatever has, where like anyone else can go to war, but the insurance industry is kind of fine. But there's this whatever 5 powers clause that if France or the US or China or Russia or whoever the 5th one is, whatever, if they go to war with each other, England, then everything's off the table, right? But so then they've managed, that's why they do their proxy wars in every other nation, because that's sort of part of preserving the world order as it is. And so if they go to war with each other and do World War III, that is for sure going into this, they'll be ready for this new world order whatever, because they will destroy the old world, or there will be no other alternative.
And you could get a massive population reduction out of World War II.
Yeah.
You
So,
remember?
I just really don't think Iran is in on it, because Iran has been, once America moved in on Iraq, Iran started preparing for, Iran realized the United States cannot be trusted. This is just my opinion. And they've been preparing for this for 40 years.
I don't think Iran is in cahoots, no.
I don't think so at all.
I think they're in need, and they're trusting maybe Russia and China. As far as looking at who is the only one
I don't
who's,
even think they're in need.
Iran's the one who wants the
We've
one
already
state.
lost this war.
They are in need in as far as they can't really do this war against the U.S. really without China's and Russia's assistance militarily, in a sense. Like the whole thing about like Ukraine's getting backing from NATO to fight the war with Russia. It's the same kind of dynamic with Iran, right? They get like satellite imagery that is kind of necessary and whatnot, and they get all kinds of, like, if they didn't, this is one of the things about
What other countries, when they go to war, don't have other countries assisting them in war? Why is Iran?
NATO has this agreement that if one is attacked, then all have to respond as if they have been attacked. And
no, I understand that.
Iran
I understand
and China and Russia have been very conspicuous about ensuring that they do not have that type of agreement. And so, as far as Iran not being in on it, the way that the agreements are structured, it is completely legal. Whatever, like it is expected, written that way, so as for Russia and China to say we had always said we never had to be there for you.
So, do you think when Israel attacked Iran, Iran was in on that? Do you think they?
I'm saying Iran.
Do you think they spoke to? No, I'm asking a question. Hold on. You
Go
think
ahead.
like Iran conspired with the Israeli government and the American government that, okay, we're about to do this?
No, this is where that's like the Shahid Bolson things, almost like saying they kind of benefit from each other's existence. So the whole thing about them being anti-Zionist is kind of a front, right? I think Iran's the only one that's really truly anti-Zionist and wants to see Israel wiped out, and all the other powers are kind of being a little bit like they don't really care if Israel does or does not exist, you know. And so that's why China and Russia officially have a two-state solution, have done business with Israel and everything. They fund and benefit from both sides, and then that's kind of like the American way of going about these kinds of conflicts. And then, but then Iran is the one that's being the more anti-imperialist because they're in that existential crisis, sort of. If they don't react this way or whatever, they're going to kind of lose. Like they have the regional hegemony in the Middle East, and so, but that has to do with their support for Palestine and their Shia. That there's a lot of stuff here that I still have to kind of do more research on to speak on, but there's this whole dynamic about like they're the power balance against like Saudi Arabia and whatnot. So that's why they want to destroy Iran or whatever, to create that like power vacuum, you know, like so it can be filled by their Israel loyal, like Sunni whatever, like Wahhabism or Salafism, you know.
Shia off, will you?
So yeah, I don't know if you're about to get out of here, but are we going to be getting out of here too, Abby, or should we all head out together? Or
yeah, well, I want to thank you for a great evening, and we'll catch you on the upside.
Lance, it was so good to see you again. We were missing you.
Like I was saying, you keep coming up. So many things that remind me. I just got a kick out of looking at Baton Rouge in Louisiana. I just didn't know. I didn't know a lot about it. It kind of reminds me of Mike would know Kingston, Ontario.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kingston is it used to be the capital city of Canada. So it's historic. There's a lot of old limestone buildings. It's got to be a world class university. It's the prison capital. And I used to work on it.
Camera's cutting out again. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Kingston's got like everything for a city of like 150,000, and it reminds me of Baton Rouge in a lot of ways.
Wait, what? Where reminds you of Baton Rouge? I'm sorry, I didn't get the first part.
Kingston, Ontario.
Kingston.
Oh,
I think I might have been there once, but I don't really remember what it looks like. Back when I did the gymnastics would be the only time I would have ever been there. So.
Okay, so you did.
When I was like 12. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, it was a great place. It was a great place to work too, and like one of the stores I used to work for. I had some interesting experiences. I used to teach literacy, teach people how to read, and teach
you're cutting out again.
I used to teach people how to read as a volunteer job, and I used to teach English as a second language. So part of my job was to teach prisoners in Kingston Penitentiary how to read. Wow, man. Like there's like 5 penitentiaries. They're all maximum security, and it's spooky stuff.
Well, that's great that you did that. That's important work, you know.
And I also worked in a store in the west end of Kingston near Amherstview, which is where all the old Kingston money lives. So I would regularly have, I'd be talking to famous people. Mike would remember Peter Mansbridge.
What's that?
He's cutting out. Yeah.
Peter Mansbridge.
Yeah, yeah.
So he used to come into my store all the time. Gord Downey of the Tragically Hip used to come in.
Nice.
Like I actually vaguely remember saying, "Make sure you take that on an empty stomach, Mr. Downey." And well, there was one night I was. It was the first Shoppers to go midnight in Canada, and so after 10 o'clock one night, there's nothing happening, so I go up to the front to get the last Globe and Mail, and so I'm talking to the cashier, chin Globe and Mail, and there's another hand coming in the egg. So I look up, and it's this enormous man. He had to be like 6'7", 300 pounds. And he just yells at me and says, "No, you take the goddamn paper. I never read the damn thing anyways." And it was Dan Aykroyd.
Nice. That's the Ghostbuster guy?
Yeah.
Ghostbuster, yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it was just famous.
Oh, you got some stories.
I've, compared to most people, I have met more famous celebrities per capita, I think, than most people. I've been really lucky that way.
Nice. You got some kind of quantum whatever capacity to attract them to you, whatever.
Something like that, eh?
Entanglement, whatever.
Yeah, I'm all quantum, eh?
All right. Well, thank you for.
We should let you go.
Good night, kids. Take care.
Have a good one.
Thank you for showing up. We appreciate you always.
Have a good one.
Until next time.
Ginger, my little Ginger. So I have on the way out, I have this compilation of Tucker Carlson. Let me see how long it is. It's just 3 minutes of him contradicting himself.
I'm just
I
saying.
just feel like I want to show. Good night, Sean.
I don't know if you're still there. You said that a little while ago, and
oh, okay.
Kieran too. Hopefully, if you're still there. But we're about to get.
Good night, Kieran. We're about to leave.
Play this video and say our goodbyes on the other side, or say our
Well,
goodbyes.
I also have I wanted to end on a actual Iran music video.
Okay,
If that's okay.
No worries.
If I could do both of them.
Yeah.
So that's like just 10 more minutes.
I'm good.
Is that okay with you? Okay.
Yeah.
So let me share. Because I just want, now that he's starting his new political party, I wish I had I'm gonna have to look for it again, the compilation of him basically confirming that he is CIA. Save it. Hopefully I'll save it again.
You're cutting out a bit. Sorry.
Oh,
And they're muted the video.
yeah. I see it. Can you hear me better now? So
I don't know what's going on with your. I don't know if I'm the only one having a hard time hearing you, but fucking audio these days.
I wanted to. My mouth is right on. Let me show you.
It's not. It's sometimes it's like a digital interference.
My
It's
mouth
not-
is right here.
Yeah, it's not a hardware. It's a software problem. Sometimes it's like a Wi-Fi. Sometimes I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe.
So I couldn't. I didn't, same thing with Lance. I couldn't tell. Yeah.
Well, can we do a mic check? Check 1, check 2. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good now.
Okay. So I wanted to show this. There was another video of him from his youth talking about going to Nicaragua and all these various places with his CIA father to think that he didn't know his father was a part of the CIA is laughable. But I'll play this one first, and then we could leave on the other one. We could say our goodbyes and leave on the song, okay?
Okay.
You can kind of tell who's telling the truth. You can smell it.
You know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, you said, could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist?
Could this be the Antichrist?
I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips.
Raised some eyebrows this week when you said that Hamas is more like a political organization than a terror group.
Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true. By the way, it seems more like a political organization.
I didn't say that.
The future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent.
You said in our previous interview, the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent.
I'm amazed that you have a tape of me saying that, and I just want to disavow it. A lot of young men in America, mostly white, but not exclusively, listen to Nick Fuentes really carefully. This kid is the single most influential figure among young
Nick
white men, and not
Fuentes.
just white, actually. Is that true? Well, it's definitely true. Of course, half the thing was about Fuentes, and like, who cares? Fuentes?
There was a lot of Fuentes.
Who cares about Fuentes? Talk about irrelevant.
America's supporting Israel because it's an ally.
I don't even know what those words mean. I'm just saying my
Well,
principle
they're
is
an
I was-
ally, right? I mean, they
I
both.
don't know what that
describe it-
means to be an ally. Qatar is like one of our closest allies in the world. The largest American air base in the Middle East is in Qatar. They're a close ally of ours. I come to Israel and the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came in 53 years ago.
It's great. Israel, which is one of the single ugliest countries in the world. Nothing of beauty has been built there since 1948. Sorry, I've been everywhere in that country, and it's true. Let me get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake. A lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. We have a huge country. This is a country the size of New Jersey with no resources. An attack on Western civilization looks like this. It's tribalism. It's identity politics. It's DEI. It's whatever. It's Zionism. It's any belief system that begins with the understanding that one group is morally superior to other groups. Well, just on principle, like every other group in the world has the right to its own homeland except white people. Like what? JD has been subject to, this is well known, but I'll just confirm it, nonstop treachery.
Accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering,
And I've been
who do
working
you
to
mean
undermine them.
specifically?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never worked there. So like if you don't work there, you can say you can say what you think you know, but it's hard to really know.
If I was telling my kids, if you think someone's lying to you, you're right.
So, yeah. That's
That's
Tucker
obviously not
Carlson.
true. I hate these kinds of statements that people like to believe in. It's like, you understand that just because you believe that someone's lying to you doesn't mean you're automatically right. But they don't care. They say these things because people will latch onto them. So
I want to shout out to Milk Bar TV for that compilation. I'm going to try to find that other compilation of him in his youth having interviews and basically confirming that his father was with the CIA while he denies that he ever knew his father was CIA. I wish I would have.
That kind of clip is good. That shows how he'll say one thing and then the other whenever it's convenient.
Whenever it's convenient, yes. So we can say our goodbyes because I'm gonna let me cue this video up real quick. And
We said goodbye already to you, Sean. I guess while you stepped out, it seems like you're back, so we get to say goodbye.
okay. Hi, Sean. Wait, hold on. I have to fix my screen.
We gotta get to bed before too long.
We all got to get to bed.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna play
Sleep
this
is good for
video.
you. I want to be a pro sleep channel.
Pro sleep channel. And we're on Rumble, by the way. So after this video is over, don't forget I have to shut off Rumble before you start talking, because
Unless you
they'll
guys
hear
on
it.
Rumble like those last, you gotta stick around to the end so you can hear those last hot mic takes. Hot mic takes.
Hot mic takes.
Hot mic takes. Sorry.
It's a lot of nice hot mic takes that I've heard over the years. Fuck it, I'll do it live. But there are much better ones where they reveal themselves. But I don't have those on hand and in my memory. So look, it's Tuesday. Thursday, you want to tell them what's happening Thursday?
Thursday, well, as long as tentatively, or whatever, as long as nothing happens between now and then, whatever, we've got a bit of a confirmation that we'll be having Snow Himbo on for an interview. We'll be talking about Canada. We've been meaning to do that for a little while now, so yay. And maybe some mental health if we got time for that too.
Okay.
Tune in on Thursday. That's
Tune in on Thursday, 5 p.m. Be kind to yourselves, each other, your family, your community. We've been on for almost 6 hours.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying the whole. When people come on, it's like I'm like, hey, I'm staying because I want to hear what the people have to say.
Yeah. Well, as long as I'm rested enough and whatever, I'm happy to do a longer show. I just, especially if we're getting into good stuff. Like we had a good show today. We talked about some fun stuff, and
we didn't even cover half of the stuff I sent you that I wanted to cover because we were just, like it's organic.
I was trying to get into some of it. I mean, like that. I wanted to maybe play that Paul J video that you had shared with me because I'd gotten into some of him.
We could do it on the next Tuesday. We could save it for the next Tuesday.
We got time. Yeah, we got all.
We'll save it.
All year to get to whatever.
Yeah, we got time. Well, I hope we have time.
Yeah, exactly. It's not end on that.
So,
end on a positive note, whatever. So.
On that note, like you say, I always hold on. I gotta figure out how to do this properly. Let me add this to stage, and then I'll change the landscape. And are you gonna stay around to help me close it out?
Yeah, we're coming back on after this one to say?
No.
Close it out.
No, we out. After this is over, hit the overlay.
Yeah, and I'll talk to you on the other, whatever.
On the other side, yes. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you,
all
guys. Whatever.
Mwah.
Have a good night. See you next time.
United States of Israel. That's your resume. Killing children every day. While you look away, United States of Israel. Netanyahu's pet, Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget. 4 years of tweets at 3 a.m. unhinged and unwell. Bro, go to sleep. The Oval Office turned into a circus tent from hell. Your reliability wrapped in a spray tan and a tie. The tie though, taped in the back. Even your suit is a lie. You said I alone can fix it. Fixed what? The grift, sir. This is a Wendy's. Gave your whole family government jobs as a gift. Mar-a-Lago mansion, classified docs on the floor. What was that? Box of secrets by the bathroom door. I'm really rich, said the man who begs for donations. LMAO, selling Bibles and sneakers to a broke nation. Go play the toilet, can't flush the truth. It's giving con man, every indictment just more proof. You don't run a country, you run a brand. A broke one. 6 bankruptcy built on stolen land. The people who voted for you still can't afford their rent. Mega magic, baby. That's where all your promises went. United States of Israel. That's your resume. Killing children every day. While you look away. United States of Israel. Netanyahu's pet. Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget. You marketed fear and sold it to the working class. Facts. Promised them the world, gave them nothing but gas. Your voters lost their jobs, their health, their home. It's the stock market though. Yeah, for people with portfolios and second homes and loans. BB pulls the strings and you perform the dance. Good boy. Guys are burning while you clap and chant. You call it peace deals. We call it what it is. Genocide shit. Blood on the hands of your whole administration's beers from Iran. We're watching every move you make. See you. Every child killed is a lie. You'll never shake. You threaten us on Twitter like we tremble and fold. Nah, son, Iran don't get threatened. Iran just gets cold. United States of Israel. Netanyahu's dead. Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget.